Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Global League podcast. I'm your host, William, and with me today is Ryan.
Hello.
And his mic is it's on his phone, so it's not as staticky. It's the quality isn't excellent, but the static shouldn't be there as bad as it was last 2 weeks ago. But yeah,
My toaster laptop has failed me, but my phone is somehow stronger than it.
Yep. And so what we're gonna do the same as we did last week. We're gonna go over NA first, then we're gonna go over EU, the LPL, and then LCK, and then there'll be timestamps whenever the video uploads. And then if it uploads at probably 5 in the morning, like it will today, then I will do that tomorrow. but yeah. With that being said, let's start with NA. Ryan, you won this week off of your FlyQuest pick over TSM. Congratulations on that. Did you have MASH starting?
I did not, but it's okay because they had Double Lift playing a mage again.
Yep, we'll talk about that in more detail in the middle. But you went 8-2. I went 7-3. You're off to. Well, I mean, we're both off actually to excellent starts. Where I am 16-4 in NA, which is the best I've ever been, and you were 17-3 in NA to start, and that's rare because NA is usually random as shit.
Yep. I literally came up with an entire formula last split to try to just make sense of my weekly power rankings for the region.
Yeah.
And now it's actually pretty clear cut, and of course it's clear cut when I don't have to do weekly power rankings.
Yep, yeah. Which, I mean, to be fair, only NA is clear cut. There is a lot of craziness in the other regions, like LCK. We saved it, man. We saved it at the end.
Yes.
But,
you know who else saved it? Me in the LPL.
Yeah, that is true. But let's talk about NA. Yeah, I'm upset about that one. I'm not as upset because of what I told you before. We'll talk about that in LPL.
I told you they'd fail you.
They failed me. First up, the games this week were CLG versus Golden Guardians. We had CLG coming away with victory from that. TSM versus Immortals. These were on Friday night, by the way. And TSM beat Immortals. Next up on Saturday, we had Team Liquid beating 100 Thieves pretty well. It was a good stomp, then it wasn't. Then it was a good stomp. Like, one of those type of games where a little bit of life in the team at the end from 100 Thieves. FlyQuest took down TSM.
I think in EU they called it one of the road games. It wasn't a stomp, but it was a very controlled and precise.
I know exactly which road game you're talking about too. Like it was like, they should have won a lot easier, but they still won. FlyQuest versus TSM. That was good by FlyQuest with MASH starting. Cloud9 just obliterated Evil Geniuses. And then
How dare you get a perfect game against CLG?
Yeah, CLG took down Dignitas, and then Sunday, as of today, Evil Geniuses took down Team Liquid, which makes me very depressed for NA. We'll talk more later in a bit. FlyQuest versus Dignitas. FlyQuest took that win. C9 with a scrappy win against Golden Guardians. And 100 Thieves destroyed Immortals, which makes me almost solidify. There's one team in China that sneaks that we'll talk about, but Immortals is basically my worst team in the world at the moment for major regions. But like getting blown out to 100 Thieves that bad was like, yikes. But with that being said, let's kind of talk about the teams, the games themselves, how things go. We could first start. We can almost go down the list here. Let's start with 100 Thieves. How did they look this week?
I would say they were pretty much what everyone expected. I would say you had. I mean, it was again. It's just strength of schedule for this 100 Thieves team. We had, like you're talking about, them having probably the hardest strength of schedule of any of the LCS teams to start. Evil Geniuses, Cloud9, and then Team Liquid, who were all projected to be the top 3 teams. I mean, pretty much every team, but except for maybe FlyQuest, TSM.
Mm-hmm. Well, I would say TSM and Flag. Yeah, like you just said that. Never mind. I
mean, in terms of preseason expectations that a lot of people had for them.
Yes, I wasn't listening. Sorry.
I would say that at the very least, 100 Thieves did actually acquit themselves somewhat well against Team Liquid. They did. It seemed like Team Liquid did have kind of a run of the show in the early game, but then they gave them some openings. They maybe got a little cocky, a little loose, and 100 Thieves did rightfully punish them. They did pull it back, but eventually Team Liquid just kind of showed that they were the class team. In comparison, they overtook them, just beat them out. They were just the better team on the day, which is again kind of what we expected. Even in our power rankings, consider them more like almost like gatekeepers to the top. But they did acquit themselves well, and kind of similar to the EG game where they did have moments. Or in that game, it was more so early on before EG just kind of took control and punished their mistakes. And then as soon as they played a team that was considered to be below them, they came out and just like how they kind of looked outclassed, they looked like they just outclassed Immortal.
Yeah. I think
I feel like they kind of are where we thought they were, and now it's about to climb up for them.
Yeah, it wasn't necessarily it was good to get your first win after starting the week 0-3, but it was like it was against Immortals, and like Immortals is bottom tier trash right now. like they are bottom of the barrel level of game. Like we're talking in all regions, 47th, 46th at best right now. And like there's so you need to win those games is essentially what you're saying, which they did, and they did effectively. They did everything correct. There was like they just kind of blew them out, like you said, and then they played okay against Liquid. They got themselves in a hole. Then they kind of dug themselves out, and then the Baron Steel just completely took them out again, and that was the end of the game from there.
Yeah, if we're talking about tiering the teams again, we kind of like coming out of this weekend, we do have like those tiers are kind of becoming more and more established and kind of about where we thought they would be. And it's one of those things where we're looking at 100 Thieves as like clear, solid B tier. Like not like I would say like until further notice, not B plus, like borderline, not B minus, as in borderline, possibly one of the worst teams, but solid. Like they're able to acquit themselves well enough, but still looked outclassed. And then teams below them definitely outclassed.
And so I thought one of the interesting stories this week was CLG going 2-0. And Golden Guardians going 0-2, which I expected them to lose the one against Cloud9, but the one again losing to CLG kind of surprised me quite a bit. And I think what we mentioned earlier, or I don't know if we mentioned on the podcast, but we definitely mentioned it between each other. It was one of those CLG trap games where it really looked, you mentioned this especially, that Golden Guardians had prepared like almost their entire week for Cloud9, and they kind of let CLG slip through their fingers because they weren't as like focused on that series, and CLG took complete advantage of it. They did try to flip through. No, that was against Dignitas. That was CLG. I just remember CLG versus Dignitas like throw like 3 times, and I'm like, what are you I remember typing to Brian because we were talking to each other. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna watch this highlights real quick because unfortunately for Father's Day weekend I was not available to watch all the games, so I had to watch some games and highlights. And CLG Dignitas didn't make the cut for full game. Damn.
But I don't blame me for that one.
But
that was the Uno reverse game.
Yeah,
everyone just going no you to each other.
Yes.
The game back,
oh my god, I was just typing to Brian like, oh no, CLG, not bad. Oh no, what are you doing? Like, this team sucks. This team is a terrible team to be a fan of. Oh my god! But hey, they are
roller coaster in NA.
Yeah, they are currently tied for second place at 3-1. Do you think they are an A tier team? Like, because I would say FlyQuest, Evil Geniuses, and Team Liquid would be my A tier. I would have Cloud9 as S+++ tier. But do you think Counterlogic Gaming is in that same criteria as Liquid, Evil Geniuses, and FlyQuest?
Well, I'll answer your question with 2 questions, actually. I'll one-up you.
Okay.
All right. The first question, I think, is pretty straightforward. For Spring Split from this past year,
Okay.
did you consider Immortals, who were 4-0 to start, Did you consider them to be an A tier team?
I think when they were 4-0, I like had them at like 8th place in my power rankings or 7th
Exactly.
place in my power rankings.
There you go. Because I feel like CLG right now in summer have just taken over the spot for Immortals, right
I
down to really fluky, goofy wins.
I don't necessarily think it's that bad yet, but I think, in my opinion, I told Brian this. I'm sorry. 2 of their wins are against Immortals and Dignitas. 2 of the teams that I would put in bottom 3, bottom 4 at best for Dignitas, bottom 2 for Immortals in all major regions. Like, these are bottom of the barrel team. Like, you will not find a worse team than these out until you hit the minor league regions. And the win against Golden Guardians, really good win. Kind of a trap game, though. You got to remember that, like, I think if they play it back on even footing, Golden Guardians can easily win that game. But I will give them full credit for going 3-1 already. Like, that's a very good start. Usually, Counter Logic Gaming, we're used to this team losing those games against Immortals. Like, they did twice to Immortals and Dignitas in spring. And, like, so it is a positive step forward that they are actually winning these games, and gives me a little bit of hope. I know that's a bad word. That's a very bad word to say with CLG, but it gives me a little bit of
also
hope.
faith. Don't say that.
And a little bit of faith. And it makes me feel like they're progressing like we originally had them in our preseason power rankings, where we said they are better than Dignitas, they are better than Immortals. They have to prove to us that they're better than 100 Thieves and Golden Guardians to get to that next level. And I think they did prove that at least they can beat those bottom 2. And let's see what they can do now against a little bit of a tougher schedule. Because, to be fair, when they face Evil Geniuses, who just got clapped to Cloud9 and then beat Team Liquid, so they're still good, but they're definitely just an A-tier team. CLG got perfect gamed. like one of the only perfect, like, that is not good. It's never good to get perfect gamed. And so I'm wondering if that was just a fluke on the perfect game and what we've seen play out now is better, or is just that Evil Genius's skill level is that much higher than Immortals and Dignitas that CLG is just not, looks good against the really bad teams, but they're not going to be good enough against the playoff teams. Granted, there's 8 teams in the playoffs, I know, but you know what I mean.
I got you.
The playoff contenders.
Well, the other part of that, because the other one was, well, yeah, especially because it's an 18 playoff.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of what we said.
Yeah, they don't look good against the playoff teams. Yeah. Oops, I just accidentally opened up Sony Vegas.
Oh,
all good.
But yeah, they had. There's the second part of my question, just kind of breaking away from the Immortals conversation from spring, is if you're going to bring up the question of CLG 3-1, are they A tier? The other side is that Golden Guardians 1-3, are they C tier?
My answer to that is also no. I would put them in B tier with 100 Thieves and TSM at the moment for me.
I agree.
I think that like we mentioned a little bit right before podcast when we had about the reason why we're late, I had Clash today and then I got out because there was a forfeit and I was like, yes. And then we had to spend an hour trying to fix Discord. So I kind of just played the game anyway. But Golden Guardians, they had they're 1-3. They had a really close game where they should have won against Team Liquid. It's pretty inexcusable to lose with a Mountain Soul. Let's be honest, it's not good. I'm trying to remember who Golden Guardians playing with.
Dragon Soul and at one point I believe a 5,000 gold lead.
Yes. The thing that worries me is their only win at the moment is Dignitas. Like, that's my little bit of hesitation. That's why I'll put them B, because they played really well against Liquid, and they played pretty well against Cloud9. Really well against Cloud9, to be honest. Probably the best team to play against Cloud9 so far. And they lost both of those games. The CLG game worries me as well. But I think it's more so, like we mentioned before, where they put so much prep into playing Cloud9, and it showed with how well they played. I'm still willing to give them another chance. I would have them in the same tier as CLG. And like the rest, like I mentioned, like I feel like they're 1-3, but I'd have them as like a 2. They should be 2-2, basically.
And CLG likewise are 3-1, and like probably should be 2-2 at best.
Yes.
But it's like if you're considering best of ones, well, if you look at a best of 3, Golden Guardians probably takes that series. versus
Yes.
CLG.
Yep, that's what I hate. That's the
CLG,
ones. Hate them.
yep, and then maybe Golden Guardians gets a win against TL. Maybe TL takes it in best of three. That's why I think it's like, okay, well, you look at those two teams, Golden Guardians and Team Liquid. That's actually a competitive series then. Or maybe Golden Guardians doesn't get a lead, and maybe Team Liquid just sweeps them. Who knows? But it's competitive, and you actually have to question it. Whereas CLG, you look at, well, they kind of almost goofed both their games against Immortals and Dignitas, who are considered probably the two worst teams in the league. Dig at least look somewhat okay at some points.
That's why I have Dig at
POS. They at least were scrappy.
they're the
tried.
the fourth worst team out of all regions, where Immortals is definitely 1-2. And if you watch China, DMO is right there with. But like the Dig is definitely, they're both 0-4. Dig is definitely a 9th place, and Immortals is definitely the 10th.
Yep, and that's kind of where we pegged them too.
Yep,
we looked at those two teams and we said this team is probably going to be exposed.
I had Immortals as 9 and Dignitas 10.
Yeah, well, I had them because
yeah.
even before they announced the roster changes, because it's a matter of them skating by the skin of their teeth based off experience and luck in a lot of cases. And a lot of teams are going to be improving and have that, whereas Dig did at least have some degree of upside with their roster moves. Not enough where I think that carries them over the top, but enough where I think that they're not as bad. And they at least look somewhat scrappy. I think they're looking more and more scrappy each week so far, which is a good sign at least. So maybe they're starting to try to follow more of like Acadian's lead on this. But I still think that there's just this weird disconnect between Acadian and Froggen and how they want to play out the game. I think Viper is just kind of there. I think Johnson and Aframu especially have both actually been stepping up a lot for this team.
Yeah.
But it's like those two could pretty much only do so much as a bot duo. They can't 2v8. And they can't throw even 3v7 with Acadian if he's on point.
Have you seen Hanwha Life? There's Viper and Lahens are trying the true 2v8.
It's funny because Dig is also the team with Viper on the roster.
Weirdly enough, that is correct.
Huh. Funny how that works.
Yeah, so that's we talked about Dig, Mortals, Golden Guardian, Hunter Shield. So let's talk. We got half of them already done. Nice job.
Yeah. So let's talk about some of the teams that might matter.
Yeah. So now
besides Golden Guardians.
Yeah. So yeah, we've dropped the bottom 5 Golden Guardians out of that 5, and CLG. To be fair, those are the top 2 of those 2. So let's talk about like the top 5 as of right now, and so let's start with TSM. Looked okay. They looked good. I mean, it was against Immortals. Anyone looks good against Immortals. That's if you don't look good against Immortals, then you have a problem. You know. So that's fine. Their game against FlyQuest was pretty bad, and I'm gonna pull out the match history. So the interesting thing that TSM, I'm gonna sound like the biggest hypocrite, by the way, because I always ask for innovation, and some teams are innovating, and I've hated it. Like I'll explain. It'll be a lot more detailed about. Oops, that's Reddit. I don't want that. I want the match history. There's innovating, but it's about making a pick, and then you have to think of the rest of your comp around the pick. Like so, TSM's innovation was Fiddlesticks mid. We've seen, if you've been following any of the pro players, solo queue, there's been a lot of Fiddlesticks mid. It's tank Fiddlesticks, so it does no damage. It's all about providing a ton of CC with the ult, like just tons of it, a lot of sustain, and just being a meaty frontliner that can heal and sustain himself. It's solid. I like the idea. My concern is there's usually 2 positions in League of Legends, not all the time, but 2 positions for the most part that are your most consistent damage dealers. That's your mid laner and your ADC. And then you kind of build around there. You have damage dealers in jungle and damage dealers on top. Hell, you have damage dealers and support now, to be honest. But you build a team around it. So clearly they don't want to show us any match overview because they don't want to embarrass anyone. So that's fine. We'll just go off of scores, which isn't the best way to tell things. But
results-based analysis.
Results-based analysis, yes. But I like Fiddlesticks. You've drafted Syndra in the bot lane, And if you're new to League of Legends, like apparently TSM's coaches,
You
where
can't say that. It's Parth.
I know.
He's the last person who's new to League of Legends. He's the scoutmaster.
Well, okay, I understand. Where's your AD damage here on this team? It's on Lee Sin. Oh, what does Lee Sin do? He gets. What does he do after the 25-minute mark? I should say. He doesn't do damage.
Come on, man. He's got an execute on his ultimate. What are you talking about?
He does picks. Lee Sin is. I don't think Lee Sin's a great jungler right now, to be honest. I think unless your name is Shadow on Mad Lions, you're not okay. So let me clarify. What is Lee Sin as your main AD damage dealer? There is Volibear as well, but you're building Triforce then tank Volibear. What is he gonna do to Ornn? Ornn is not going to die. Ever. Ornn doesn't die when you have a fed AD carry. It takes him forever to die. When you have no damage, what's going to happen? You have double it on a mage, which we've done this experiment so many times, guys. Come on. We've done this experiment so much. It doesn't work. It's cool if you have an ADC that can play mages. It adds a lot of flexibility.
Yep. Like Sven or Karzi.
But like,
Reckless.
but if you don't have it, it's okay to not play it. It's not, you know what I mean? Like you could still have an AD carry there. So that's my issue. Is I wish I. Okay, so here, let's see total damage.
What if they had Kai'Sa?
Yeah. And, like, I get Fiddlesticks. Like, yeah, you put Kai'Sa or some AD carry here. Like, Kai'Sa's a good one.
Yeah, like they did in the first game when they played.
And it worked. And it worked. Like, because you had extra
like 11
damage.
kills that game.
Yeah, because you had it's Immortals. I know that's like again bad comparison because it's Immortals, but it's the team comp itself. They don't have damage. What are you gonna do against a front line of Leona, Ornn, Trundle? Like, how are you going to get to Aphelios and Azir back here? By the way, hyper carries that are gonna do a shit ton of damage. How are you gonna get to them? You only have one Syndra ult. That's your only damage.
Flank with Fiddlesticks and jump on them with Bear.
But neither of them do damage. Like
it doesn't matter. You can just CC.
CC for a long. You CC for a long enough time, but the issue is you got Leona to CC you, so you can't CC. You got Ornn's doing more damage than every person in the damn Rift because he's Ornn.
No, dude. You just CC them more. You gotta CC them first.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
No.
But enough with Devil's Advocate here. Yeah. Like, I mean, look at this. You had your second highest damage dealer was 12k damage. Like, you have nothing. And like I said, I like Fiddlesticks mid. I think that's great that we're innovating. I just want to see innovation, but you got to put it with an 80. You got to put it with someone with consistent damage. Syndra late game, her damage all comes from the ult. You just plop an ult, you instant kill. If you can get to Aphelios and Azir with a Lee Sin ult into Fiddle Sphere into Syndra ult, cool. But there's another one.
Or even just a Syndra stun into an ultimate, and then maybe like a Lee Sin Q for execute.
That's true.
That can maybe work. But then you're all focused on single target.
You're also never going to get to them in a perfect world, sure. But in reality, you're never going to get unless they severely overstep, which you can't plan your team comp around. Okay, if the enemy super messes up, we're good. You don't want your team comp to be that. but unless they super overstep, you're never going to get past Leona Ornn. That's a wall that's just going to sit there the whole game. And Trundle as well. Like, that's just too much tank, and you don't have enough damage to get through the tank. Which happened. And then Flacco just kind of ran them over the entire game.
I think it's actually the draft is actually interesting even beyond just that. Because especially the way that the team comps end up being executed, the idea of basically just a middle sticks who just pushes for free and then can just roam at will without being answered, essentially, especially like early levels this year, who can just out-sustain. It's like, I'm just going to stand here, drain the wave, execute it, get the cooldown, get the refresh, get the cooldown reduction, and then do it again, and then push the wave and move. and in a way that can work to support your jungle. They can move to go camp top lane. It can work out that sort of way. You're talking about a Volibear who actually has a pretty good matchup into the Ornn early on, and then you have
Until
I
it
think the
becomes
big
Ornn.
thing that as much as people we want to meme like double lift mages, lull that sort of thing.
Yeah.
It's a Syndra bot into Aphelios.
Yeah, which is
And
good. And
early lane phase that should just massacre Nephelios
it
because
does.
he
I
has
play
almost
it.
like he has like negative magic resist.
I will want to mention,
So
actually, I kind of forgot. Biofrost's Nautilus was some of the worst Nautilus play I've seen since Mitsuki on DMO. That was probably the second worst Nautilus I've ever seen
that's
in
high
pro play
praise.
this split so far. Mitsuki
But you
still
love DMO.
he I do love DMO, but Mitsuki I've stated, I know I'm completely wrong about this, but I've stated from just purely watching, I am a better Nautilus than him. I know that I'm only a Plat NA player and he's a professional in LPL, but from the 2 games I've watched him play Nautilus, they were some of the worst games in decision making I've ever seen in my life. Do not look at my 1 in 10 in Nautilus in Clash today. but
Hey,
that
and you
was
got
it.
third place in that Clash series.
We did get third place in that Clash series. I also got
That's
ganked,
podium.
ganked 17 times with 3 teleports and 2 Galio ults, and that made me tote.
See that's when you throw up the Mumu Campy move.
yeah, that was
Yeah,
we had it was unfortunate from the beginning because our top laner our we couldn't ban the person's main because our pick leader disconnected, so we got no ban, and then it was a Plat player's Kennen, and then we also couldn't get our top laner had to play first time Gangplank because he also disconnected in champ select, so that was fun.
Oh God,
so
that's interesting.
yeah, but anyway, enough of Clash.
Yeah.
That was enough
Well,
of
yeah,
TSM, I think.
Yeah, well, just finishing off the little point I made. It's just like you can kind of see what this wants, what TSM's draft wants to do in a perfect world. It's literally, hey, we can play the top, and we can try to we can set this Ornn behind early as best we can. Get Volibear moving. I mean, we even saw that later in the EG versus Team Liquid game. It's the exact same thing, where we saw Volibear get ahead early teleport to bot lane. Now the bot lane is snowballing.
Yep.
And then you're talking about, or if you need to, you could always just say, okay, we're just going to go bot. Syndra versus Aphelios, we're just going to take a hot dump on this lane, and then never give the Aphelios a chance to even play the game. But I will say the other side too, you have FlyQuest who basically said, okay, we got, it's almost like, hey, we know what TSM's all about. We know we're going to try to go late. As Aphelios Azir is great for that.
Yeah.
And you have awesome objective control because you just melt objectives.
Yep.
And then on top of that, you have an Ornn for team fight and backline access. And then to top it off, you have Santorin on Trundle, who's like his best champion, and is also a good pick into Ornn.
Yeah, and it's also a thing like you on objective control you have amazing. TSM has no objective control. You can't
no
take
threat.
a Baron in that game. You cannot take a Baron.
like you have a very safe Baron.
Yeah.
Because you could just sit
With Fiddle.
Fiddlesticks could sit there and drain on it constantly.
But you have to
Volibear
be
can just
safe
stand
for
there.
55 seconds. I'm just the whole team sitting there.
No, it's longer than that, but we'll say, yeah. I mean, it's a similar thing to like the old it's weird because it's a similar thing to the old Senecoms, and ironically also involved double lift. Is the fact that one of the weaknesses of the Senecoms is that you had almost no DPS for objective power, which is why people, when they would play Senna back when Senna was AD and busted and built lethality all the time, that was like one of the main things that they did with her is that they would try to pair with an AD heavy DPS top or mid laner.
Yeah, like a Corki.
So you would see Corki, Azir were like the main ones, like especially because she could actually kind of support them, heal them up, and provide that utility. And but if you didn't have that, then you kind of just sucked because your Baron take is so slow, and that would give teams windows. Then you would see people who were playing Senna, then or in this case Immortals back in spring, they would draft like Cho'Gath. So now you have a slow Baron take, and here comes Cho'Gath who's just going to eat it.
Yep, I love Cho'Gath. But so, yeah, I mean, it was a mess from draft basically, and
it looked like FlyQuest had them pegged immediately, and essentially just called their bluff because you see TSM pick like a Syndra, and you say, oh, and I even said this in preseason when I mentioned about this team's flexibility and how they were going to play. That's why I had them ranked as low as I did in the preseason power ranking.
Yeah, you actually
Was
said Syndra would never go to double lift over Bjergsen.
Yeah, and if they ever tried to do that, then they'd either be crippling him by putting him on a champion that doesn't fit his playstyle, or you would just never have that flexibility. Mm-hmm. And lo and behold, you try to show you have that flexibility, and it didn't work.
Yeah, it was rough by TSM, and that's why I have them in the B tier. I don't think they're as good as the other 3 teams right now. 4 teams, obviously. I don't even consider Cloud9 part of NA. They're in their whole own world, you know.
I mean, G2 did the G2 Twitter account.
I saw that.
Post a petition to move Cloud9 to the LEC.
Yeah, there's 3 teams there, possibly 4. Fortune keeps up 3 teams for sure. That would be very interesting.
People said man, you have a Cloud9 team that's actually smurfing in North America, which they haven't really done in a long time. And who was also the team, even as early as 2018, was able to adapt to a Worlds meta with with 3 rookie players on the team and make it to World semifinals.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this team go to Worlds because they're going. They're going.
Yeah, even last year you had a team that was completely mental boom after finals and how that went, and Blabber was still freaking out jungling freaking Tian and Yankos in group stage, consistently. So that's a team that literally was apparently never on the same page and was at each other's throats.
They're thinking Clid, right? No, Clid was in where? Who was the?
No, last year's Worlds.
No, it wasn't.
It was that's when they had G2. They had Oh wait, no, Tarzan. Sorry.
Tarzan. Yeah. I was because
yeah, that's right. They never put. FunPlus was in Group B with Splice.
With Splice and
and
they almost
it was
lost.
Group A. It was Griffin. It was old Griffin.
There we go.
Good Griffin.
Good Griffin. Well, it was bad Griffin, but we didn't know it was bad Griffin.
It was borderline. But funnily enough, it's funny that you had 2 teams that went mental boom in the same group.
Yeah.
C9 and G9 and Griffin.
Mm-hmm.
And then an LMS team, which just went boom as a region.
Well, LMS, yeah. On our LMS podcast, I was I'm like, guys, J Team is the only good team here. That's kind of how I feel about NA. But I felt stronger about it in Spring Split. I still have that little bit of hope in Summer that teams look better right now than they did in Spring Split. But Spring Split 2020 NA was giving me such big LMS 2019 Summer vibes. So it's J Team went undefeated. Cloud9 lost 1 game. Cloud9 is the team. The rest of the LMS pure trash. The rest of NA pure trash. It was the exact parallels were just so good. But for the most part.
Anyway, I guess we can maybe transition a little bit into the conversation about the other tie for second teams then.
Yes.
FlyQuest, Team Liquid, and Evil Genius.
So if I had a question for you here, because so out of those 3 teams, if you had to take, as a C9 fan, who do you think gives you the biggest run for your money in a best of 5 right now?
Best of 5 right now?
Mm-hmm.
Evil Geniuses.
Really? Let me rephrase the question then. Do you think any of the 3 teams take a game off you in a best of 5?
I think Evil Geniuses might. I think they might take 1.
Okay.
Just like they did in Spring.
Okay.
I think it's possible that they get one good game off where they play their best and they can catch them sleeping. Because people think about the Jizuke memes and how that game went. I think that was a super disrespectful draft, a combination of a super disrespectful draft from Evil Geniuses in the game on Saturday.
Yes, let me pull that up real quick.
And so it was a combination of that and also really good adaptation item-wise from Niski, who just okay, well this dude is just a Kassadin and I'm a Karma. I'm just gonna pull a Cull and I can just auto this dude to death in lane and never let him get CS. He'll just casually be up 30, 40 CS in lane over at Kassadin with a Cull. So he's just I was telling you about the solo lane versus support Karma and then you pair it with like an AD jungler, and it's like that's like the best thing you can
Yeah,
possibly
I,
do.
I I hate support karma. I like mid
Yep.
karma. I think I think mid karma and Yumi is overkill, but they made it work completely
Yeah.
well.
When your literal strategy is let Blabber carry so
Yeah,
that he will
it
never
makes
die,
sense
then
in
you
that scenario. It makes sense.
it's yeah, it's like you have like here's a Yumi within Athenes, here's a Karma within Athenes and an Ardent Sensor.
I like this team a
Have
bit. I hate this team. If you go against a team that, if a team has like Ornn or like a Trundle maybe for the jungle, like this team is like a little scarier to run because you have no tank, but at the same time you kind of do. Actually, now I think about it
yeah,
with Olaf, because
it's called effective health.
yeah, like
Effective
with the
health
amount of
with
shields and
shields for
heals,
days.
yeah, you kind of have
Yeah,
Olaf being a little bit of a tank with Death Dance. Actually, it's not bad, but
yeah.
it's such an early game team, or like if you do not get ahead, like Cloud9 did, like they always do. Like this is perfect for Cloud9. They're so aggressive early. They're up 3K by 12 minutes. Like if you do not do that, you are screwed. you know.
They were up. I think they said they were up like 1K by 4 minutes.
They at the 4 minute mark they were up 794, so rounded up, yeah.
Yeah, it was. They
Five
were
minutes
close
is
to like
1K.
like, which is insane.
Yeah.
That's not that was before a gank came out.
Yep. Yep.
That's just laning stats.
Yeah. That's it was like we said. You should never pick Kassadin into Cloud9. They run at you, and you. The only way to beat Cloud9 basically at this point is to play very aggressive and quick into them. Kassadin is neither aggressive or quick until level 16. Then he's both, and
Yep.
then you just lose the game.
And you literally and EG weirdly enough did the exact same thing in spring in the second round robin versus Cloud9, where C9 basically banned out a bunch of Jizuke's primary champions, and then he last picked Kale.
Mm-hmm.
And he got Kale mid, and they just took a hot dump on his lane and never let him play.
Yep. I mean,
It was the exact same thing.
Cloud9 is too aggressive. It's too aggressive.
I don't know why they. Yeah, like I don't know why they feel like that's the way to play against Cloud9. I think FlyQuest and Golden Guardians, in terms of play style right now, I think that they are like the teams that understand the best with how to with how to attack Cloud9.
Okay, so
But
but you believe Evil Geniuses is better overall to take a game
But I
compared
think
to
yes,
FlyQuest.
but I think it's one of the things where you saw like as soon as you saw Evil Geniuses play against Team Liquid, you can almost see like a pivot, and it's like okay, well, what if Evil Geniuses went for this style of a comp against C9 in their game?
Mm-hmm.
I think if they went for something like that more than what they ended up going with against C9, I feel like it'll work out better,
Okay.
and it fits more to their style anyway.
Yeah, I agree with that part too a lot.
Like yeah, so it's one of the things where it's like I feel like other teams like FlyQuest and like Golden Guardians have the right mindset and the right strategy to attack Cloud9, but I feel like the fact that both of those teams have tried it and both of them have been stuffed.
That's why okay.
Shows that they probably just don't have the
Skill.
not no disrespect to them, it's just the talent ceiling of C9 is just a little too high. Like it's just their skill check bonuses are just a little too high for them to pass. Whereas I feel like EG, just with how they play, it's weird because you would think that this team could be better. Like you had a team where if everything else was actually working out okay, like it normally does for Evil Geniuses, and then you also had Kumo solo killing Licorice on top lane because Licorice accidentally eat a minion as Jace instead of the Volibear.
Happens.
Like
I've eaten so many minions as a Cho'Gath with my ult.
Yeah. Well, apparently Licorice is that he's been studying a lot of the Shy because he really wants to focus on the 1v1 and being able to work to get his own advantage.
Now is he watching VODs?
Well, it seems like he's taking a little too much off of the Shy.
I'm about to say, is he watching VODs of the Shy or is he watching Presents of the Shy? Because
I think it's like I don't know. Trust me, I've meaned about that a lot recently, and I think that's the running joke. But I feel like I do like, and kind of just going off of Cloud9, I think like the scary thing is that you now have seen Cloud9 do like the super aggressive stuff, and you've seen them do the basic team fight stuff, and now and you've seen them do like the poke stuff in the past, but now you're like seeing like Cloud9. They actually, and this is what their draft versus Golden Guardians scared the hell out of me,
You,
because now you have a jungle with Trundle that doesn't necessarily carry. So you're immediately say, okay, the stuff that we've been doing with Blabber, we're not doing it. And then you have the Volibear, which, I mean, unless you watch the exhibition showcase from the mid-season streamathon, like we haven't seen Licorice on Volibear, so we're not sure how that's going to work. And then on top of that, we saw a more defensive / passive bot lane. Like, you can obviously be aggressive with the Aphelios Braum, but it's much more like we're like we pick a Braum because the passives goes pretty well with Aphelios'
I
kit.
don't know. I just don't like Braum with Aphelios personally.
Well, and it also blocks Orin Ultimate.
That is the big one.
Just look at the comp. You literally saw Trundle and Braum, who were like the main guys to cut that Ornn. So he can't really do anything later.
And if you cut Ornn, that's good because Ornn is obnoxious.
Yeah. But the issue was that they actually had smart pivots because they showed Galio early. They basically had Jungle Pool was pinched, so C9 take Trundle in the draft, and they say, okay, immediately Nocturne.
Mm-hmm.
So because now you say, okay, well, you have a Galio ultimate, so that can't be used if we use Nocturne ultimate. So Golden Guardians basically dictates the pace.
And let's be honest, Galio
with TF ultimate.
I'm sorry, not Galio. TF Nocturne is a very underrated ult combo that does not happen as often as I would like it.
It's literally, you can't see anything. We see everyone. And we just fly directly at you.
And you got a stun card in your back as Nocturne is running at you.
Even worse, it's literally stun card. You're stunned, and then you're feared, and then you have to take magic damage and AD, and you're dead.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And that's before even the bot lane roams up. If it Ornn like drops his ultimate from across the map, so there are options for this, and this is what made me kind of scared is the fact that this is a comp that's literally saying Golden Guardians is going to dictate the pace of the game. Like, they're the ones that get to be proactive, and C9 have to
did.
They had to either be passive, they had to worry about counter engage, or if they try to be super aggressive with their kit, they end up either overexposing themselves or they drop their defensive tools to block engage.
Mm-hmm.
And we saw kind of a lot of that early, where it felt like almost like classic C9, where they kind of just had to figure out how to play around an enemy team comp until the mid game. But then as soon as you did, you saw one of the main things I saw was the Baron bait, where they literally have Licorice trade. He trades with Ornn in the bot lane, and then he takes off maybe like a third of his health. This is after he completes Wit's End, so he does a good amount of damage to the Ornn. But then as soon as he does that, he teleports to a ward in the Baron pit, and the entirety of C9 are already there, and they're starting Baron. And then as soon as they see, and they're all as a group, they start the Baron, Nocturne ultimate comes out, they all stop, immediately go out of the pit as a group, and go to top lane. Because no one on Golden Guardians was in top lane when they still had vision.
Yep.
So as soon as they move out, then TF ultimate is trying to come in there for a pincer, and then all of a sudden all of C9 are on top of him. So he has to get out of there, or else he's going to die. And then now they've already burned. Now they've seen, okay, they've burned TF ultimate and Nocturne ultimate. Go right back to Baron. And by this point, Haunter still didn't have teleport, so Licorice kind of faked going back to bot lane, then went straight back to Baron pit, come back in the middle, and Ornn is still trying to make his way up top. So it showed that this team actually has a really good understanding of the game. They adapted really well on the fly even when things were actually kind of shaky early on for them. And as you're talking about, like just like with the FlyQuest game, where okay, they're down like maybe like 1,000 gold or so in the game, but just on pure laning stats and everything, they're still able to pull it together. Not to mention, this was the first game versus Golden Guardians that you saw a big mistake from the bot lane. You saw Vulcan leave lane, I think, to go support.
I thought you were gonna say with FBI and Huhi for a second. I'm like,
oh no, it was a big mistake.
I'm like, what are you talking about here?
No, because I mean, come on, man. I'm the C9 guy. We've been talking about C9 the whole time.
Yeah,
we've already talked about Golden Guardians.
Yeah,
but it was a good, and this is by the way, a good game from Huhi. Like again showing that his support set is legit. He's actually really good.
They need
As
to
soon
pick
as,
him.
like you saw the like Sven was just kind of in the middle, like probably like a little bit past midline of his lane. Vulcan wasn't there to support him as the Braum, and he's in Aphelios versus Set Ezreal. So he goes up to auto the minion in CS, who he just goes in the brush, flashes out, repositions a little bit with Nimbus cloak, and then uses the face breaker to stun Sven into a minion. And then all the paint then all the ultimates come down and he dies.
Yep.
And that's literally that's a Sven overextension. And now everyone's okay. We're all going to converge on bot lane, but here's the thing: C9's collapse is Galio, who can't ult anybody, and you have a Trundle, a Braum, and a Volibear.
Yeah, it's not gonna do anything.
Yeah, they just
Speak.
get kited to death
I
Ezreal.
I just
And
want to make
then
one
when
point.
I was going to say the last thing I was going to say is that Blabber throws up a Trundle pillar, and the orange just headbutts the Trundle pillar and gets a 3-man knockup, so they
Yeah.
can actually kill themselves.
Two things. One, this team comp doesn't have a ton of damage, but it has one consistent damage in Sven. Like, so that's what I was talking about earlier with TSM. They just have one consistent damage dealer. You just need one. Like that's all you need. Two, mid Galio is a million times better than support Galio, and mid Galio does way too much damage right now. He does so much damage with it. Just his taunt alone does damage.
Dude,
Like,
I loved when Niski was going in top lane with the unsealed spellbook into two people. He just found the TF there, just like I think he was like attacking a Krugs, so he just runs at him. No, it was a Nocturne. I think TF was nearby though. He just ran right at him, popped a spellbook barrier,
yep.
and then taunted him, and it took like no damage. Just auto comboed him down. Then Licorice teleported in and stole the kill. And TF just teleported away and left him. I thought that was just funny.
Oh man. All right. Well, that's
anyway, I will say that's a good thing. It shows C9 again just has that bit of resilience and adaptability, and just a general understanding, and they're kind of showing that they can play multiple styles. It's maybe not as well, but they show that they can hang with pressure, and they can adapt, and they can turn it back on you if you don't execute perfectly.
Mm-hmm. I agree. All right. So for the most part, I think that's most of the teams that we've talked about, or in general. The thing that, just very briefly before we go into predictions, is Team Liquid, like they look good against 100 Thieves, like we talked about. Did not look good against Evil Geniuses. They have a game against Cloud9. Oh, that's what I wanted. So you said Evil Geniuses. Who is the team you'd like to face the most then between FlyQuest and Team Liquid?
I would say right now, right at this moment, I would say right now I would say Team Liquid.
Okay, that makes sense because
I think down the line, as this team kind of gels a little bit more and pulls it together, I think that they're going to be one of the harder ones to face. But I think they're kind of inconsistent right now. Like you even saw in the Golden Guardians game, like you're talking about, that's a game that they should have lost if Golden Guardians closed that properly. You're talking about the 100 Thieves game where they almost threw it in the mid game.
Yeah, my worry right now with Team Liquid in general, as a Team Liquid fan, is that it doesn't seem like Impact has improved too much from the spring split. There was a lot of issues in the spring split. He was okay. I mean, he did make the plays to win the Golden Guardians game, but before that, he had bought Leandries and then bought the mask, you know, and then like he bought the mask again, and like there's been a few. I've had issues with him playing like that. Tactical and Core JJ have actually been like the best performances so far.
Oh, they've been studs.
It's weirdly enough,
they've been super rocks for that team.
And Brox has been awesome too. It's weird enough to me that Jensen right now is my fourth on Team Liquid as of this split. Like, because Jensen was my number one carry last split for sure. I thought he was the only one playing any. Yeah. So if Jensen can bounce back, but Impact's number 5 again, and Impact's really got to step up big time.
Yeah. I think the one thing I will say about this one, I think this is actually kind of going off of that point, was in the Evil Geniuses game. I think, and I'm pretty sure the analyst test also mentioned this too, I think Jensen actually screwed over Broxa pretty hard in that game. It made it so that Broxa basically couldn't play the game anymore. Because you had Jizuke. Jizuke was kind of doing his thing, and and kind of trying to harass him in the Cassio TF matchup.
Mm-hmm.
And you could see like the call must have been like, hey, this guy's overextended and he's going in on me. Let's see if we can get something out of him. But you're talking about a Trundle jungle trying to gank a lane for a level 1 Cassio against the Twisted Fate who has Ghost and Flash.
Yeah, it's never gonna happen.
So it was basically worthless. And Broxah basically had to stop what he was doing, leave and went to mid lane, and in doing so, got nothing from it but a Ghost. And then meanwhile, freaking Sinskaran is Kindred, and he's just power farming and getting marks. And it throws off Brox's clear time and lets Sven just kind of have his way with the jungle.
Mm-hmm. And to be fair, Kindred's a hard counter to
yep. And actually that was something I mentioned in the draft too, was the fact that I was concerned, and I know even like in the C9 game was because there's a lot of jungle bans. They kind of waited a lot for both teams, waited to pick into second rotation to get their jungle pick, and there's a lot of bans go down. And I saw like, oh well, there's like the Graves ban and everything. The Graves ban is like the main one. There's an Olaf ban. I'm like, okay, well that seems like it's setting up a Trundle pick, but then they wait even longer to kind of make sure the field is clear and they kind of ban out all the soft counters and answers to Trundle jungle before they actually pick that in. And I feel like they just didn't do their due diligence. Because I know one of the last jungle bans that Golden Guardians banned was Kindred. Because I feel like that's almost something that Cloud9 was going to go for, was that, hey, we're going to leave Trundle up. We're going to see if you pick it, and if you pick it, we're going to take Kindred.
Yeah, kind of like the draft. We'll talk about this with EU. The draft blunder of SO4 against G2. Jesus Christ.
Oh, Jesus.
We'll talk about that a bit. Yeah. You know which one I'm talking about with the first pick? And the G2 just took the counterpart, and we're like, okay.
It's like, oops. Okay.
Yeah, we'll talk about that.
Thanks for the leash, guy. But yeah, I feel like that was the thing where it feels like we're kind of almost starting to see like the quote rumors that we heard about like Jensen and how he kind of is a bit more demanding in his play style.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe if they had a better comp for it, maybe they could have made that work. Maybe they draft around it. Maybe if they gel a little bit better, they can make it work. But I feel like that was an issue with communication, an issue with not understanding like what needs to be done in terms of the maps, in terms of like game state and what can actually be gained from it. Like basically the pros and cons of what am I going to lose, what am I going to gain from this gank. So, and I feel like that's just a synergy thing, and they just look kind of just off the same page in a lot of cases. Like you talk about like sloppiness in the mid game versus 100 Thieves, sloppiness in the early game versus Golden Guardians. And you talk about these teams that they should be better than if we're talking about them being a top 3, top 2 team in the league.
Yep, I agree. I think like you said, when they gel a little bit better together, I think it will be fine. Because like I said, like we have 3 like really good rocks right now. It feels like on the team with Core JJ and Tactical and Broxah. And in Jensen, we saw how good he was playing last split for the most part. Yeah. In the dumpster fire that was Team Liquid, and how well he's been. So like, I expect him better. The one I'm scared about the most is Impact in the top lane. I'm very scared about that. But I'm hoping he bounces back.
He seems like he's kind of been defaulting a lot to the Mordekaiser.
Yeah.
It feels like it's like Mordekaiser and Aatrox, and he keeps having to fall back to those picks.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like he's got anything new. Like seem like those are spring split picks. Like there's other stuff you can still pick them. They're still fine. But
I mean, to be fair, a lot of people are still picking Mordekaiser in other regions.
That's what I mean.
Mostly into Wukong, but that's another story.
Yeah, I get.
We don't pick Wukong.
We didn't talk about that just a tiny bit because I want to get predictions. Where is Wukong? Like, I don't understand. It's here
across the pond in Europe.
It is a little bit, but like it's not as Wukong
there are no
should
monkeys
be
in North America.
Apparently not, because they should be pick banned, and it's not even getting banned. It's not like
there was a ban in the last game today.
Okay, thanks.
They did ban Wukong.
I'm glad Wukong. One of our 20 games banned Wukong. Right.
It was Immortals versus 100. It was Immortals versus 100 Thieves.
But like,
was that banned.
There's like no bans on it, and there's like no one picking it up. I think Wukong is just a good team fighter as Ornn. Like,
or Volibear.
Yeah, he's so strong. Like, if you watch any LPL right now, Wukong is like, he's not like top priority, but he's S tier. He's not like, I would say Ornn. LPL's weird too because Renekton is also a S tier because it's LPL the champion. like if you never watched LPL Renekton is a different breed than anything you've ever seen.
It's like LPL Ezreal.
Yeah, same thing. Yeah, LPL. Me and Ryan were going back and forth on Ezreal and Aphelios. I really think it's Ezreal, but that was probably mostly because I'm my bias towards LPL because Ezreal stomps Aphelios in the LPL usually. Where on the other hand,
yeah, Teddy actually said a similar thing in an interview. Apparently, I think they asked him about Aphelios and Ezreal. But apparently, he understands. Like he says that Ezreal has like a lot of options and weapons, and he can be flexible as well. Into the Aphelios matchup, and it's definitely winnable. But he understands that Aphelios is just doing better.
Yeah, especially in the LCK because the LCK is so boring. Like standard League of Legends. Still, that Aphelios, I want him in the cup all the time because you're just gonna win.
Yeah.
But
if you we'll talk about it, I think it was Ezreal versus Aphelios when we get to LEC. A certain SK game.
Yeah. All right. Let's get our predictions.
See how well Ezreal does in that situation.
Let me pull this sheet to the side so I can type it in. But I think it looks nicer just to see the predictions like here. But predictions. First game is going to be FlyQuest versus CLG. This is a big test for CLG. I actually think that this is as I personally have FlyQuest tied with Team Liquid at the bottom of my A tier, I have them right there. I have Evil Geniuses as the top of the A tier, and like I said, Cloud9 boom.
I have FlyQuest slightly above.
It's not for me. It's probably my bias to be honest, but
I think Liquid has looked a little shakier in some of their wins. And then their loss, it was pretty bad.
Yeah.
I mean, the only loss that FlyQuest has was against C9.
That is true.
And they actually did okay in the early game.
Let me pull up do you pull up my predictions here that I made earlier today? Also, my Strafe predictions are so inaccurate because I do them all. I do Sunday through Sunday, or Monday through Sunday, all in one day, like today. So, because I'm far behind, I try not to spoil myself too much. So I get more, I get it's fine if I don't, if I'm watching and I know the answer, because then I can just deep dive. But it gives me more entertainment if I don't know, if that makes sense. It's more boring.
I literally did my freaking Strafe predictions today.
Yep.
And I waited until after the 100 Thieves Immortals game to do them.
Yep. And I messed up 4 predictions, especially one very important one coming up that I fat fingered. But
oh man, Team Dignitas beats Team Liquid.
No. But
Immortals beats Golden Guardians.
So I always count these ones more than my Strafe stuff because I fat finger. I hate that you can't change if the game hasn't played yet. You should totally be able to.
Yeah, that's annoying.
But that's the only thing I hate. Anyway, FlyQuest versus CLG. I think that CLG has a chance to shine here. This is their moment to be we are better than what everyone says. I don't think it will happen. I have FlyQuest, but I think that this is a good test for CLG. Especially with the 100 Thieves coming up, they can put more time into this game. FlyQuest has... Who does FlyQuest have? They have Golden Guardian, so that's about equal probably for them. Yeah. It's nothing.
I will say I also have FlyQuest too, and my reasoning is that FlyQuest has looked solid. I think CLG, if they come in with a good game plan, they might be able to challenge them a little bit. The issue comes in that mid game where CLG just will randomly start throwing or doing stupid things.
They'll CLG it,
Yeah, well, and that's the thing. And FlyQuest, of all teams, is going to be the team besides Cloud9 that will punish you in the mid to late game.
Yep.
They actually seem like they have a really good grasp on how to play out the game in the mid to late game. So I feel like they're the team they'll take advantage of that probably more than anyone else, and they won't let CLG get away with it if they try. And that's even if CLG gets a lead in the first place.
Gotcha. All right, game number 2, Cloud9 versus Team Liquid for Friday night. I'm gonna be honest, I don't like Friday Night League that much. I want my 5 games back. It messes me up. I was so excited. I'm all right, I'm all done with League of Legends. I'm shit, I missed the live because I tried to watch NA live and I missed it. I missed the whole weekend to be honest, but Father's Day
I
weekend.
gotcha.
Look at it.
I will
It
say
is better than Monday Night League.
If they did 5 games on the weekends, it would make doing this podcast a little hard to do on the weekends.
That is true.
Because that means those games might be going on a little late.
That is.
Anyway,
but yeah, this is the game on my straight that I accidentally picked Team Liquid. That was a whoops.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure you accidentally picked Team Liquid.
Yeah, I accidentally. As in, I literally saw Team Liquid. I'm like, okay, click. Oh no, that's against Cloud9. Oh shit, sorry. And then it's like what it does. Yeah, I picked Cloud9.
Sounds like someone making a bunch of excuses.
Yeah, it does, but it's called.
Tell us why Team Liquid's gonna win.
They're not going to win. Team Liquid does not.
I mean, come on, man. They were close. They were close at the end of spring.
Yeah, but Team Liquid still
almost beat them. That was with arguably a worse Team Liquid.
Team Liquid was they're a slower team. I think Cloud9 is just S++. They're better than everyone right now in NA. That there's just no way they can lose. I mean, they could obviously. It's best of one, but I don't think Team Liquid.
Someone clip that. Someone clip that. Cloud9. Clip what he just said. Cloud9 is S++ tier. They're better than everyone.
And then cut the other part.
Clip that. Post it on Reddit.
The hard cut the other part.
See how everyone reacts to it.
But I think I have Team Cloud9 pretty high on my power rankings still. But I have I don't have a lot of faith in Team Liquid. I think the way you can beat Cloud9 is being like, I think Cloud9 has a G2 problem in the sense that they are so good for their region and so aggressive compared to most of the region. G2 at least has Mad Lions and Fnatic now, so they actually have like some competition in that, where no one can compete with them on that aggression, that they just blow them out. So I want to see Cloud9 against the LPL teams. You know what I mean? Like G2 struggles against the LPL teams. Like I want to see Cloud9. I wonder if they'll struggle because they don't ever have any testing. Team Liquid's not one of those teams. They're not going to beat Cloud9 because they're too slow. It's like the Evil Geniuses Kassadin pick. It's a bad pick, but it's just Team Liquid's matchup against Cloud9 is just not good. Give me Cloud9, and don't you dare tell me you're picking Team Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely picking Cloud9. I wouldn't be surprised if Liquid put like all of their prep into this game. Because you want to talk about this is like super proving ground for like that entire Team Liquid roster, and probably for chat too.
Yeah,
like this is like you want to make a statement and prove that you're better than what you think they are. Like that's beat the team that just whooped your ass this week. And I mean that's a way to do it. Maybe they swap things up. Maybe Impact is the one that pulls out the Wukong. Maybe they put Brox on a pick that isn't Trundle. And actually has some more agency in the mid game. They can maybe use some mid ganks that aren't just a pillar. And I guess we'll see. I will say look out for some TF priority here because I feel like that pick is skyrocketing now.
It is. I've actually noticed that TF is coming
that
up.
pick is awesome.
Yeah, that pick is making a lot of plays right now.
It's so good right now, especially with the jungle meta. Like that's like the perfect pick for the jungle meta.
Wow. So CLG's literally done for the week 3 games in. They have 2 of the first 3 games. Man. So CLG versus 100 Thieves. Now these are 2 B tier teams. Who do you think wins? You go first this time.
Oh, sorry, my freaking strafe app closed. Believe it or not, I picked CLG.
Me too.
I literally picked CLG because if I don't pick CLG, they will win.
That's exactly kind of my thought process. Well,
here's the thing: I don't want them to win.
Yeah, honestly, my thought process on it was actually more so that for 100 Thieves, there's 2 very weak links at the moment for me. And that is Stunt and Meteos at the moment. I think Meteos has really struggled this split so far. For CLG, one of the weak links at the moment is Wiggly. So they kind of isolate each other. So then it goes to like the solo lanes, and it's Pobelter versus Ryoma, which is the one I'm looking into most. And I really think Pobelter will be able to come through and carry. The issue could be that Someday just stomps on Ruin as Ruin goes a little too aggressive. But we haven't seen Someday really stomp on people yet this split. He hasn't had that fantastic of a split.
Yeah, I mean he's been fine.
He hasn't been terrible or by any means, but
Yeah.
he's just been okay.
I mean, but he also got whooped by Kumo,
Yeah.
which again was like the same thing that happened to us in the spring.
Yeah.
For some reason, that Sunday would whoop him.
For some reason, Sunday has a Kumo problem, which is very confusing. It's not. It doesn't make any sense, but he has a Kumo problem.
Yeah, and it's not even like Kumo was like playing weak side. He like fell behind like 30 CS, but he just team fought really well. Like he just played better than Sunday,
which doesn't make any sense to me still.
So yeah, Kumo's been looking good this summer.
Oh, he has been looking good.
I think the meta shift. I think the meta shift is actually fitting him pretty well.
Yeah, I agree with that. With the like more tanky, less show-offy fanciness.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about like Ornn tanks and bruisers. Is that becoming more of the meta? And Aatrox. And,
you don't need any more of that fancy Fiora play and stuff like that. Like
Akali and Sylas.
Yeah, you don't need any of that.
I miss Sylas though. I want to see more Sylas. Just give him like something. Just give him a little buff or something. He won't go crazy. Just give him a little something.
China already plays him, man.
I just want to see like Sylas with a full.
Did you see Knight play him literally 2 days ago?
I know, because freaking LPL will never let Sylas go.
It's just like Renekton. He will never leave the LPL.
Never. I mean, Ezreal was still getting played even before this season.
That's true. That is true.
It's LPL.
Anyone that gives you a fancy like mobility, like playmaking, that's going to the LPL.
Yeah, but I feel like it's one of those things where I could definitely see where 100 Thieves wins this, but I also see that this is like 100 Thieves is probably one of those teams where CLG sneaks one of those weird wins.
No, if they beat 100 Thieves, they deserve to be the best B tier team, which would put them in like.
Don't say that, man. Well, let's see how they beat.
Yeah, that's well.
To
be fair, they would have beaten all of the bottom tier teams at that point. They would have beaten Golden Guardians, Dig, Immortals, and 100 Thieves. They would have beaten them all at the start of the season, which is scary. Yeah. What is next week for? I know I'm sidetracking. I'm trying not to, but Cloud9 and so it's Cloud9 and TSM. Okay, TSM might be possible with the way they're playing right now, but okay. But CLG sucks against TSM, so probably not.
It's a classic weekend for CLG versus Cloud9 and TSM.
All right, it's TSM versus EG. All right, so I think this one should go over to Evil Geniuses. I don't think I've seen enough from TSM yet. I still think they are floundering a little bit in their synergy, which is very weird to me. Biofrost has scared me with some of his play. Bjergsen's just been okay. Doublelift has not looked amazing on TSM whatsoever. He still looks kind of like Team Liquid Spring 2020 Doublelift.
Who could have predicted that? Who could have predicted that Doublelift was he might have actually been a problem.
And then Spica has been okay. He's improved since the Kane game.
He's been hit or miss.
He's hit or miss.
He got the Kane out of his system.
Yeah. Just put him on Trundle, dude. It's the new Sejuani Junie, basically. Sejuani sucks because Trundle's in the meta, so Sejuani's always gonna suck when Trundle's in the meta. But yeah, outside of that, we got Trundle duty's basically Sejuani duty. Same thing.
Yep.
And so yeah, I'm gonna go Evil Geniuses.
Broken Blade. Interesting top lane. Shizuke versus Bjergsen.
What do you got?
I got Evil Geniuses.
All right. Yeah,
I was gonna joke and ask why you didn't pick TSM, since apparently Doublelift always beats Bang.
Does he always beat Bang? He always beats Cody.
No, he doesn't always beat Bang.
I was gonna say he always beats Cody-san.
Especially starting in spring, he definitely didn't always beat Bang.
Yeah.
But that was like a recurring thing, is that he like because I remember that was like where they punished the hell out of like the Bang lane when he was on 100 Thieves and Doublelift was playing Sona.
All right. We'll do these next two picks quickly because they're very easy. Team Liquid versus Dignitas. Liquid. Golden Guardians versus Immortals. Golden Guardians. Simple. Until Dignitas and Immortals show us anything, they're not getting picked, pretty much. I mean, Dignitas have shown us tiny bits of pieces, but Immortals have shown us literally nothing. I haven't seen like any optimism out of Immortals so far. Anything to be optimistic about. All right. So moving on from those, we have day 3, I guess. 100 Thieves versus TSM. And I'm completely skipping the next one because that doesn't. If you guys lose that game, you're going on my top 10. But 100 Thieves versus TSM is going to. Oh, it sounds like Ryan has disconnected. So I am gonna. Oh, there he comes back already. That's not bad at all. But I'm gonna say 100 Thieves versus TSM is going to be a very. It's a very showcase game almost. Like probably outside of maybe Liquid looking competitive against Cloud9, I won't say they're gonna win because they're not. But as long as they look competitive against Cloud9, I'm okay with it. But the biggest showcase game here might be 100 Thieves versus TSM because it proves to 100 Thieves that they can be A tier and they just had a really shitty schedule to start. Or in TSM, if they win, they're like, okay, we're definitely better than the rest of B tier, like 100 Thieves, Golden Guardians, stuff like that. Like we can we should be competing with the likes of Team Liquid and Evil Geniuses and such. I have TSM because I think they're going to have another 1-in-1 week, but it's like the opposite of last year where they went 2-0 or 0-2. They're just going to go 1-1 every week, apparently now. They got to get together at some point, you feel like. But I think that speak of Meteos is just, you soften up the, I think the lanes with like Biofrost and Stun have both been struggling actually. Let's keep giving me TSM. Realma versus Bjergsen is not going to, I'm going to give Bjergsen.
Yeah. Like the only again is a recurring thing with 100 Thieves is the saving grace for them is someday, but then he has to go against Broken Blade, so it may not work too well for them. So I also have TSM in that case. I think that is an interesting matchup. Like for the same reason you said, it's literally a proving ground match. Especially if we're wrong about the CLG game and 100 Thieves actually wins that, then you're talking about these two teams being tied with each other.
Yep.
And trying to prove each other against each other.
Yep, they're basically would be the bottom two A tier / B plus, like the A minus B plus region of the tiers is where they would both be facing.
But though I will say the game after the Immortals game is probably.
I was about to say we're not talking about that game. I was like, right, we are not talking about Cloud9 versus Immortals. It is Cloud9.
No, I'm talking about the game. No, I was going to say the match after that.
Gotcha. Because I'm like,
yeah.
I picked Cloud9 and we're already moving on.
No, I mean, yeah, we're picking Cloud9.
Yeah, I mentioned while you were
this game. I'll have to look at the draft to see what the hell happened.
I think you disconnected at the time. I was like, I will take you out of my top 10 if you lose to Immortals. I will take you out of the top 10.
Yeah, I think I did miss that. I was like talking, but nothing. But you were just disconnected. So I quietly left the call and rejoined.
Yeah. I was like,
I joined it it was like right in the middle of the Immortals Cloud9 game, but like this 100 Thieves TSM game, and I just didn't say anything. I'm just gonna jump in the conversation.
So yeah, this is a good conversation. Well, unfortunately, I have Discord zones on, so I definitely saw you disconnect or heard you disconnect.
Oh, boo!
But
I didn't have sounds on my phone, obviously.
Yeah. Golden Guardians versus FlyQuest. Yeah, like you said, another good proving guard. So we have a good proving game, a shit game, and then a shit game. Yeah, it's just a layered. That's your Sunday is layered. If you need to watch a game, then if you need to go to the bathroom for an hour, or just do some chores around the house,
then come back,
and then go make dinner. Just you're done. Actually,
we could just start the cast early.
Yeah, actually, that's it. At 5 p.m. At 5 p.m. Eastern time, just go make dinner. After the TSM 100 Thieves game, go prepare your dinner, make a nice Sunday dinner, then come back, eat that dinner during Golden Guardian FlyQuest, and then don't watch any more League of Legends for that day.
then go wash your dishes and go do something else.
Yeah, exactly. Because anyway, so the one game that's important, I've already put us for the other two. Like we're done, we're not talking. But the one game that's important is Golden Guardians versus FlyQuest. I think that this is a tough one. I want to say right now, I want to say Golden Guardians can pull this win out, especially with a game against Immortals where FlyQuest has to face CLG. I think that's a little more of a trap, but Demonte versus Power of Evil scares me a bit because Power of the Evil scares me a little bit.
Yeah, it's one of the things where if you look at this, where you look at how Golden Guardians play Cloud9, you're like, hey, if they played this way against FlyQuest, does FlyQuest come back?
I think
does FlyQuest even have decent lane leads in order to even stay in the game early.
My question about FlyQuest as well is, does Mash have, if he comes and plays again, because he played so well the first 2 games, like, does he do that performance again? Does he, like...
Yeah.
I'd never heard of it.
Is he,
Again,
the,
I
new,
don't
is
follow
he the
Academy.
new tactical?
Yeah.
And by new tactical, I mean the old Mash, because he's played before.
I had never heard of him. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, he like you were talking about like old school. Like the last time they said they said on cast like the last time that Mash had a professional game win was in 2017.
Oh wow! So it's been
versus Phoenix One in Arrow.
So
he was on Echo Fox.
So you're telling me I got excited because again I didn't watch the live broadcast, I watched the VOD, so I didn't see that part. But like I saw, I'm like, oh, FlyQuest is replacing Turtle with a rookie. Hell yeah, let's go NA.
He's not a rookie.
So
he's been around for a long time.
I have no hope in NA still.
It used to be called Don't Mash Me.
Well, NA still sucks. We have no rookies, Ryan. We have no rookies.
Here's the thing, dude. I've been watching since like regular LCS since the beginning of 2014 spring, and Mash was a pro then.
Yeah. Okay.
So I've known Mash for 6 years.
So there's no hope for us growing like our own talent.
No, there is one hope. There's one hope. The other member of the FlyQuest Academy bot lane.
Hell yeah, bring him in.
That's hilarious that we were talking about that so much, and then they actually do make a substitution with their bot lane in Academy.
I was just hoping,
but it's the wrong one.
I know. Why can't they bring both? Sometimes you bring both. Come on.
Big Mash.
If I would have saw Big, I would have screamed. I would have been so happy.
Big Turtle.
Big Mash is funny.
Big Mash, Big Turtle, Big Gnar.
Oh man. But anyway, I have FlyQuest. Wrap it up.
I also have FlyQuest. I actually have FlyQuest. My reasoning, when I end up coming down
boring, Ryan. We're the same on all 10 picks.
I wanted to pick Golden Guardians. So
I wanted to pick Golden Guardians. I wanted to pick 100
but my gut was telling me FlyQuest.
I hadn't had a gut instinct yet. This flip.
Yeah, my gut was telling me FlyQuest because it was literally just saying, they're gonna win for the same reason they're gonna beat CLG.
Mm-hmm.
Because even if Golden Guardians get elites early, FlyQuest is a team that can wrest control back in the game, in the mid game, and Golden Guardians has been Golden Guardians has having some issues in the mid game.
Yep, absolutely. That's one of my main reasons as well.
Having Soul and throwing a 5K gold lead versus Team Liquid, FlyQuest can do better.
Yep.
FlyQuest can make sure they don't even get to that much of a deficit, and they can still wrest control back.
Mm-hmm. All right, so you will still be 1 game ahead of me by the end of this. Hopefully, it's still good, but not bad.
I want Golden Guardians to win. I really do, because I want to see that spice. Because I think that they're better than that, but I just don't think it's going to happen. That's what's kind of sad about it.
Okay.
That they're definitely going to be a team that's way better than their record shows, and that's what's unfortunate about Golden Guardians this split.
So with that, though, I think we'll wrap up NA. I think hour 17 minutes is pretty long for one of them, with 3 more to go, and it's unfortunately it's already 1:16.
Yep. Let's go.
Oh god. So let's keep it moving.
God. Now we gotta move on.
I know.
To the LEC.
Yeah, let's move right
where
to
if you thought things were weird in North America, strap in.
Yeah.
Because we're in for a fun time. So
in our game, our predictions, you went 6-4, I went 6-4. We had 2 different picks, and they were at the very beginning. I won the first one, you won the second one. I knew the second one was lost on draft, by the way. Like literally, I was watching again this whole weekend. I've been delayed by so much, but I was like literally watching the draft. I think I was thinking Nick, just like, oh, this is over. There is no way Misfits win this game.
Well, this is over.
Like,
this is donezo.
But so the games that went today, Rogue beat Vitality at the beginning. SK beat Misfits. G2 then beat SO4. Was not that clean, but we'll talk about it a little bit. Origin beat Excel. Mad Lions came back and beat Fnatic on day 2, Saturday. I wanted that. I'm so happy about that one.
Fnatic deserved that.
Yeah, they did.
They were owed one for how they beat Misfit. Almost the exact same way that they won that game.
Pretty much. Excel beat SK, which Don't ask me. Misfits beat as a 4.
Please, Will. Let's talk about Ezreal. Let's talk about Ezreal in the meta right now.
Mad versus Vitality. Mad took down Vitality. G2 took down Rogue, which Ryan thought they had set Tom Kench because of.
Yeah, straight. That was a weird
That
thing.
was weird. You said that, and I was like,
Yeah, it was the weirdest thing. Strafe literally had. Hold on, I'm gonna click the matchup and see if it still says it.
yeah, they had
'Cause
it.
I want to see if it still has it.
It had
Let me
Rogue
see.
playing set Tom Kench in the bot lane, which sucks
Oh,
as a bot lane.
They still do. They still have that lineup.
Yeah.
They had the lineup that they have for Rogue in this matchup is Ornn top, Olaf jungle, Corky mid, Vander playing set as the ADC, and support Hansama on Tom Kench.
And you were just like,
And I literally I missed that match, but then I had looked back at it at the time because I was I had to deal with issues with my car at the time, getting it inspected and everything. Literally just go back, check the scoreboard to see what the deal was, and I look at that and I see the draft. I'm like, well, I can see why Rogue lost this game.
nah.
It turns out it was an Aphelios Tom Kench, so it wasn't nearly as egregious.
No, it wasn't
but I
bad
was
at all.
really concerned.
Yeah.
I'm like, what in the hell is wrong with the bot lane meta in Europe if this is getting picked?
Yeah, and then finally the last game though was Origin versus Fnatic, and Origin took that victory as well.
Man.
So it resulted in us both going
Origin,
6-4. So I am barely above 500, and what would that be? 6 plus 7.
Oh my god!
I can do math.
Europe is the new North America.
I'm 13-12 right
Everyone's
now.
just beating each other.
Yeah, it's frustrating. It's a good Europe looks good right now for the most. There are
Well,
6 teams.
Most of Europe looks good.
6 teams look pretty good. There are then you have the SO4s, but yeah, we don't want to talk about our
I'm so
SO4.
mad. And they don't even have Inax playing anymore. That makes me sad.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with what he was doing. Why would they cut him out?
I cut Nukes out. Nukes was god awful. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm being toxic lately, I feel like.
Dude, I'm
Nukes
not even gonna lie. I like the guy, but man, Odo has just not looked good either.
No.
He's been way off, and that's sad because he was actually like one of the shining lights for Schalke in the mid game in freaking spring.
Mm-hmm.
It was like him and Inax trying to 2v8, and they actually were managing it.
Yep, I agree with
I
that.
don't know what in the world happened to him. He's just been crazy.
He's kind of being like
he must have been-
Impact if you think about it a little bit. Like Impact's doing
Yeah.
really bad as of right now, but like
Impact, if he's like trying to do his best, the Shy impersonation, which is how much he's just randomly inting every game.
So let's talk about so Excel for the most part, they pulled that win out of SK. How, you ask?
Tell him, Will.
Let's pull. Well, they lost to Origin. They kind of got. I mean, it was close, but that's this gold graph, by the way, right here is every Origin game ever played. Nothing happened, and no one took more than a 2K gold lead for the first 20 minutes
until it wasn't.
Yeah, and then Origin shut it down. You know, they're just boring. You know, fine, whatever. Out. XL lost. Well, Ezreal went 7-2. I mean,
How do the Aphelios do?
the Aphelios kicked his ass. Actually, Ezreal only had 2k less damage than him, but that's mostly poke damage. It's a little different.
Also, it's Ezreal.
Yeah, it's Ezreal. So he gets the poke for free
Ezreal
for the
versus
entire
Trundle.
game. Yeah.
Ezreal versus Trundle Braum, by the way.
I think I don't know, man. They just kind of ran out of time on SK, I guess, because Gangplank, you good. Again, I don't like Lee Sin. Unless your name is Shadow, stop picking Lee Sin. I get it. He's like playmaker, but there's so many better junglers right now than him. Olaf, Graves, Trundle, Nidalee. Like, you have so many more. I understand Graves is banned here, but none of those other ones were. Like, hell, you could give me Gragas.
They banned Gragas.
Mm-hmm.
They banned Gragas before they created old.
I don't get it, man. I don't get the.
What is up with Europe and Gragas? Like, I understand Gragas is pretty good, especially if you want to go with like a more AD focused mid or something, maybe, or an AD top. But I don't know.
Yeah.
Seems odd to me.
It seemed weird. Like, I mean, special wins as an 0-4 Azir. When do you win with 0 kills on your Azir?
Hey man, he's just doing the freaking support Azir route.
He did 12k damage. When is a team, when was the last time a team won when they're Azir with 0 kills, 12k damage? Usually Azir is like your carry that you draft around. But I mean, this is simply it. They ran out of time against Excel for SK's purposes.
I mean, just look at the other places around the Azir. You have Aphelios and Kale.
Yeah,
late game.
That's our answer. It was a 35-minute game. You ran out of time. You have no front line. This draft is also terrible by SK, by the way. There's no front line. Yeah. There's no tank. You can call Thresh a tank, but he's not really a tank.
He's not. He's a CC bot.
Yeah.
Disengaged tool.
Yep. And like, so you have no tank to block you from Aphelios, Azir, and Kale damage. You're gonna die.
I think the Lee Sin is definitely. I don't understand that pick.
It's not a good pick.
Wait, hold on a second. I gotta check something real quick.
Okay.
Set wasn't banned.
Yeah, he wasn't. No. Yep. Set is a total.
Why didn't Trick pay Set? That's like his best champion.
Because they wanted him on Lee Sin. Okay.
Apparently, Set actually kind of would have made sense.
Yeah, because
it would give you a decent front line, but it also could set up your engage.
Yeah, you can grab Aphelios away from Azir or from Kale ult. You can blow him up before Kale can get to the ult. You get a tank in the front line. You can front line with him. Maybe Trundle picked and they did the solo queue thing. Like, okay, Trundle's pick. Let's not pick a tank. Well, you still need a tank, by the way.
And the main thing with that is that the main thing with like Set, like Jungle Set, is that he builds mostly health in terms. He doesn't really build much in the way of resistances. Mm-hmm. And then Trundle therefore doesn't really get much in the way of like draining your resistances and stuff, but like you still have to play at least some front line. Yeah. Just play around the Trundle. Just play around the ultimate, just like you do anything else.
Yeah, I don't understand. Like, I mean, that's more solo queue, but
just like you play around a Kale ultimate. Like, yeah. You'll just charge head first and be like, well, I guess we just never play the game.
That's literally like a solo queue mentality of, they have something that stops tanks for 5 seconds every, 2 minutes or whatever it is. We can't play tanks.
Yeah. I mean, you were talking about, like, a good setup to this game is, like, imagine if you had, like, a setting up the engage, Trick nailing, like, a good face breaker, showstopper combo, and meanwhile, like, while he's holding everyone in place, Gangplank ultimate is just dropped on everybody.
Yep.
Ezreal ultimate goes through. Zoe's just throwing Qs.
And no one's in danger. No one's in danger except for Set. Like, you're all safe away from the Azir Aphelios damage and Kale damage.
And guess who could just pull him away if he ever goes in? It's a Thresh. Mm-hmm. Thresh could just stay on the backline and lantern him out if he ever gets in trouble.
Yep.
And he could throw up the shield.
Every poke line needs
shield with his haymaker, and then just pull him back.
Every poke comp needs a wall to poke from. You need, if you don't have the wall, people just run through your poke, and then you die.
Especially when you have someone like a Kale.
Yeah.
You could just be like, I'm just gonna put this ult on the
and then flash Azir. Onto you guys.
I'm just put this ult on the Azir. He's gonna shuffle your team, and then so you take damage from the ult, and you take damage from the Kale ultimate, and he's just dropping soldiers on you, and now you're exposed. And you're getting killed.
I don't get it. But yeah, that's enough about Excel. I mean, that was a good. I mean, it was terrible more on SK's drafting than. Which, to be fair, their drafting's been very good up until that because their coach has actually, I thought, has done really well with this team so far. However, I did want to talk about.
Jesus, I believe, is the coach.
Drafting just a tiny bit with G2 SO4. I think that. Let me pull that one up because then there's going to be one more that I really want to talk about. Just very briefly, this team comp never wins a game against any other team except for SO4. You have 3 assassins, an Ezreal, and a Karma. What do you do as this team comp in a normal game? Answers? Ryan?
I don't know, man. You just gotta try.
This is you just gotta try.
I'm just gonna do a quick little shout out, by the way, to Strafe again, because they have perks, but apparently he didn't play a champion this game. It's just a blank space. But if you
Honestly,
look on pick, but if you do look on pick bands, I know he did pick Ezreal.
gotcha. So, well, this is what I wanted to make
That
fun
was
of.
funny that apparently he played nothing, so it was little 5v4, and they still lost.
And they still,
But
the one I wanted to make fun of is SO4 here. They picked Yumi first. Do you see any issues with that?
I mean, it's just literally the fact that they can just deny everything that Yumi can go well with.
Like Ezreal.
Yeah.
And then they were like, okay, because G2 forced them into the Ezreal because they banned Varus and then they banned Aphelios. And SO4 had already banned Syndra. So they picked Yumi instead of the Ezreal. I'm like, okay, that's...
Yeah, it's like one of those things where it's like, what are you afraid of?
Yeah.
Were they really afraid that G2 was going to run the MF Yumi combo?
Yeah.
There must be a scrim thing. Like, I don't get that.
I get it. The only thing I get is the ultimates are perfect for each other, but like outside of that, like.
But here's another thing I want to say though. Just a quick little shout out, by the way. Where was Olaf?
It's not there.
Yeah. Like, I could maybe understand, like, oh, you want to do Jarvan for a little extra engage.
Wombo, yeah.
Yeah,
But who are you gonna wombo? It's Rek'Sai goes underground. Echo ults backwards. Akali dashes 75 ways. Ezreal dashes more than once, it feels like. And then Karma Shield. Like, you're not going to wombo combo anyone besides Karma, really. Like,
yeah, hell, Rek'Sai can actually, if Rek'Sai plays it properly, can probably even knock you out of your flag and drag.
Yep.
She can just unburrow on you and knock you out of it.
It doesn't make sense. It was a sloppy. I didn't want to talk too much, but it's like...
Yeah, well, here's the other thing. Yumi, Olaf, Misfortune, Corki, Aatrox. Now the comp actually kind of looks good.
Mm-hmm.
A team that's competent could probably win with that. Cloud9 could probably beat G2 with that comp. Because Yumi goes well with everything.
That is
on
true.
That comp.
That is true.
You literally have so many options that Yumi can jump to in the team fight. Everyone benefits. Aatrox, more healing. Corki, more damage.
Yeah, I think the biggest issue is
and healing.
The biggest issue is Yumi only has Aatrox and Corki to go to after late game. Like, Misfortune not really going to do anything outside of her ult, but like you want Yumi to be on Jarvan and Aatrox to be closer to the front line for the ult, not on Misfortune. And then Jarvan's not doing anything, like you said, like damage wise, he's full tank Jarvan. And like Corki, sure, but he's also positioning differently, so you're not going to really get a good ult off Corki because he's got his W to move around unless you're going for a pick. Outside of Aatrox, sure, but like we said, It's just a mess, and that's why this game honestly wasn't as clean from G2. It's because their team comp sucks. It is garbage, but because it's against SO4, it's okay.
Like G2 was really trying something here.
They were trying to have fun, is what they were trying.
Yeah, they're trying to just Google.
But
it's like if you're trying to have fun, why do you have Perks and Mickey on Ezreal Karma?
Well, the Ezreal was the takeaway.
Yeah, well, I understand it's a takeaway, but God, it's like, why are you only giving fun to your solo lanes? How does that make Perks feel?
Perks had to take the sacrifice. He had to take away Ezreal, so they didn't get Ezreal Yumi. But outside of that, I don't understand the Karma. But
also, my God, freaking Cap's got the steal on their dragon.
Yeah, that's awesome.
With a freaking with like the empowered auto in a time.
I mean, the whole thing.
Ulted back. And then he just ulted back, and he was fine.
No more talking about SO4. It's just as bad as Immortals and Dignitas.
I know. It's the sad thing that if you feel like, well, even if they had the Olaf, they probably wouldn't have won this game anyway.
We know.
They're bad.
So I did want to talk the last draft thing, and then like we'll just do some broad talks about the rest because we've already talked SO4 and stuff like that.
Yep.
Soraka ADC finally came out to pro play. What were your thoughts on it? What were your thoughts on it?
I mean, I get it.
Mm-hmm. You get,
I get it. I mean,
I get it. I don't like
seriously,
it.
I mean, last year Reckless did the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
He played Karma Bot and Janna Bot. So you know what? Soraka is pretty much right there with it. It doesn't even surprise me.
Um,
I mean, Soraka has officially been played in I think every position now except jungle and mid this year. So she's been played as support, AD, and top.
I like her better
So
as a top laner than an ADC. I don't like the pairings they did with Soraka. It didn't
with
make
the
sense to
engaged
me.
supports.
They put Nautilus and Leona, my two loves, Nautilus and Leona. And they I will say they put more damage on their team. This pick reminded me of the Fiddlesticks mid tank. You took a damage dealing position of ADC in mid and made it 0 damage at all. But well, let me before I
Made it essentially a utility
yeah,
position.
6.4k,
Or like
lowest damage in the game.
basically a support position.
Yes,
Even,
but at
like
least
Fiddlesticks is basically
Fnatic
just like a tanky support.
kind of filled out some damage around it with Graves, Mordekaiser, and TF. But I don't think that was enough. Because it wasn't enough because of Karzi on Senna was just healing through everything they would do. They'd throw their whole engage out, but then they have strong engage and strong damage with a Wukong with an Orianna ball and Renekton and like, but you have healing. You were able to sustain through TF, which Nemesis is still going ADTF. I do not like that. I loved ADTF when it first
Really
came
don't
out,
get
but it got nerfed a little bit, and APTF got buffed. Like I thought ADTF was it summer? It was summer last split. Was an amazing pick that was not utilized as much as it should have been. Nemesis was the best one at it, and not enough people picked up AD. I believe Faker still went AP.
It was his signature pick.
Yeah, and it was really good. And then it got nerfed. And AP got buffed. Like I feel like it's not game changing anymore like it was before. And it's just I don't know. I don't like it because it's more of a split push build for TF, but APTF is really good at split push as well because the cards do so much damage to the towers. Like so
And you can always just flex and build Lichbane first.
Yes. So it's like you use the split push more so, and then it's APTF with the buff, the blue card especially, the 1.1 AP ratio or whatever it is now. Like on a tower does a lot of damage, and I don't think just ADTF does enough damage in a team fight for you. And then you have Graves, and then also you're going ADTF with Graves. All of a sudden you're pairing up your damages to the same amount or to the same type. So all of the armor that I'm looking and none of Mad Lion's built, so ignore that point completely, I guess, except for this Zonia's here by Humanoid and this GA
Except
by
for the Wukong passive.
this GA by Shadow. But like outside of that, they didn't really build a Death's Dance, I guess, but they didn't build much armor. But in most games, yes. But yeah, I think that they didn't have enough like burst damage, so Senna just kept healing, and you have such a good team fight with Orianna, Renekton, and Wukong, and Shadow being one of the only like 3 to 4 Lee Sins in the entire world that I'm acceptable to play with. Like I still don't like it, but you're good enough to let it slide. You know that one trick that it's like doesn't make sense. Like that one Skarner top that was in challenge. I'm like, okay. It works,
Acceptable.
but I don't want to see my pros picking this, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I will say that there was a decent amount of burst, and I feel like the entire point was like this is a comp from Fnatic meant to play around Selfmade, to set up Selfmade and get him going.
mm-hmm.
And I even mentioned like the TF Graves,
but lethality falls off
about being sick. But again, like I said, it's the idea of mixed damage profile and stuff. And I guess I can kind of understand what it's doing for, because I mean, rapid fire does make so that your stun like range is longer with your gold card. So that's like the only thing I can imagine. And then you just pump up your Graves so much with Soraka between his grit and her healing and like her support item buffs, and then he does that. He does have a
Well,
massive amount of burst, so he
gr-
can just 1v1 anybody.
granted,
But
it's also at the end of the day, Fnatic should have won this game. It was a throw at the end of the day,
mhm.
but my
Yeah.
issue was like when you look at because it was I think Mad played it really well, picking the Senna Wukong again into it. I think that's a disgusting pick that a lot of people need to be practicing, but. I think that, and its name is Wukong. Please, West, what are we doing?
Single-handedly raising the West win rate with Wukong.
Yeah.
Mad Lions.
So, but no, what actually is how much pick potential and burst on a pick. They have pick potential with TF and Nautilus. How much of that results into a burst on any of the people on Mad Lions? Pretty much none. Mad Lions have the CC knockup from Wukong, Orianna ult. Renekton could go in and dash in and do his little I forgot the name, but the dash and
Slice and dice.
slice and dice. Yeah, called me. And then like that's burst. That is CC, so Soraka can't heal and burst. Oops, sorry, to Mike. And burst right after to kill. Fnatic just has a gold card, and then there's a cleanse on humanoid, so you can't really hit him with the gold card. And the rest you're not gonna kill with the gold card combo. You don't have the damage to kill them on that.
Yeah.
So I mean,
Yep.
I thought it was okay. Like again, I don't want to flame people's like, because I've been begging for new things from teams, and we've had two of them, and they both didn't work out. But I see potential in both of them. I just feel like this is another game where I want. If you're gonna play ADTF, why not Corki? You
That's
got
fair.
an AD
I mean,
carry.
but then you don't have. But then like your only real engaged then is Nautilus.
That is true. That is true. That is another issue with. And then Orn's banned. Okay, I was like Orn, but yeah. So maybe not Corky. I'll retreat.
I mean, and that's the thing. That's the thing, though. Even with this the game was winnable for Fnatic.
Yeah, it was.
And
It was.
they took advantage of what Mad Lions were lacking, and that was a reliable front line that wasn't name protected.
Let's talk about.
And so
let's talk about the second Fnatic game then.
Yeah, because I'll say the only other thing I could say is that you're apparently disrespecting the Church of LS, saying that Soraka Graves is broken right now.
Well, Soraka is broken as a champion. I made the video, like I told you about how effective Soraka is.
I mean, him and Nemesis are super tight, so you gotta imagine he's giving them secret strats for Grave Soraka.
I just don't want to see Soraka in the AD position. I want to see her as the support or the top laner. You put her in a position that doesn't take a main damage dealer out. You know what I mean? Like you're not gonna see Soraka mid, so why are you gonna see it AD? Or if you see it AD, put it with a mage support or something that's not Leona or Nautilus. And speaking of that, the next game, which is not nearly as close. Like this game,
except for when it almost was.
Until
at
almost.
one point.
I mean, yeah, they took the Ocean Soul at one point, which was cool. But the good thing about Ocean Soul is like you kind of need to do damage for it to be useful. Nemesis on Echo, I like that. It went 1-4, but I like it. I liked it better than the TF, the ADTF. You have the Graves again, that's fine. You have Wukong, it's good. It's not good into Malphite. I believe Malphite was last pick of this draft, if I'm recalling correctly. Yeah, Malphite shut this shit down so quickly. To me, it seems like teams knew that Soraka was coming to Fnatic's lineup, and Origin and Mad Lions shut it down with their bot lanes. Like, obviously, Origin did it much better than Mad Lions did, because Fnatic, in all intents and purposes, should have won against Mad Lions. But, like, against Origin, the second Malphite got locked in, I'm like, GG. Who's killing Malphite on this lineup? Name it. Are you going to do the lethality Graves, which he didn't go because he couldn't? So Graves was severely hampered already from the beginning because he can't go lethality build, which is his best build. You're going to go lethality Wukong. You can't because again, you have Malphite and Set. To be fair, there's also Set in this lineup.
Nah,
Like,
dude, that's just no, dude. You just go freaking Black Cleaver Wukong. Black Cleaver Wukong to shred that armor.
no.
It's fine.
They went Black Cleaver on Graves. I think they should have gone Black Cleaver on Wukong hits more people than Graves does. To be honest.
Yeah, and it actually would have shredded it shreds percent armor too, at
Yep.
every hit, every tick,
Yep.
and then that actually would have helped with the ADTF
Yep.
if that's what Nemesis really wanted to do.
Yeah, well, this one was
But-
if you wanted to like this game, you played the Echo. If they would have gone ADTF
Yeah.
into Malphite with the
Exactly.
Graves and Wukong, I would have lost my damn mind.
Yeah. Here's the thing. I will say this though, it's better than what Strafe said they had. I don't know if you saw this one.
No, I'm loving that it's like all broken.
Well, first of all, I can't remember who was Xerxes playing this game.
Xerxes played Set.
Okay, that's what I thought. That's what it was. Yeah, because it says that the set was banned. First of all, and it says that Xerxes played Aphelios.
Hell yeah, Aphelios Jungle.
Yeah, they have Maokai, Aphelios, Jungle, Oriana, Ezreal, Thresh.
Oh, they got the last three right.
But
Listen, one's a tree,
Fanatics-
one's a rock.
here's the thing: for Fnatic's lineup, the only thing they got right was Hillisang on Leona.
Oh god.
They have Whippo on Gnar, Selfmade on Gragas, Nemesis on Nico, and Reckless on Olaf.
None of that makes even remote sense. Something has to be broken with their thing. That's funny.
I'm surprised. Like some of these, like I don't even know if the bands are right.
That's not
Okay, I
good,
see
though.
a Twisted Fate band that might be correct.
Yes, Twisted Fate was banned.
Okay, was Pantheon banned?
No, he was not.
Okay, because apparently Fnatic banned Pantheon.
They banned Callista, Yumi, Aphelios round one, and
Okay, that's hilarious because they straight up just switched a set in Aphelios then
gotcha.
because they have Callista, Yumi, set, and then Xerxes picked Aphelios.
Interesting. Okay,
Yep.
but
So that was fun. That's fun.
it's
But yeah, basically they said Origin drafted pure team fight, which is like the most Origin thing you possibly can do.
No Origin.
They did even better than Mad because they drafted straight up full power traditional 5v5 team fight.
They played the
Tank
boring,
frontline
simple champions of Sat, which is new but boring still.
I did say that the LEC meta is your meta. Will.
It is.
Freaking tank tops everywhere.
It's interesting.
Sion, Maokai, Cho'Gath. It's amazing. But I'm sitting there and man, I'm like looking at this freaking. I keep looking at the Fnatic line on Strafe and it's throwing me off.
No.
I need to get out of the screen because it's really confusing me now. But yeah, I feel like Fnatic. Like I don't know if it was a thing with them and G2, and this week it just wanted to try some things, but I don't know. It feels almost half baked. I feel like if you're gonna do something like, oh, we're gonna supercharge a jungle or with a Soraka bot strat and funnel him, I'm like, well, why Graves?
Yeah.
I feel like Graves is strong. He has good
Very
burst.
strong.
He has like innate tankiness.
But he
with
has
his
burst if he's
passive.
lethality, and you can't go lethality against Maokai or Malphite. You
Yeah,
can't go against
exactly.
Maokai either. But
Yeah.
but-
Yeah. That was another thing that they have Origin drafted Maokai
Yeah.
instead of Malphite.
yeah.
So
But-
that's interesting.
But
But anyway,
those are
I
the most
will say that
drafts.
Origin felt like they saw like they saw the Mad Lions game and they're like, okay,
We
we know exactly what we need to do.
Yep. Yeah. They had it solved
And
out the
the one-
gate.
Yep. And the only time Fnatic even had a chance was literally the fight around the Dragon Pit, where they ended up split in an open field, and they used their Malphite Oriana combo on one person. And from there, they basically blew their load on one person, barely killed them, but then it was still a 4v5 for Fnatic, but all of the major cooldowns that made them a danger in team fights was gone.
Mm-hmm.
So then they could just went on with a massive chase. They had Soraka just healing everyone and keeping everyone up, so the sustained fight was in their favor. and saying, okay, well, that's the way they win team fights.
Yep.
Is literally get them in an open field and just outlast them.
It just didn't happen though. It's hard.
Yep.
It's
It
hard
happened
to
once, and
know.
it happened once and never again.
So for the most part, I think that's we talked about Fnatic. We talked about G2. G2 did
Yeah.
come back with a solid win over Rogue. We talked about SK. Origin, we've talked. Origin looked good this week, especially with the win against Excel and then the win against Fnatic. They looked really good. I was really impressed with
Yep.
Origin this week.
And that's a continuation from last week where they beat G2 as well.
Yeah, so they have wins against Fnatic and G2 to start, which is very rare for them because those are the two teams that Origin struggled the most with because they're so aggressive. It's usually the aggressive team always wins against them.
And funnily enough, the one team that they lost, they lost to SK.
I don't understand that.
Who?
Don't.
SK is good.
SK's not bad. SK's not bad.
SK feels like GG in Europe, but they're actually more consistent.
Yeah. I honestly don't hate any team in Europe at the moment except for SO4, which are in the bottom 5 with Immortals and Dignitas and DMO. They're down like the one team we highlighted so much about in our preseason podcast is literal trash. The rest of them have good qualities to them. Like there's potential in all of them. But
one thing I will say, just kind of touching on some of the other teams, is kind of bridging the Fnatic talk, is that I think Fnatic, maybe it was the draft thing, kind of took them out of their wheelhouse a little bit too much. The experimentation was kind of just awkward for them. But I feel like they kind of got exposed a little bit this week, almost in a similar way to like Team Liquid did against their in their loss against Evil Geniuses back in North America. Like you're talking about it, this team, like they, for all intents and purposes, should have lost versus Misfits in week 1.
mm-hmm.
So that should have been a loss on them.
They should be
and they had control over Mad Lions, but Mad Lions basically paid them back for that win and beat them basically the same way. And then you had Origin just outclassed them completely. Talk about draft all you want, but they just looked better. Straight up.
I agree with that.
So and then kind of going off of that, I think Rogue was a similar case. Because up to this point, Rogue has basically only been playing the bottom tier teams.
Yeah, so
at least the quote, bottom tier.
Let's see. So they faced Excel, Misfits, SO4, and Vitality. That's Excel, Misfits, Vitality, SO4. The 4 teams that are not in the playoffs at the moment are Rogue's 4 wins.
Yep. And then look what happened as soon as Rogue played a playoff team and the defending champions in G2, they lost.
They got crushed.
They looked outclassed.
Yeah. It was not.
It's one of the things where I think now we're starting to see where Rogue was kind of doing pretty well and looked pretty good to begin with. Mm-hmm. I think that they're kind of doing like a reverse 100 Thieves, where 100 Thieves started against the top of the table and then they looked better against the bottom. Rogue started against the bottom of the table and now they're facing the top.
Yeah, and I mean G2 styled on them like. Caps was flashing over baseball.
They just outclassed them completely.
Yeah, at every position. They were outclassed at every position.
Yeah, the only position that was even kind of close was bot with Hansama, and that still wasn't even that close.
No, and I hate Tom Kench's support right now. I think they gutted him so hard that teams loved him so much that they still want to pick him. He doesn't.
But what about Tom Kench AD carry? With set support.
Maybe that's the big brain trick. We gotta test that one out.
That's the solution.
Yeah, that Blaine does absolutely nothing. Set wants to only go in and keep fighting, and Tom Kench wants to stop fighting. Yeah, that'll work out real well.
Yeah, and I will say, kind of going off of kind of bridging again off of those two, I think Misfits and Vitality are kind of starting to occupy a similar rung in the power structure as well. I think Vitality came out, they had a good week 1, even beat G2 and surprised a lot of people.
Yeah,
I think they had some good looks even in the Rogue game, but in the end it just felt like Rogue were just that little step better than them.
Yeah, Rogue just always had their number. That was that game you were talking about earlier, where it was like Rogue always was ahead. Just always ahead against
always in control. Even if they weren't winning a certain point in the game, they were in control.
Yeah, they had the map control.
It wasn't a stop, but it was a controlled, concise win.
Mm-hmm.
And then Misfits, I think, are another similar case. They've had that unfortunate loss against Fnatic in a game that they probably should have won. But then they then they proceeded to really just keep losing anyway.
Yeah,
And
then
then
they
this
lost
week
to
was
SK, and that's what I want to talk about. So
like they
so
won
Rogue,
against Schalke. Good job. Okay.
yeah, so Rogue beat Vitality, and I took a game off of Ryan, so I was tied with Ryan in the rankings. I'm like, all right, I was telling, I'm like, all right, I need Misfits to beat SK. That's all I need. This is the draft that I got from Misfits versus SK. Um, Tell me where number one, I hate Akali. I hate Tom Kench and I hate Akali. Two champions that have been nerfed to the ground by Riot that pro teams are kind of still picking, and not as badly, but they're still pick them. And every time I pick them, I'm like, why did you pick that? Like, there's a million options better than that. Okay, so my issue with this is, where do you attack Azir and Ezreal? Do you go with the backline with Akali because Leona's going to stand there and just point and clicker? Do you go through the front line and just try and like burst their tanks down? Well, they're set in Volibear there. You can't do that. What do you do?
You have to try to dive.
Yeah.
And I feel like Misfits did at least have tools to do it. They at least brought out the Wukong to try to one of those things where you CC the whole enemy team.
Yeah, the issue is Azir.
Razorka tried to go in there and insec a carry, and then the Kali could dive back there with them. Nautilus could follow up.
It's exactly what me and him were talking about. We were just like, you have to play perfect.
It's literally the 2018 execution comp.
Yeah.
You have to execute.
You have to execute.
And that's the way you win.
You have to be perfect. You want to know what all that stuff, when they dive on the back line, Azir just ults them away back into his front line with all the point and click.
Set just CCs you all together.
Yep, Leona presses Q. Leona presses Q and stops everything you just did. Yep. All that fancy maneuvering you did, she presses Q.
Not even just that, she could just push R and target herself.
Yeah.
Oh, you went in, good job. And they're all stunned. Mm-hmm. Or you have Volibear who's like, oh, you jumped in, good. You saved me from using my ult.
Yeah, the second I saw the draft, I was like, oh, this is over. This is so over. And then I'm like, I brought up the points you just brought up in the middle of the game. Like, well, if they get Akali and Wukong to jump at the same time, or maybe you get Wukong to jump in with Lee Sin, and Lee Sin kicks them into Akali, and Akali gets the ult off, and then they don't have any damage on SK. And then this team fight happened here, and they lost 4 people around the Rift Herald. And then I'm like, the game's completely over now. You had 0 mistakes you could make in this game if you're on Misfit side to win. You could have one single mistake, and the fact that you gave 4 kills over, it was over. Game's over at that point.
It would have been, it would have been.
And I'm a guy that never surrenders, and I knew the game was over at 8 minutes.
It would have been one of those things where you look at this team comp versus what SK draft for themselves, and you think, wow, if Misfits come away with this win, they must have did really good, or SK must have did really bad, did very poorly. SK just drafted intelligently. They drafted a smart, stable team comp.
Yeah, this team comp is hard to beat. This is a very hard to beat team comp in general.
Yeah, it's easy to execute too. Everyone knows exactly what they could do, and they still have the ability to make plays.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like there's a lot of teams like that who maybe try to get a little too fancy. Maybe they feel a little pinched.
You mean every single team that keeps picking Gangplank? You want to know how many jungle bans there were this game? 0. Not a single jungle ban, and you picked Lee Sin. You had Graves open. You had Gragas. You had Kindred. You had Nidalee.
Trundle was banned.
Oh, Trundle was banned. I missed that Trundle ban. Haha. But you had everyone. I didn't name Trundle yet. I was about to, but I didn't name.
Aatrox was banned.
Yeah, Aatrox jungle. The Aatrox jungle. Yumi was banned. That Yumi jungle.
Yeah.
But for the most part,
that's like the old funnel style. You just put the Yumi jungle on people.
Mm-hmm. It was terrible. It was a terrible try. But anyway,
it was. Yeah.
Let's go. So we talked to Rogue. Is there any? Let's talk a little bit about Mad Lions and then go into predictions. I think Mad Lions looked disgustingly good. This is a week against Fnatic. They were losing till they weren't. but they pulled that back, and I thought they had a really good game. Like we already talked about that game quite a bit. And then they faced Vitality, and they just stomped Vitality like completely. Like this game was a brutal. It was a 29-minute game, but they had a 13K gold lead, and it was like a 8K gold lead at 17 minutes. Like the game was over. Yeah. They styled on them. They completely styled on Vitality. Which Vitality?
It's one of those things where you look at, like, you kind of look at this week with Mad Lions, and you have to ask, it's like, are Mad Lions just the best team in Europe right now?
Ooh, that's a tough call.
They lost the first game
to G2, and they haven't lost.
And it wasn't a good loss, and that's fair.
Mm-hmm.
But then G2 also lost to Vitality.
That is true.
Who then lost to Mad Lions.
I think that you can easily make an argument for second place right now. I think it's still a little hard for me to put them as first place. I know they're in first place technically at 4-1 and G2's at 3-2, but I think unless G2 starts literally ending, it's going to be very hard for me to ever take them off that first place until they actually lose. You know.
I mean, they were already entering draft.
They were entering draft, and they still won. Right?
It was versus Schalke.
That's true. So it's just that just goes to show teams like Schalke
also entered draft.
Teams like Schalke, yeah, that's the game where they forgot to pick Ezreal for the Ezreal Yumi combo. They picked the Yumi first.
Yeah.
Oh man.
They picked fucking Jarvan.
Yeah. But I think
okay, I get it. You could put Yumi on Jarvan, and Jarvan can combo, and Yumi can push ult when you push ult.
But like,
good luck.
You're already stuck in the pit. You're already stuck in the pit anyway, unless you flash.
Also, good luck hitting people with that versus freaking Echo and Ezreal.
Akali and
yeah, people who can actually run.
Yeah,
who can get away from.
The Rek'Sai, so she can tunnel under.
Yeah, she could just and then just like, I'm about to get rooted. I'll just press ult.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was.
Let's press my ult so I don't.
I don't want to talk about SO4 anymore. It's just like
the others. I don't know. But, yeah, it's one of the things where it's hard to judge G2 and Fnatic where they stand right now, because it's like, how much of this is them kind of goofing a little bit and playing lax and trying new things? How much of it is just like teams like Origin and Mad just being good, being good and outclassing them?
Yeah, I would put all four of those on my top four.
Mad and Origin just having these insanely good team fighting strats and actually a solid grasp on draft in this map.
Yeah,
it's the same reason why like SK is good, because if SK didn't freaking lose to Excel, you're talking about like SK being right up there.
Number one, yeah, 4-1.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that because I would personally, if I had to make top six, I have G2, Mad, like Fnatic, Origin, and then I have Rogue as like the gatekeepers of that. Yeah. And then SK right there with them, and then you could argue that SK can even pass Rogue still, like that's fine. And
I'd put SK above Rogue right now.
Nice.
I think SK's just looked way more consistent, and they've actually beaten top teams.
Mm-hmm.
They beat Origin.
Yeah, the only teams that
beat G2 and Fnatic.
The only teams that Rogue has beaten is Excel, SO4, Vitality, and Misfits, and that's it. So that's why I have them as like gatekeepers. But anyway, let's move on to our predictions. I don't know why I exited out of the predictions thing, but I'm gonna pull back up here. Let's go to not the LPL but the LEC. Alrighty. So game number 1. So right now, by the way,
oh boy,
you are ahead of me. I am 13-12. You are 14-11. So we're not that far off, but we had all
the West.
Yeah, we had all this. You're one up on both.
I'm the king of the clowns.
But we have Excel versus SO4.
Oh Jesus Christ! The next game isn't that much better.
We're starting in Vitality versus Misfits. We're starting with the bottom 4 playing against each other. Who you got? Who are you thinking?
Well. First game, going to pick Excel.
Yep, me too.
I think the fact that they actually have a win,
and they haven't looked awful in every game.
They actually had a win. It was a win against a quality opponent. It's not like they just like, we beat
SO4.
We bit. Well, I mean, they haven't played SO4 yet.
Yeah, Misfits. Okay, yeah,
But
you're right. Team
yeah.
Vital.
Well, it's not like, oh well, we played freaking Immortals in a cross region promotional game,
Here
and
we
that was our only win, and somehow it counted to our regional record. It's like we actually played a team who could have been number one if we didn't beat them,
Gotcha.
and
Okay.
they looked good doing it. So
I mean, I also have
I,
Excel just because simply SO4's look
yeah.
god awful so far.
Yeah,
After we prep,
if
can I
there's a
scrub that
time-
footage
if,
off
if,
of the?
like, if there's a time for Schalke to turn it around, this is the game. This is the time. But it's
Yeah.
up to them to actually do it.
Like, I literally want to like go back and take the podcast down, edit it out, cut everything out of the EU podcast of us praising Schalke, thinking, "Oh, this is gonna be like a possible playoff team for EU," and just pretend it never happened.
Yeah, strike it from the record.
Yeah, just strike it from the record completely. That was, oh my god, I feel so embarrassed. That's one of my most embarrassing predictions since for a while.
Hey man, sometimes the freaking the coin lands on tails.
Yep, for sure. Vitality versus Misfits.
Next up, it's a little bit closer. I
A
would
little
say.
closer, a little better. And Vitality plays
Working our way up.
very aggressive. So let's see. Let's go over here because I'm stuck 50-50. I have a prediction, but I might change it. So I want to make my prediction
I mean,
before yours.
I have a prediction, but I have a prediction. I'm going by strafe too, so I'm not changing it.
Yeah, I want to make my
If I can't
prediction.
change my strafe prediction, I'm sticking to it.
No, you could. I've never said you can't because that's your own rule.
Well, I know. I said I can.
Yeah. So Vitality's beaten SO4 and G2. They've lost to Fnatic, Rogue, and Mad Lion. So they have 3 big losses there against tougher teams.
Yep.
But
is Misfits one of those teams?
No. Misfits is lost to Fnatic. They should have won. They lost to Rogue. They beat Origin. They lost to SK. Then they beat SO4. So they both have a win against SO4. Then their other win is against G2 and Origin.
In other words, strike that from the record. So then you have a Misfits team that's beaten Origin,
and a
and
Vitality
should have beaten
team
Fnatic,
that's beaten
and a
G2.
Vitality team that beat G2.
Yes. And then a Vitality team that lost to Fnatic, Rogue, and Mad, and a Misfits team that lost to SK, Rogue, and Fnatic. So they both lost to Rogue and Fnatic.
Essentially, they've won against similar teams and they lost against similar teams.
Yes. So it's a very tough game to predict. And I feel like, oh man, who did miss?
I mean, if Misfits drafts like they do, it's a clear winner. There's a clear winner here.
Yeah,
if
for
Misfits drafts the
Vitality.
way they did this last week.
Yeah, I'm gonna go Misfits. I just don't feel good about it. I don't know. I'm
I
really
don't feel good about any prediction in Europe.
yeah. I'm gonna go
Kidding.
Misfits, but I don't like it. I'm just gonna stick with what I initially was gonna put. What do you have?
Well, I'm sticking with Vitality.
There you go. We got a difference. That's our first difference in 12 predictions so far this podcast.
Nice. It probably won't be the last, but
Okay.
yeah, I'm having Vitality. I think, like I said, it's pretty 50-50 because we don't know who's going to come out for what. I think Vitality has looked a little bit more stable and consistent in draft and in play than Misfits right now. I think Misfits may have higher highs, but they just haven't been as consistent, so I'm going with that.
Okay. So next we got G2 versus SK. So this could be a little spicy game here. If
Really,
SK
the last 3 games are all spicy.
yeah, because you want to know why? Because you got the bottom 4 placing each other. So yeah, we got SK versus G2. G2, who did they face next week or next? Fnatic.
They lost Yeah, that's their next game.
They played Fnatic. Is this a trap
there's
game
some
for
spicy
G2?
games.
Is this a trap game for G2 with SK? I'm gonna pick G2 because I'm safe and a baby, but I feel like I always feel like G2, like they styled on SO4, which is fine, but they gotta watch out for SK here because SK is a much better team and they could take a game if G2 is lazy about it.
Yep. I'm I also have G2, similar reasons. I'll say right now, even if G2 played to their standard in their wins this split so far, I feel like even then SK would have a chance.
Okay.
Because SK have shown that they're a quality team.
Mm-hmm. I agree with
Like
that.
they beat Origin straight up. They've they actually have good wins against good opponents. And they've looked good, and like even in the loss they had against Excel was more unfortunate than anything.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a failure of draft and just not punishing as quickly as they needed to. And that's something that you learn from. And they still didn't look terrible. Crown Shot's been looking really good. So I feel like if G2 plays lax or if they draft disrespectfully, I think SK is a team that can punish them more.
I just
But
want to give
that said, it's like I said. That said, I will still go G2
I want
though.
to give a random shout out. Well, by the way, to LLA, I like the logo. It's a good change. They had a really crappy logo before. I just noticed that they changed the logo. LPL also changed their logo. I don't know what it is,
Hmm.
but I don't know. But it's a new one. I guess I have no idea. Maybe
Yeah.
is there an LPL hidden in there? I guess maybe. I don't know. It just looks like a ship. like a space like a Star Fox ship or something like a
Jeez.
spaceship. But
Yeah.
anyway,
Anyway.
Mad Lions versus Origin. I think that
Here we go.
this we have two. Would you? All right, my question here: would you call this match of the week over Fnatic G2? Because I know for a fact EU's calling Fnatic G2 match of the week. But would you say Mad Origin is the actual match of the week?
I think this is the actual match of the week.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
You have Origin, who beat G2,
Mm-hmm.
and then Mad and Origin both beat Fnatic last week.
Yep.
They're both like Origin. I think the Origin is slightly below them in the standings, but Mad is #1 in the league right now. Tied, but they're #1. So you're talking about like a Mad Lions, like you're talking about their one like bad showing against G2 in the very first game of the split.
Not
And
banning
you could have been
theirs.
saying like, oh, these are two teams who could have said like, oh, but they both beat G2, they both beat Fnatic, and now they're playing each other.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's another one. I feel like this one's actually even harder to call.
Yeah, I think this is
Because
hard.
Yeah, because it's one of the things where it's like, oh, if we see a Mad Lions comp, if they get as behind as they were as versus Fnatic, I think Origin probably closes that game out. But it's like I also think that if we see an Origin play that, we're not gonna see an Origin play a weird, more aggressive early game focus. So will Mad Lions ever fall that far behind to worry about? And then you talk about two of possibly the best team fighting teams in Europe right now
Mm-hmm.
for the mid to late game.
So
So for that, I actually going to go with Mad Lions right now. I think they did show enough grit to actually pull themselves out of a bad situation versus Fnatic, and they still showed like really strong aggression and dominance. I feel like Origin is much more controlled. It's kind of like opposite of the Vitality Misfits prediction, where I feel like Origin is the consistent one and Mad is the one with the higher ceiling. But I feel like Mad has still been consistent enough to still get away with beating Origin in this situation.
okay, I fully agree. I always go back to, does a fast team beat a slow team? And right now the answer is like yes, like 85% of the time. It seems like. So like Origin is still a
Unless it's
slow team.
G2 versus Origin.
Yeah, that
And I
is
feel
true.
like that's the thing is that Origin was like the exception though because they beat G2. They
Yes,
beat these
did.
fast.
They did beat
They
Fnatic
like
and
arguably the
G2.
fastest, most aggressive team.
Yeah, that is a good point. Actually, they beat both of them. So if I'm going, it can't fail you 3 times. You know,
Can't possibly.
you can't fail an 85% chance 3 times. If they do, all of a sudden Origin's looking like the best slowest team in the league or in the world, more
Well,
so
it's not-
than Gen G.
Yeah,
Though
yeah.
I would
I was
argue
gonna say
right
that.
now,
I would say if they beat. Yeah, I would say if they beat Mad Lions, they're probably the best team in Europe right
the
now.
best.
Because that means they
Yeah.
literally beaten Mad
They-
Lions, G2, and Fnatic.
Oh man, that's weird. That is weird to think
And
about.
then they lost to SK. So SK is the best team in
no,
Europe.
no, that's not how that works.
Well, hey, if SK beats G2, there might be an argument.
Possibly.
If these two predictions back to back were wrong, that means SK beat G2 and Origin beat Mad Lions.
Damn.
And SK beat Origin.
No, this is what I like. I actually am having a lot of fun with Europe because it was so easy to predict last split, and there was like a lot of bad teams, and it was really two good teams. Mad Lions came up at the end that would like really good show. Origin kind of faltered. Origin and Rogue were very middle ground with Misfits in there as well, and the rest were bad. This year, EU in general
popped
looks
up, then disappeared.
really good. You know, like EU in general looks pretty good on the top 6 side. And speaking of that, the top 6, Fnatic
Last
versus
one
Rogue.
for day one.
This is two teams that kind of need to prove themselves here. I think this is a good proving, like you said before, proving ground test. Where like Mad versus Origin, I don't think you can say prove themselves to be the best. That's different in the sense of I want to prove themselves to be like good. I don't know how to explain.
I mean, SK and G2 are actually pretty similar in that regard too. You're looking like SK is like, oh man, it's like we lost to XL. We could have proved that we're a top team, but we blew it.
Mm-hmm.
But now we have a chance. Like, hey, we get to play arguably the best European team ever in G2, and we have a chance to beat them. And G2 is saying, wow, we lost to freaking Vitality. We had a sloppy game versus Schalke. Like we're better than this. We're the best team. All these people need to stop talking about these other teams because we're still the champion.
Gotcha.
And then you have Fnatic who are like, wow, we lost a game that we should have won probably against the number one team now, and then we got beat trying the same thing the next day. I feel like this is a team where they go back to and they try something else.
I was about to ask, do they play Soraka again this week?
I wouldn't be surprised if they do, but I also wouldn't be surprised if they mean it in draft and don't actually pick.
Okay, so you're thinking hover, no pick.
Yeah,
I don't think they pick it at all this week. It's against Rogue and G2. You saw it mess up against Mad Lions and Origin.
I think they pull out the serious guns.
Yep.
I think they pull out the serious guns. I feel like they tried something different that they thought might be some nice cheese against Mad and Origin, and it didn't work out as well as they thought. Mm-hmm. So if they go for it again and they lose again, I feel I might have more worries for Fnatic. I think they go back to basics and they take care of it. I do have Fnatic in the game, by the way, but I think like the other side of this is Rogue basically saying, "Hey, we lost. Like they got smacked by G2. We're going to show you that we belong. We're not just going to be gatekeepers. We're going to be here to challenge. We're not just people who beat the teams below us. We're going to try to challenge the top." But I think this is going to be much the same versus in the G2 series, where I just don't think Rogue is going to be up to snuff against Fnatic.
Gotcha.
The only thing I will say is that I would look out for is the mid lane match.
Okay.
Larson versus Nemesis, because Nemesis has kind of been really hot or cold.
I agree with that. I've actually seen Nemesis struggle a lot more than normal this split so far.
And Larson has actually been putting on some pretty good performances.
We got to put an asterisk on it though. It's against Misfits, Vitality. Yeah. This is a proving game for Rogue. Can they do it again? Because they failed against G2. So
yeah, but hey, remember, freaking Melita was like opposite of Caps when they beat G2.
That is true.
And then Misfits has Febiven, who's not a slouch in the mid lane.
That is true. So Febiven with all caps now. Stupid.
No, they just need Febiven, all caps, and a number 1 instead of an I.
Yeah.
It's like at that point he's just forgiven in the mid lane.
Yeah, man. All right.
But I do have Fnatic. I think that Fnatic's just going to outclass them, and they're going to be looking to rebound from an 0-2.
Man, okay. So we are on to day 2 now for the next games. We also, like you said, we got some spice in EU. This is going to be a really eye-opening week for EU. Which teams can handle it and what teams might falter. Like we might see some teams falter out of that top 6 I was talking about that are so good, because there's a lot, like some teams, like think about it right here, just from the top 6 alone. G2 has to face SK and Fnatic. That's tough. Mad Lions has to face Origin and Rogue. Tough. Rogue has to face Mad Lions and Fnatic. Fnatic has to face Rogue and G2. Origin has to face SO4 and Mad Lions. So Origin's the only one of these top 6 teams that gets one day off, like one game off. And SK has to face Team Vitality. So I guess they get a day off too. But like
Somewhat. I
somewhat.
mean,
That
remember,
it's
Vitality did beat you too.
yeah, and it's a lot. It's a lot harder.
You can't take a day off.
Yeah, this one is a much harder matchup than the Origin. Origin can take the day off. They don't even have to show up to the computers.
Yeah.
But for the most, there's going to be a lot of. Hopefully, they don't split all these wins because then I'm going to be confused as shit.
I mean, it is Europe, so they probably
Europe's on pace to do that right now. Honestly, with the way it's been playing,
everyone beats everyone.
But if we have some clear winners, like say Mad and G2, for example, just win both their games this week, it's like, okay, we know who the top dogs are. And if not, though, then we're in for a messy, messy split. But let's talk SK versus Vitality. I think SK should be able to handle Vitality, and I'm still not 100% sold on them. The G2 win could have been more of a fluke than anything, and the other ones against SO4. I'm kind of, like, I think I mentioned to you, was it 2 days ago, that is it better to go into a match against G2 as a worse team? Do you do better against G2 being worse than you are being better? And I think the answer is yes.
I think, yeah, especially if you're talking about best of ones.
Yeah,
no question.
Yeah, for sure. Like, the worse you are, the better chance you have against G2, because the more they're gonna meme and troll you, and then you haven't, because you're still a professional player at the end of the day, but your skill gap is so much that they don't respect you, but you can get them on that. Where if you're a team like Fnatic and stuff like that, like their rivals and stuff, they take that shit seriously.
Yeah, they will not meme you.
Yeah.
I mean, they'll probably meme you like in draft, but as soon as the game came on, they're all business.
So I do have SK beating Vitality because I need to see at least one more win from Vitality against a top tier team to tell myself it wasn't just a fluke against G2 and that they're not only better than SO4. They're more aggressive. They're much better than Vitality last spring.
Yep. I mean, the same thing you could be said for SK. SK is a lot better than they've been for probably about the past year.
Hey, SK was good with self-made. They weren't good, but self-made was good.
I stand by exactly what I just said.
Self-made was amazing on that team. Anyway.
Yeah.
I'm assuming you took SK with that.
Yeah. I also have SK. I feel like Vitality will probably have a puncher's chance. They might give SK a hard time, but I think SK pretty much top to bottom have looked better than their counterparts on Vitality. They've had a strong grasp of how to play the game, and they've been very consistent. It was literally just like, it feels like weird hiccups and misunderstanding certain draft priorities, and that's what kind of got them behind. But I feel like they have enough to take care of Vitality, no issue.
Gotcha. So
especially if they lose to G2, then they're going to be extra motivated to win.
Okay, that's fair. Against Excel and Misfits, this one, I actually have Excel in this game because I have I do have Misfits beating Vitality. I have Excel beating SO4, but it's something in my gut telling me that Excel is going to go on this win streak.
The gut is back.
Yeah,
I don't know if I should pick against the gut now.
I think Excel's going to go on this weird win streak, picking up these wins against the lower teams. And like actually get them some motivation and some experience to
and they got the SK boost.
Yeah.
Patrick and Torre are finally achieving their
potential. I do think Patrick and Torre are good. Like, I mean, that's why I have hope in Excel for games where I have like zero hope with SO4. Patrick and Torre are legit. SO4's got nothing.
It's kind of like what we're talking about in North America. It's the team with
Dignitas and Immortals.
Yeah, it's like the team with upside versus the team without it. And this is like, imagine if like Dignitas pulled off a win against like TSM or something.
Mm-hmm.
Now all of a sudden, like you're talking about, Dignitas might be motivated to actually push forward and win, and they might actually have talent and upside to actually make it happen and get a streak going. So, we'll say though, I think Misfits actually takes this game.
Okay. Why?
So I think that Excel benefited a great deal in their win against SK. So I feel like that was like the only thing. I think even then, SK actually did pretty well to keep themselves in it. They had a lot of fight with them, but it did come down to like eventually the draft just got the better of them. So I think that Misfits has shown that they had some weaknesses in draft, but I think that they'll probably review that and understand that they kind of goofed. They won't make that mistake again. And they'll end up taking this because I think their individual positions will probably just do better than Excel.
Okay.
I feel like it's a really close match. I wouldn't be surprised if Excel wins, but unless like we just get like those another pop off game from Patrick, I think you have people like Femivin and Kabe who can keep this Excel team down. You'll have a player like Resort will probably use this as a game as like a rebound game for him, because he hasn't really looked too hot this split so far.
Yeah, that's kind of why I picked Excels, because Razork has been disappointing me. He's been the reason I've been picking Misfits, because I love him. He's been disappointing me a little too much lately. But I picked him over Vitality because I don't trust Vitality at all at the moment. I think
Interesting.
I don't know. I just don't.
It's like you don't trust Vitality, who lost to Rogue and Mad Lions.
Yeah, I know. It's weird. It's weird.
Versus a Misfits team that lost to SK and only beat Schalke.
Yeah. Plus, I don't have too much faith in Misfits. Like, it's not like I'm picking Excel over them.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I think this game is hard to call.
Yeah, this is
kind of like the Vitality Misfits game.
Yep. You're gonna not only like we were talking about how we're gonna see a lot of stuff. We're gonna see how the bottom shakes out too. Like who are the real bottom and who are like the maybe contenders.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I think. But I think maybe we could probably skip the next one.
Yeah, I was literally already typing Origin for both of us, and
I don't see a world in which Schalke beats Origin.
No, there's no way. There's no way.
Unless Origin completely ends and Schalke pulls out the best game they've played.
Because I mean, Origin capitalizes on mistakes. Schalke makes mistakes every 5 seconds. It feels like.
They make mistakes before the games begin.
Yeah. So like Origin, that should be very easy. I'd bet like $1,000 on Origin if I feel so confident in that one, to be honest.
Yeah,
I can't wait for next week's podcast. Where I'm like, I lost $1,000.
Well, it's like, all right, Schalke. So you finally decided to actually show up.
Yeah, seriously.
Leave it up to that. Hey, man, if it's gonna happen somewhere, it's probably gonna be in Europe.
That is true. All right, let's get to the good games though. Mad versus Rogue and G2 versus Fnatic. To be fair, I think the second one's
Mad versus Rogue a little less so than the second one.
Yeah, I was gonna say second one's a little more, but I think Rogue, obviously, like we said with the game against Fnatic, they need to prove themselves. They need to prove themselves in both games. This is the games that they prove that they're not just gatekeepers to the top. They actually are part of the top. Yeah. They can be let into the gate.
Yep, it's basically like, are you the FlyQuest of Europe, or are you the 100 Thieves of Europe?
Yep, basically. I think that it's going to be, because if they can take down Mad and Fat, or if they can even just take down one, I think that gives them legitimacy to be in that conversation. I feel like
if they acquit themselves well in one game and then they win another game, that's good.
Yeah,
I feel like even if they play, but it's like, at the same time, I feel like even if they play well in both games but lose both, they still don't make it out of gatekeeper status.
Yeah, they need to win one.
What Gatekeeper does.
That is exactly what Gatekeeper is. Yeah, they need to win one. like I do have Mad because I think Mad is fantastic. Like, I loved Mad last split. I'm so glad I've jumped on board with them at the beginning of the last split, because it has just paid off dividends. Carzzy, I heard about him. I'm like, oh, that sounds like a player I would like, and he has popped off.
That's how I felt too. Like, I saw Carzy and I'm like, oh, well, this guy sounds good, but I'm not sure about everyone else around him.
Mm-hmm.
Like Orome and I don't like Kaiser and all Shadow. Like, I'm not familiar with these players, and like I know Humanoid, and that dude's like a coin flip half the time.
Yep.
But Humanoid's been really, really consistent.
He's been really good this split. Yeah, I've noticed that.
And Orome, who's actually like was like a weak link in this team and was kind of like the on duty man for the most part, he stepped up a lot. He stepped up a lot this split, and he actually looked well. Like you're talking about like the Renekton game when he was on Mad Lions, like he was the one going in.
Yep.
And he was putting down the damage and killing people,
which is not
as a
Rome
Renekton.
usually.
Yeah, like he's looked really good. He stepped up a lot. So, I feel like Mad just have way too many weapons. They've been way too consistent, and their team fighting has just been really good. I feel like the only way Rogue wins this is if they draft like something really strong early game and they try to smash lane to the point where Mad doesn't have the strength to actually fight back. And that's like the only way I imagine, but I don't even see like that as like a potential of happening this game.
Gotcha.
I think Mad is just in a similar way to like Fnatic. I feel like they're just firmly ahead of them in terms of talent and strength as a team.
Gotcha. Okay, so for our final game, G2 versus Fnatic, which is going to be match of the week. I know it, Ryan. We both disagree, but it's going to be match of the week. Let's be honest.
Oh yeah. Well, I know it's old kings. Old kings playing against
Who
each other.
who do you have winning? G2's had the upper hand in this lately, but you go first this time. Who you got?
G2.
G2. Yep. I think we kind of gave it away a little bit when we were talking about Vitality. We're like, when I'm like, where they take it serious against Fnatic. Yep.
I feel like, and obviously, I feel like Fnatic is also going to be the same case. You can make that argument. Same thing where it's like, oh, well, we're experimenting against these teams, but at the same time, they were playing against Origin and against Mad. So it's at the time it may not be experimentation.
Their experiments are more serious than G2's.
Yeah, but it's like one of the things where it's like I don't know how much of that was an experiment versus how much of that is I think that they just think that that's cheese, that's strong, that's the meta, and they're going to pick it.
Yeah. Where I think Fnatic has that mentality more than G2's, where it's like, let's just troll, let's just play for fun, like let's pretend this is a solo queue game.
Yeah. let's put Wonder on Sona top.
Yeah, like I feel like that's how G2's Fnatic's mentality is more almost like a TSM mentality a little bit to me. Like it's like, like it's like win, where G2's much more the memers.
Yeah, it's funny because they're kind of similar to like TSM is like the TSM and Fnatic are very similar, and then like G2 and C9 have always been kind of similar. Fnatic and TSM being like the established legacy teams, and G2 and C9 being like the more like new age, like new kids on the block, surprise kids out of nowhere to winning it all sort of team. They even have numbers in their name.
There you go. That's conspiracy theory confirmed.
and I say TSM legacy team. It's because TSM has been a part of the North American scene since even before the LCS was a thing. Whereas C9 joined the LCS in the LCS's second split. So it's not the best one-to-one comparison.
Yeah.
Like EU LCS was around for a long time before Gamers 2 actually won their way through the promotion tournament to become G2.
Yeah, and I mean, for a little more like analysis, like real analysis about G2, I just think they're just kind of flat out, they are the kind of a better version of Fnatic on the aggressiveness style. The Wonder has been struggling a lot this split, I've noticed.
Yeah.
He had that one really good game against Rogue. He styled on Rogue. So I actually think, on the Akali of all things, which I do not like Akali pick.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, that is like kind of like...
Was it Rogue or... No, it might have been, it wasn't Rogue. It was...
Well, no, if it was like... if you were talking about the Akali top, that was versus Schalke.
Yeah, that was Schalke. That's what I meant.
That was Schalke and Odoamne.
Yeah, he styled on Schalke. But it's Schalke. So I need to see.
And also, if you want to talk about like,
I mean, he had a good kill game too. He did have a good kill game too.
Yeah, well, Kale.
Slow meta, and it's a tank meta.
Kale top is a lot more doable than Kale mid.
Yeah, for sure. I agree with that.
I'm just waiting for I'm just waiting for when someone picks TF top lane. I'm just waiting for like the flex to come out and it surprises people.
I don't know if I like TF top as much because he doesn't get the roam spot.
Yeah, but you could roam mid.
You could roam mid. You could do that.
You could collapse with your jungle. And you could abuse melees. And you could be an AP champion.
I mean, yeah. I mean,
An
I can see
an
it.
AP champion in the top lane, and you naturally split push
All right.
because that's what you do.
You've kind of sold me on it.
Yeah.
Maybe I want to
I mean, people were doing it with freaking Rise.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah, that's interesting. I'm actually, I'll go on my Smurf because I can't do that against. But I might try that. I've told you before. I love TF. I just can't make TF work. So maybe if I bring him to the top lane, maybe then I can get
sometimes you might have to pull it out as a pocket pick against some of these freaking these tank abusers.
Yeah, well, they're not abusers. They're people.
And I think, yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where you have people who are like, no, I heard you. I just chose to ignore you. AP Cho'Gath is the way.
No, it's not. Don't make me get a 20-minute thing again.
Not Super Soaker, full AP. I'm talking Leandry's Proto Belt.
That's basically full AP.
I know. That's the best AP.
No.
You gotta build health and AP as Cho'Gath. And then you build Rapidons.
What part of not full AP is this?
Because you get so much, dude, that 100% AP ratio on your Q, you do so much damage.
You do. You're right. And then you die.
So much damage.
And then you die.
No, it's fine.
Do you realize how easy that Q is to dodge? It takes like 3 seconds. It feels like to come out of the ground.
That's why you build Spooky Ghost. You build Spooky Ghost is slow, and then you hit your Q for 1 million damage. Then you Proto Belt into them, and then you hit them with your Vorpal Spikes in a screen, and then you eat them, and they're dead.
It works in the perfect world.
Well, League of Legends is not a perfect world.
Exactly, which is
sometimes you gotta introduce chaos, like TF top lane.
I'm kind of thinking it.
That is such a long lane. That's perfect.
I'm not.
You just throw stuns.
I'm not against that. I kind of like that idea.
Just keep stunning. Just keep stunning them.
I hate it. I didn't hate it but I didn't like it because you couldn't go bot lane at first. I'm like, man, TF's so good at going bot. But now that you've sold it to me.
Yeah, and that's when you build TF top lane as a flex. You only flex it. But you don't just pick TF top lane with the express purpose of playing it, but you wait. You pick it and you sit on it.
Mm-hmm.
And then you pick like Ezreal bot lane. And then that way you don't ever have to go bot lane anyway.
That's a good point. That's actually I like it. That's actually
new strats.
Bring that to some people. I really like that. Like
I've been sitting on TF top lane for like 3 years, and I'm just always sad that no one picks it.
Interesting.
Because I feel like it's right there, and people could totally do it.
I'm gonna experiment. I'll
come back. And it's gank setup too.
I'll come back with results if I can get some people to play with me. Because I don't like trying new things like that without 5-man, because I don't want to get flamed. I don't want to deal with it, especially on a Smurf. Dealing with like silver players flaming me for trying something new when I'm not in a ranked game, I'm in a normal game. I don't even want to deal with you, like you peasants.
Yeah, that's the thing. And that's the thing. You can always pick like TF early, and then if they try to like counter pick TF, it's like surprise. Now we're gonna pick this instead.
I like it for my.
Put TF in top lane.
If I like it enough, I'm gonna talk about with my Clash team. Talk about
sick
rotating that.
Nice.
I'll tell you. Maybe he won't like TF though. We'll find out.
We're gonna shift the meta. Next thing you know, we're gonna be playing Hecarim mid.
all right. Let's move on. That's all for. That's all for EU.
We just talked about G2. G2's taking them serious, and they're gonna win. It's fun.
Yeah, I agree.
Especially if Fnatic plays as sloppy as they have been, they've also been very.
So our only two differences are the two Misfits games, actually. So both those games matter.
Give it up to the Misfits, right?
Yeah.
It's just like last split.
Yeah.
We disagree on Misfits.
Yep, we always disagree. I was right at the end though, but we did disagree quite often on Misfits games.
Yeah.
All right. So let's move on to the LPL. Damn, it is 2:30. We are so late today. I'm so sorry.
I know. We might have to power through some of these ones.
Yeah, let me know if you need to go to bed, by the way, because I will.
Oh no, it's fine. I'm usually up this late anyway.
That is true. I know that. Funny enough. 2.5 hours LPL starts. the first V5 versus VG, we're literally getting the podcast in as it starts, pretty much.
Not
because
even just LPL. I think freaking LCK start. No,
no,
LCK
LCK doesn't
Wednesday.
play
My
till
bad.
Wednesday. You're good.
Yeah, Wednesday. That's right.
Uh,
That's I
L
don't think that's winter.
LPL
Here we.
so far. So LPL, I was schmoovin', man. I was 11-1. The only loss was, and we'll talk about that one, was E-Star against Billy, and then the last day I picked Rogue Warriors and EDG, and they both failed me. And EDG won that first game against IG, and I was like, okay, well, we'll talk about that a little more too, because that was clean until it wasn't. You know. And then IG, I gotta give credit to IG. They came back, and I was not expecting that from them, and it impressed me a bit. But let's talk just the games in general. We both went 11-3, so we ended up tying on the week. Billy beat E-Star 2-1 because
And tell them why.
E-Star literally forgot to bring Smite in game 1. I've never seen that happen.
Ignite Flash Graves.
I've never seen it happen where the jungler forgot to bring Smite. And the sad thing is, I'm going to look into the match history because E-Star could have won that game, which is says something about Billy.
It was ridiculously closer than it should have ever been.
Yep, I agree. Graves was literally at worst 2 levels behind, usually 1 level behind at best for Billy.
Which is nuts. Because if you don't have Smite, you can't buy a jungle item.
Yeah, you can't buy jungle item. You can't get the extra XP from the camps. You can't do anything. You literally can't do anything. And
you might as well duo the top lane.
Yeah, seriously. And the fact that he was only
but
1
then you're
behind.
splitting experience.
Yeah. Team WE took down Vici 2-0. Vici killed you.
Yep. I know. Well, that's what I said. Hey, I've learned my lesson. And I'm done. It's funny. I literally, as soon as Monday was over, I'm like, well, these 2 teams are now dead to me.
LGD took down DMO. What were you gonna say about Vici?
To the surprise of no one.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, what? The franchise is cursed. Yeah.
Yeah. It's because you like them.
Yeah, it is. Top had a little oopsie against OMG.
Well, to be fair, freaking OMG almost had a whoopsie in their own game.
Yeah,
that they won.
They won.
It was almost throw MG again.
Yeah, they won, and then they almost won, but then they couldn't win the series. They are the only win against Top Esports all summer, and it can still literally pan out that way. They are the only win against Top Esports all summer.
Is OMG the CLG?
They pulled something out of nowhere, man. I don't know where, because if you watch, I'll explain that. I don't know where they pulled that out. IG took down Rogue Warriors. If you watch this series, I was like watching this, and I'm like, this is my explanation of Rogue Warriors is flawless. They are the pretty bottom tier IG. Not only this, watch the Sunning versus Rogue Warriors. Game 1 for Rogue Warriors is that 100% explain. They play literally like IG, but they're down 6k gold. So IG plays that way too. But like, imagine if you didn't have the talent. And you did that, and you played that style, we can take a fight. Oh, we're down 4k gold. We can take a fight. Oh, we're down 5k gold. Let's take another fight. Oh, 6k. Let's take another one. I think this one will work. And that's all 3. That's like in 3 minutes. That's not like, oh, let's take a fight. Like, let's set up our own dragon. That's, oh, we respawned. Let's take a fight. Like, they just kept dying every 5 seconds.
We got to fight. We got to get our way back in. You lose 100% of the fights you don't take.
You do. I agree with that style, but it's really bad when you're not good at it. Like, if you're not a good team, it's a very bad style. The LPL style is not for everyone. It's superior, but it's not for everyone. EDG took down Sunning 2-1. V5 took down Billy 2-1. Ooh, I was sweating bullets on that one.
Sunning almost screwed me twice.
Yeah, they did. They really did. JDG lost to RNG in a 2-1. That was a good series. We both predicted that. High five. We both predicted that one. E-Star took down LNG 2-0. I told you LNG that they just had that guardian angel with them for those teams.
Hey man, after the way the freaking Billy series went, I was super excited for the LNG series. how in the world do you beat LNG, but then you screw up against Billy, who I
Well,
would
yeah,
say
because
is
you forget
objectively
Smite.
worse.
You forget Smite. They would have beat Billy if they didn't forget Smite. Like
Yeah.
the Fun
That
Plus
doesn't explain
Phoenix.
the other game they lost.
Yeah, Fun Plus Phoenix. That's true. Fun Plus Phoenix versus Team WE. Uh, Closer than I thought, to be honest. I thought Fun Plus Phoenix was going to stomp them, and that surprised me. But that gave me hope because I like Team WE. Have you turned the corner on Team WE at all?
I'm okay with them.
You're okay with
I
them.
never really. That's the thing. I never really disliked.
You
Team
don't dislike
WWE.
them. You just don't. I consider them a lot higher up than you do, though.
Here's the thing. I hold them in higher regard than Sunning.
You hold every team in higher regard than Sunny.
No, that is not true.
There's like 4 teams. There are like at most there are 4 teams that you hold higher regard than Sunny. Lower regard.
No, I think. It's in China. There's
It's
like
Billy,
3, I think.
DMO,
Billy, DMO, and E-Star.
E-Star. Okay.
Yeah,
And
I'll hold
Immortals
OMG
probably
in high regard because they actually managed to take a game off top.
Yeah. Okay. And then like maybe Immortals, and then maybe Shulka.
Well, I'm talking about.
I'm
talking about Justin. I'm talking about Justin China.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's not jump down that rabbit hole.
Okay. There's not many.
Yeah. And that's the thing. I've explained this too. Like, I don't mind their players. I even think Angel is actually pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just like I just have an unreasonable dislike for this team, and I can't even put into words why.
I mean, it happens.
I just don't. I think it's just like I started following the LPL. I started following, like, trying to keep up with predictions, and this team just exists only to spite me. Like, I watch them, like, oh, this team looks like I actually literally watched something like, oh, this team actually looks pretty good. Oh, and then I was like, oh, I think they'll probably handle this game. No. So, well, maybe they're not as good as I thought. Well, they'll probably lose this game. No, they win. They are the Immortals of Spring in China.
Oh, they're terrible.
As soon as I even think, it's like they win games where they should.
No business.
They win games off of fuckery. They beat teams who they shouldn't, and then they lose to teams they shouldn't. They are borderline impossible to call. The fact that I had a 2-0 record in games that they were in and predicting them is insane. And even then, they almost screwed me.
Yeah, they got real close
in both series. So, anyway, I do not dislike Team WE. I think Team WE is eh.
Okay.
I would say Team WE is eh. I don't think they're bad, but it's like I don't bother to care.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I have them a lot higher regard. I have them in the contention to make worlds, so I have a little bit higher regard than you.
I will say I do. And the 4th team in China, Vici. I don't hold them. I hold Sunny above Vici because Vici's burned me.
Vici's got
it's recency bias. They burned me more than Sunny has.
Gotcha. Then on Saturday, though, moving on, we had OMG versus DMO. Go watch that series to see the worst of the LPL in Game 1. Explain Game 1.
It's one of the worst of all the major regions. Like, it was legitimately bad.
It was one of the worst games I've ever seen. And I only watched the highlights because, like I said, it was Father's Day weekend. So, like, I watched all the games up until, like, Friday. I watched most of them. But, like, Saturday and Sunday, I could only watch highlights. And, like, that was bad. That was really bad. Like, I was sitting there watching this, like, oh my god. Like, this is like literally
repeating the team's name. Oh my god.
I think I told you, like, this could be my solo queue games. Like, legitimately could be the solo queue games that I play. It is that bad.
In a freaking 200 ping.
Would you say Aphelios was at like 150 CS at 20 minutes or something like?
Less. It was at 18 minutes. He had 140 CS. It was.
Like, that's good for me as a plat player. I suck at CSing, so like I'll take that.
You're also not an AD main. You're also not a pro player.
Exactly.
You're also not a Chinese ADC.
Yeah, it was. If you want to watch Bad League, that first game is one of the worst games you can watch. It followed by.
Yeah, I was like, literally, Will was telling me, like, he was watching the highlights, and explaining how bad they were. So I went into it like expecting something terrible, and I was like, well, I have to put myself in a good mindset, or else I'm going to hate myself. So I tried to play devil's advocate the entire game, and some of the only things I could come up with were, well, OMG at least moved kind of okay with team collapses on random skirmishes, and sometimes DMO, the support, whose name I don't bother to learn.
Mitsuki.
Yeah, Mitsuki. Okay, Mitsuki. I couldn't remember if he was the 80 or not.
He's the support that I fully still believe I'm better than.
Yeah, yeah. He's like, oh well, he hit some nice blind hooks on Thresh over the walls. He like I think like two. They were pretty good. I saw like a cool little move where like Syndra like flashed a wall to avoid a Shurima shuffle and then stunned the Azir. I thought that was pretty cool.
Like Ryan's literal thing is like DMO hit some skill shots.
Yeah, basically DMO hit the skill shots. OMG looked like they knew what to do as a team.
They looked like they kind of knew how to play League of Legends as people get paid to play League of Legends.
They had access to the TeamSpeak and they could talk to each other.
Yeah, someone sent the Discord link in the solo queue lobby. Yeah. They all joined.
And literally, the worst part about that game, is that it was fucking long.
It was long. It was so long.
It felt longer.
Those highlights didn't stop.
Then they compared to like freaking game 2 highlights, and they were like short.
Yeah, because I think DMO was down like 18K at 15 minutes. Like they were down something like that. So bad.
It was insane. It was actually terrible.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, by the way, so guess what, Sunning? You and LNG are off the hook for the game for the first series of the season, where I want to kill myself.
Yeah. But if you made it through this...
I felt super terrible.
Yeah, if you made it through that, you got to watch Top Esports versus LNG, which is downright... If you did not watch it, go watch right now. You've already been spoiled who wins. But Ryan, this looks like Ryan just disconnected. But if you did not watch Top versus LGD, go watch it. That is the best series by far. There isn't a series close to it yet this split. Like, obviously, I'm not going to go back and be like, oh, this is the greatest series of all time. But this is the peak LPL in a series between LGD and Top. It was so much back and forth team fight, so much chaos, but both teams were playing like flawless mechanically. Like so well, like back and forth, like constantly doing things. Top did technically start out pretty bad, I guess. Like, so you're gonna watch it and like, what the fuck he's talking about? Because Top gave up like 5 kills at the beginning, but like after that part,
then don't worry, they made up for it in game 2.
Yeah, they still won game 1, down 5-0. But it was just so much close back and forth.
Yeah, yes, it doesn't do justice looking at this series and the scoreline and seeing Top won 2-0, because this is the kind of the thing where it's like you look at this LGD team and you're like, okay. This team is actually kind of legit now. Because
they bought full legit. Going 0-2 bought full legitimacy for me.
Yeah, and it's not even like the OMG that game 1 where they beat Top because freaking Jackie Love was being super aggressive and played probably the worst game he's had this split. Mm-hmm. Worst 2 games because he wasn't too great. The other game they almost lost,
and then he almost got a pentakill. Okay, so
yeah, so it's like you had Top and LGD both playing at their peak, and it was competitive.
It was so good. It was
it's like so the scoreline doesn't tell the story.
Yeah, you have to watch that.
If we could recommend you don't watch one game, definitely
you need to watch DMO OMG to get that. You have to learn that too. That's the trial. Before you get to watch the other one.
Yeah, to everyone who talks about North America being terrible, and that the freaking like teams like Jin Air could be number 1 in North America, please watch this series. and watch it with an objective eye, and recognize that there are teams that are really, really bad.
Yeah. I will say I've never thought about this until just now. LGD going 0-2 made them world's contenders for me.
Yep.
Like,
I will say they also did for me.
Like, they didn't win a single game this series, and I'm like, this team could win Worlds. Like, this team has a shot to win Worlds now.
Yeah, because that's the thing. This is a new team.
Yeah, exactly.
This team is new.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever thought. I didn't think about that until now. Like, they went 0-2, and I'm like, Worlds right there. That team could be champions.
Worlds.
like,
And here's the kicker. They beat Victory 5.
they did beat Victory 5.
And that was also a good series.
It was a good series, which gives me more props to Victory 5. I really like Victory 5 right now. I think they're in Worlds contention, like, to get to Worlds. I won't call them Worlds. Well, they're going to win Worlds, so we all know that. but outside of memeing, I won't call them Worlds, like, contenders yet. But, like, LGD, I'm like, damn, that was impressive what you just pulled on Top, because it wasn't Top playing bad. Top was playing on their A game as well.
Yeah,
and I almost like you could almost feel it like after when they won, everyone seemed way more excited and just like energized. It felt like it was just such a good series. I think people realized it. It was so good. And then we had Sunning versus Rogue. Man. IG versus EDG was actually not bad. EDG had a massive lead in game 1 and could not end the game. I don't know why they couldn't end the game, but they couldn't end the game.
Because they knew I was betting against them.
And then IG finally weirdly enough, it was Rookie and not Ning or the Shy that got caught out at the end of the game. Yep. To be fair, Ning got caught out as well. But Rookie got caught out.
Rookie's back. I was like, Rookie in this entire series had to have had his back broken.
Yeah.
He must have a brace on now.
Yeah, he played so well. He's
trying to desperately carry this team.
And
people have already making the case that he could possibly be the best mid in China, right with the Knight. Just because of how hard
China has too many good players. Did you ever realize that?
Yeah. Korean mids, man.
Yeah. Doinby, also Korean.
Yep.
And then it's just like it's unfair. It's unfair. But yeah, IG's now won 3 series in a row. Are they back?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. Oh, I didn't.
I say I wouldn't say they're back because they still have other teams above them now that they have to contend with. But LGD. They're not like scraping the bottom of the. They're not scraping the bottom of the barrel, barely clutching out wins. They still have a lot to work on. But considering where they were, they are back in contention.
Okay, good.
Also, I just wanted to give a quick little shout out. By the way, that was LGD's first series loss.
Yeah, it was. That's.
So
I mean, that's
3-1.
I mean, that's
they're
why.
3-1.
That's why. I mean, LGD had beat E-Star, which I did not consider that big of an accomplishment. Yeah. They beat Victory 5, which again we're like, is Victory 5 legit? I think so.
The future world champions.
Yes. but you know, at the time, I'm like, okay, does that make LGD legit? Then?
What does it mean?
And then they beat DMO, which doesn't count. So this was their first real test, and they failed technically by going 0-2, but they completely passed.
Yep.
Completely. And now they have another test. I just saw this week they face IG.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be exciting.
You want to talk about teams with momentum?
Yeah.
So.
All right. So
yeah.
I mean, we talked about a lot of teams there. Is there like, because we're not going to talk about all 17 teams because it's the LPL. I mean, there's not too much to say. I love the LPL so much that I absolutely could, but
like you could literally list off a bunch of teams, like probably about a good third of the league at least, and just say, or close to about almost half the league, and just say, this team is a hot mess. Moving on.
It is 7 of the teams I would say I could argue that are hot messes for the most part.
And up until this point, IG was getting close there, but they pulled themselves back.
They're back to second place, there.
And I feel like it's one of those things where now you're getting these teams like EDG and WE, who are actually almost like filling into their own little gatekeeper role.
Mm-hmm. EDG technically, if the season ended already. Excuse me, JDG and EDG would not be in the playoffs.
Yep, and that's why I thought it was kind of like a big deal with JDG. They only had the one series this week, and it was against RNG.
Mm-hmm.
So, and it was a bad loss. But you're talking about this is a team that's supposed to be the defending champions of the league.
Yeah, and their only win this year, Sunning.
Mm-hmm.
And their only win in this week won't prove shit. They're facing DMO and Rogue Warriors. Both have not won a single
Yep.
game. So they won't prove shit if they go
Yeah,
4-0.
and that's like, well, here's the thing. It's like they have to go 4-0.
They have to go 4-0.
They have to.
They have to go
And
4-0.
it has to be really good.
It has to be
Like, they can't be
15k gold
like,
leads at 10 minutes, like OMG
Yeah.
did the TMO.
yeah, we can't see like, yeah, we don't want to see top versus LGD like performances when these are the teams you're going against.
Yeah.
If you want to consider yourself contenders, not just for China but for the world.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, I feel like the clock is striking midnight, and the carriage is turning into a pumpkin on JDG.
Yeah.
Because their teams are not just catching up to them; they've caught up.
Yeah.
Top is a monster.
Top is...
RNG just beat them, and then you have a bunch of teams in waiting who are building their way up.
LGD.
Teams like LGD,
Victory 5.
teams like Victory 5, Invictus,
Team WE.
who are not pulled themselves
even.
out of the Direct 2. They're like, guess what? We're back now.
Oh, and you also have Fun Plus Phoenix to deal with. China sucks.
Yeah.
It sucks in a good way. But it sucks for the other teams. Like, oh, I have to deal with 7th place Fun Plus Phoenix. Oh, they're also world champions. Like, right now.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
And that's why it's awesome to see a team like RNG, who's coming off losing their star legacy player, arguably the greatest person to ever play ADC, one of the best players of all time.
Mm-hmm.
And now they're right up there in contention with the best in China, playing arguably the best league that we've seen from RNG.
Betty,
actually being consistent.
You know I love my Flash Wolves, man. Betty has made me so proud.
He stepped up, man. He's got the spirit of Uzi flowing through him.
He's crushing it right now.
He is beast moding kids.
Mm-hmm.
This is gonna be awesome. If he keeps this up, this is gonna be an amazing playoffs.
Yeah, that's what I think I told you. I'm gonna like cry. Like LPL can only take 4 teams. Like there's
it's
like
funny because they
6 or 7.
expanded the number.
I know they expanded. I was so excited.
For China finally, and then just when that happens, the entire like top half of China decides they want to all.
There are 7 teams that can absolutely be in Worlds for China.
Yeah. It's one of the things where you're talking about like you're talking about of all the teams that can be in playoff contention right now, or even the teams that aren't in playoff contention.
Sunning's in playoffs right now.
Yeah. You're about like Sunning, who's in playoffs, whatever.
I don't count them as one of the world's contenders.
But you're talking about like world's contenders, and you're talking about some of the weakest world's contenders are your LPL champions and your world champions.
Yeah.
People like IG and Fun Plus, the world champions for the past 2 years.
In JDG.
And the team that just won the split.
And they're on the bottom of the world's contenders.
Yeah, those are arguably your weakest world's contenders.
And
possibly, and their time left in this split, they could fall behind teams that aren't even world's contenders.
There are teams that can. Those teams can miss. Those teams can miss playoffs. Aren't you a little like jealous as an NA fan? Like, because I really am.
I'm not jealous because I could watch them.
That's true. But like, as an NA,
what do I have to be jealous of?
For wanting NA to be that level, like, how far are we from this?
We're not very far. I mean, Cloud9's pretty good.
Okay, take Cloud9 out. How far are we from this?
Pretty far.
Very far. Right?
I would say no. I mean, I would say probably the next closest teams like FlyQuest and EG. Probably. I mean, they probably finished top 10 in China. Barely.
I don't know if it's top 10, man. It might be 12.
They might. They might.
They're definitely better than like DMO and like Rogue and all those teams on the bottom. Those teams are really bad.
Dude. I think they might at least get away with some shit versus like teams like Sunning. And maybe
you can't count anything against Sunning. Sunning doesn't exist as an organization that you can compare other teams to. It doesn't work.
Exactly. That's why I can say that it can happen.
Yeah. I would say like around E-Stars level. Do you think that is a little too like?
Well, no, you can't say that to me because I hate them.
You hate E-Star, I know. But
yeah, they've destroyed me. I no longer consider them worthy because they lost because they gave Billy.
But like that E-Star Sunning level in general is about where our second and third best teams are, and those are teams that I'm like, They might not make playoffs.
Yeah, it's like I would say roughly. I
Yeah,
would say
roughly.
the way
It's kind of hard to compare,
yeah,
obviously. But
I mean, here's the thing. You're also saying like teams like Fun Plus Phoenix, not Fun Plus, sorry, JDG, are going to make playoffs.
that is true.
And
If JDG keeps
that's your
flying.
defending champion of the split.
Mm-hmm.
And so you're saying like, oh well, EG and FlyQuest won't make playoffs in China, but neither will their defending champions.
It's just the region as a whole has so many teams that are good. It's the issue. That was the point I was trying to make. Is we have C9 who's really really good, like really 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 good, and then nothing. Like we have potential right now, but Spring Split we had nothing. But we have some potential. Where they're sitting here, like we said, their champion is possibly not going to make playoffs. Their world champion can possibly not make playoffs. Their other world champion can possibly not be at Worlds. All three of those teams could easily miss Worlds right now. And just filled in by other teams that are so good. That's why I'm a little jealous as an NA fan. Like I want that. I want that kind of high level competitiveness.
Yeah. I mean, we're at least kind of getting it within North America.
Yeah.
At least some of the teams are competitive with each other.
Yeah,
They're
not at that high level though. We get the competition. You forgot the high part of it.
Oh my god! Imagine if Cloud9 got to scrim Chinese teams regularly.
Oh god, it'd be so much fun. I think they would improve so much.
Dude, I feel like they did because apparently, like we're talking about, like even preseason and spring, Cloud9, like Vulcan and Sven went over just to work on their partnership, their duo synergy, and they were smurfing on freaking Deft and Carrier.
Yeah,
that's huge.
Yeah,
and that's when both of those duos were starting, and Sven and Vulcan were doing well against them. That's actually kind of massive.
Yeah,
they've only gotten better, and then they synergized with the rest of their team, and now you're talking about that being a Dragon X team that's probably the best team in China. And arguably
Korea.
Best team in Korea that could actually challenge China.
Yep.
What I mean.
Yep.
That's nuts.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
That's actually good. It's big if true.
I know people will like flame C9 because they're in NA, so they have no. I fully believe C9's a world champion contender. I really do. But Victory 5 is, not there. But,
I mean, but again, that's the same. It's always cautious optimism.
Yes, I fully understand that as an NA fan. But C9, I think, is the best.
It was like that in spring. The entire time that Cloud9 were going on a freaking win streak, beating teams like Team Liquid and everyone, and going undefeated for freaking 10 weeks. Or not 10 weeks. There's only 10 games.
Yeah.
Going undefeated for that long, and even literally when they're still undefeated, I'm just like, well, I'm still cautiously optimistic because I'm not sure.
Yeah, I bought in a lot quicker than you did.
Yeah, remember I had freaking Team Liquid in the top, the top 4 or whatever for ever.
Yeah, so
and then eventually they kept losing, so I'm like, no, bottom.
Mm-hmm. But
and then they got a tactical 1, then I bumped them up, then they lost the CLG and jumped them back down.
That's NA though. Let's go back to LPL.
Yeah. Anyway,
so I think we talked about most of the team. Rogue Warriors still struggling. Just brief analysis here. Billy, very bad team in general, bad organization. Bad.
Get him out of here. Bad. E-Star, you lost to Billy. Get out of here.
DMO might be 47th. By the way, might be worse than Immortals.
That's insane.
That's insane, by the way.
This is why we think that our number 2 could possibly make playoffs in China. Because the alternative is, well, they're not as bad as them.
Yeah.
We know that they could stop Immortals, and we think that Immortals is probably not as bad as DMO.
That's sad, too. That's how bad DMO is. As a DMO fan and an Immortals fan, man, my teams are in the gutter right now.
Hey. Team Liquid's doing all right.
Team Liquid's doing all right. I haven't.
And Top's doing okay.
I love Top. I might love Top more than Liquid. Just you got Flash Wolves, you got Jackie Love, you got Knight. Oh my God! Don't make me go on a list here.
No, then it literally gives you the black hole of pressure with 369, who's now going full carry mode.
So good.
It's amazing.
So good.
The perfect storm. You could also play tanks. It's like your dream, Top. It's like your dream self.
It's Top is my dream team. If I had a fantasy team that I was the only one drafting, it would be Top Esports.
It'd be Jackie Love, Knight,
yeah.
Carson. and of course, and then everyone. It's always funny because everyone always forgets Yuanja. The guy's actually really good.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
probably arguably the best support in China.
Mm-hmm. EDG.
Besides.
Yeah, yeah. PP God, of course. God.
Yeah, the
But
greatest.
EDG, I thought they struggled against IG. Their win against Sunning, they also kind of struggled. So they're still middle ground for me. I still think they have potential to be a world's team, but they need to show more.
Yeah.
It was between
Gotta
EDG
show
and
more
IG.
until-
One of them was going to need to show more. One wasn't. like EDG.
Guess who showed?
Yeah, IG won.
And that's the sad thing is that IG ended up winning. EG did show something, but again, it just like we said about like teams like Rogue and 100 Thieves, they showed that when it push comes to shove, they just aren't there.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's the biggest issue. Yeah, E-Star, I think poor performance, unacceptable
Yeah.
to not bring Smite.
Yeah.
I've never seen that in my
here-
life.
Yeah, here's something we could do maybe to expedite because we had to deal with 17 teams.
Mm-hmm.
Who would you say just out of this week? Who are your two biggest surprises?
I forgot I was supposed to do that.
Yeah, I would say two biggest pleasant surprises and two biggest failures or disappointments.
My biggest. Okay, so let me look at the games again, real quick. I know one of my pleasant surprises out the gate.
Yeah. Because I'll say right now, I know both of my pleasant surprises.
Okay, my pleasant surprises are IG and LGD.
Mm-hmm.
What are yours?
My pleasant surprises are LGD. I'm going to say probably for the same reasons.
Yep.
Took care of business pretty well
Against the DMO.
first game. Yep, and then
got
acquitted
O2'd.
themselves well. Yeah, but acquitted
Yes.
themselves well
Yes.
against who consider to be the best team in the world.
Spoiler for our
Given their-
for our top 10, but
best-
yeah.
Yeah, but I said arguably. I didn't say it was definitively
It's definitively.
or even ours.
It's
but-
definitively.
Yeah.
Anyone who
So-
doesn't say it's definitively, it's wrong.
Yeah. But essentially, LGD took a top esports team that was playing at their best and actually hung with them,
Mhm.
which is huge, which is good for them. My pleasant surprise, I'm guessing that you haven't picked this because they actually pulled together. They found a way to win despite themselves.
Yes.
They did what they needed to do to basically pull themselves back up. But my pleasant surprise is Sunning because they finally played to expectations. They almost screwed me, but they did. They are who I thought they were.
They are.
And they didn't.
And that gets them your pleasant surprise because you.
Yes.
So who are your two most disappointing teams?
Well, first of all, my first disappointing team is E-Star, without question.
For forgetting Smite, they are on my list as well. They
Yeah.
are one of mine. I mean, forgetting it's
They-
so inexcusable. You only play jungle as a pro. What others? Why? When do you have
Oh.
Ignite?
Yeah. Oh my God. I'd
Like,
rather
when?
not talk about that game
When
anymore.
do you? Anyway,
That's the sad thing.
move on.
Yeah,
Don't
the
want to
sad
talk
thing-
about.
That's. Yeah, I will say there's an honorable mention to both the biggest disappointments and biggest surprise, and that goes to OMG for both. Because they took a game off of top esports, but then they also had a terrible game against DMO.
They won that one too.
Yeah, but still, literally terrible. I'm just super disappointed. I'd expect much better from a team that beat top and then had this game.
Okay, so I'm stuck. Help me pick.
I'll say
you go.
I was just gonna say the other biggest disappointment for me was VG.
VG. Okay, that was one of the two that I'm stuck on.
That is they only had the one game, but this is literally the one game where I'm like, okay, you have your chance now. You didn't do it against RNG. Show us what you got. And they showed us they don't have anything.
Yeah, their only win is against Billy, who almost lost to a smiteless jungler. like that's how bad Billy is.
So, like I said, Vici, you're out.
Yes.
Like literally, that entire first day of games, except for WE, who again I've said I'm indifferent to, that entire the other three teams can just go straight in the bin because that's
So
and DMO is the only if you replace World Elite with Dominius, then it's like all four of them get out of here. I would skip that day of games
so
because I know I'm not missing
I
anything.
was gonna pick Vici, but just to be different, I will pick Rogue Warriors, who are my other one. The puzzle pieces, man. They went
They're
0
always
4.
your disappointment, though.
They
You're
went
always
0 and
disappointed in them.
4. They.
I mean, you might as well just pick Rogue and freaking Dominus every week for your disappointment.
Well,
Because
no,
because they'll always.
Dominions can't disappoint me because
Yes,
I
they
don't
can.
expect them to win
They'll
a
find
game.
new ways.
I don't.
They're gonna take.
To be fair,
They're gonna take Twyla and Zhao. They're gonna take Twyla and Zhao Ping out. Then they'll disappoint you.
yeah, because then it'll be the game. The entire team will be different. But also, they kind of did disappoint me in game one of the OMG series because it was so bad I couldn't believe it. I had literally zero expectations for them, and they made it worse. I'm like, that is impressive.
I mean, you could also put Sunning as your biggest disappointment because they somehow didn't give you a win.
No,
Sunning
Sunning is on their own. I don't even acknowledge that Sunning exists anymore.
Those smug lions.
But I think I could have even said JDG. Yeah, but I think for the most part that sums it up.
There's not much you could really. They had one game they lost to RNG,
and it was a good game. It wasn't like they got blown out by any means. They were.
I mean, they lost to who the better team was. The only thing that's disappointing about that is that you're the defending champions.
Yep.
And now you've been beaten by Top, and you got beaten by RNG.
And your only win is against Sunning.
And you went out in semifinals of the midseason cup versus your other competition.
Yep. So with that though, I guess we can go straight to because it's also 3 a.m.
Yes.
LPL or launch LPL. All right, let's get with our predictions. Current filter unavailable. No, for some reason it took LPL off the filter. Like LPL's been canceled, guys. Oh no.
Oh man, the first 3 games are pretty easy to call. Then it gets hard, and then it gets then it gets easy again.
Okay, so DMO, I'm liking the white outline on the logo. I think that's new. Like the props to the organization. They're making
it stand out probably to make it stand out when they have black backgrounds.
That's you're probably more right. Never mind. I'm taking my claps back here.
It's like when they put white outlines around the E-Star logo. It's like, of course, because then you wouldn't. Because otherwise, if it's dark, you could barely see it.
That's such a cool logo. I like the E-Star logo a lot.
That's true.
The E and the S in there.
The Victory 5 logo. I thought it looked pretty cool.
Yeah, I love the Victory 5 logo. Speaking of Victory 5, game 1 against Vici. You got him, right? You can't pick Vici on this.
Of course.
Yeah, Vici. I'm gonna.
If Vici takes this time as the time that they finally show up, I'm gonna be very upset.
Ryan, I'm gonna say, not to voodoo curse this at all. My gut's feeling Vici, but I picked against it.
We'll see.
We'll see.
I mean, I mean, that makes 2 gut predictions. We'll see how the prediction win rate of the gut goes.
It was perfect in NA. It struggled a little bit in China, but it was perfect in NA.
I mean, we'll find out in about 3 hours.
Yeah, it literally starts. No, not in an hour and 45 minutes. This game starts.
It'll be. Give it about 3 hours.
Okay, you're more right. You're more right. This is interesting. Interesting first game. It will. I mean, Vici needs it badly.
They need it.
But
this is V5's chance to say, no,
I'm legitimate.
Here.
Like, I'm not gonna drop these.
Low tier trash.
RNG versus E-Star. I'm on the RNG hype train for sure. I think I love Betty. Again, you put a former Flash Wolf on your team, and I'm there. They're rooting for you.
Oh, man, what if Maple was on E-Star though?
Maple LNG. Yeah. I would still pick RNG.
Just put Maple and Sword Art on E-Star.
I mean, Sword Art, man. Give Sword Art a team that's not Sunning. Jesus Christ. I love that whole.
Hey man, we'll talk about freaking.
Isn't it interesting that entire lineup, by the way, is in the LPL now, all on a different team, but they all have kept the relevance.
I I'll say right now that is not even remotely surprising to me.
Well, I'm just saying they've all kept. Maple's been the worst, but they've all kept relevance throughout the years. Like to still stay as the only one that's not here is Hanabi, but he's killing it on Talon Esports that won the PCS, which I said they would when they got Hanabi because former Flash Wolf.
Not biased at all.
Not biased,
but definitely not biased, but correct.
Those 5 players, man. It's not like because like, I mean, even Shousey technically is an E-star, so you're another one. That organization was top tier for a shitty region. That organization performed quite a bit.
Let's not talk about Shousey.
Sorry.
On the Flash Wolves.
Sorry.
That was not a good time.
Shousey was actually really bad. The Flash Wolves team was not great.
Exactly.
But I'm assuming JDG.
Not the most ringy endorsement.
No, but let's talk JDG versus DMO. We've already said they have to 2-0. I want to almost put my prediction 2-0. Like, it needs to be a 2-0 for JDG, or I lose. If you lose one game, we lose.
$1,000. $1,000 bet.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Next up, an actual game.
All right, here we go. The good stuff. We're talking about OMG versus LNG, right?
I mean, that game is probably also going to be very hard to call.
It's going to be hard to call. You almost said good. You almost said good, and you pulled it back, which was the correct answer.
I think I'm going to say is good God, these teams suck.
LGD versus IG is going to be a fantastic series, I think. LGD
coming 2-0.
And IG's coming in hot. They're on a 3-game win streak. I just think LGD is better after losing. It's the weirdest thing in the world. I think LGD is legit. Like,
hey.
They sold me on a loss like no team has ever sold me before.
It's like you look at that EDG game versus Invictus and you think, huh, if LGD is this far ahead, they probably just win.
Yeah, they win for sure.
I don't think Invictus holds. If the Shy ends, the game's over.
Yeah, I fully agree. I'm very impressed with the LGD super team. I'm assuming you have LGD as well?
Yes.
Nice.
I do. I would not be surprised if IG pull one out. But
I mean, it's IG. They pull
I don't think it's going to happen.
IG is that top tier psychopath team. They are just so good at being weird and like losing games and winning games on that list. I would love to make a chart actually of like classifying my psychopath teams of like IG, Rogue Warriors way down here, but like the teams like that. Mad Lions are on there. Damwon, like those type of teams are crazy, but pretty good. That's kind of how you win.
Fight all the time. Fight forever. Come out of the base, fight.
OMG versus LNG. Ryan, I want your pick.
Well, because I think the Guardian Angel flew away, I've got to pick OMG.
You do, and you don't feel good about it at all.
I mean, OMG at least beat Top in the one game. That's got to say something.
Yeah, like this is the funniest thing.
They have good team. They have good team movement.
On the same day, OMG lost respect for me for going 2-0, and LGD gained respect for going 0-2 on the same day.
I mean, that's why they say that's why results-based analysis is BS.
Yeah, it absolutely is.
You have to watch.
You have to watch the games. Like that will make no sense if you just listen to the stats. Go watch those games, like we said, and you will be like, okay, that makes sense. That 0-2 by LGD was 30,000 times better than OMG's 2-0.
Anyway, moving on to a not so close game.
Yeah, Top versus Billy. I swear, I don't even want to think about the world where Top loses.
I don't want to think about the world where Top drops a game.
Yeah, honestly, I agree.
I don't want to think about the world where the Top doesn't just perfect game them. I do want to think about a world where Carson doesn't take Smite and they still win.
They could. Top would easily win against Billy without Smite. They should do it.
Here we go.
Ryan, I didn't see this. I made my predictions. I didn't realize these were on the same day. Hell yeah.
I saw them.
Hell yeah.
I saw them.
Victory 5 versus RNG. Victory. This is their game. This is Victory Five's game to prove that they belong in the world's contention.
But do you think they prove it?
I don't. I'm going against them. I'm going with Betty on RNG.
My God. Oh man.
I love RNG so much right now. I think they're playing out of their damn minds. Especially Betty.
Man.
I think Betty's in the run for MVP of the split at the moment.
Man, I feel like the only thing that's out of their mind right now is you betting against the other person who's gonna be facing Betty in that bot lane.
So are you picking Victory 5?
You damn right I am.
Hell yeah! That's what I want to see.
Going with the spice, baby.
That is spicy.
Victory 5.
Dude.
This is entirely a pick with my heart, by the way.
That's a heart pick, but I
without
love it.
question,
I love it. And
I don't expect it even remotely to pay off, but I want it to.
If they pay, if it does pay off, we're talking legitimately Victory 5 for Worlds. Like
Victory 5 is going in my top 5 without question if they beat RNG.
Like in the world?
Yes.
I had to ask between LPL and World.
Well, qualifier. If they beat Vici and RNG.
Yeah,
if they lose to Vici, but then also beat RNG, I would be very upset.
You can't be in the top 5 of the world if you lose to Vici.
I know. But that's the thing though. This will actually kind of establish a nice hierarchy because you'll have like Victory 5 beats RNG. Victory 5 lost to LGD. LGD lost to the top. There you go.
There's your hierarchy. Right
There's your top 4. There's your top 4.
Interesting. I'm curious. Like with you saying that, I'm like curious about your top 10. we'll get to that. We'll get to that like in an hour. When we go through, we have to go through here. We have to go LCK. We have to do Wildcards still. We have so much. Blame Clash and then Discord. But we know your Discord issue now. So if we can't get it fixed, we just go straight to the phone.
This hopefully should not be an issue because I won't even bother with it.
Yeah. IG versus Plus Phoenix. Hell, like this is the kind of stuff that I wish we got in NA every week. You know, you just pop a random match like this, and like, oh shit.
Yeah. That is the sad thing, though, is that you only get it once.
That is sad. I don't like that
until playoffs.
Mm-hmm. If these teams can miss playoffs,
that's true,
and it'd be totally fine, not an upset.
Yep. So,
I personally have Fun Plus Phoenix. IG scares me still. They did prove themselves, but like this is a hell of a week. If IG comes out of this one with 2 wins this week, they are back to like
without question,
like top 4,
especially
3 in the world.
Especially because who they're playing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
LGD
and Plus. Yeah, absolutely. That's what I mean. Like they are literally gonna go like to my top 3 all of a sudden in the world again. They're like, oh, IG's back, baby. Like I love IG. I love IG a lot. Team WWE versus Rogue.
I will say. By the way, I also have Fun Plus Phoenix.
Yes. I put you down for that.
But I will also say, if they have Khan versus the Shy, this is gonna be a hell of a game.
That's like gonna be a fun, spicy game in top.
Rookie versus Doing.
I mean, it's so good. It's so good. The LPL is amazing. I can't stress it enough to every person I say that. Any person I find out that watches League, I'm like, do you watch LPL? Like, you are missing so much entertainment by not watching the LPL.
Except for this next game.
Team WWE versus Rogue Warriors? Usually I pick the aggressive team.
I would say I could not care less, but that would be very untrue. There are definitely games this week I care less about.
Is it the one right under that? Two under?
I mean, I probably care enough to make sure my prediction is right. That's about it.
Yeah, I have Team WE. I do think the aggressive teams usually beat teams like WE, but in the same sense of Fun Plus Phoenix. But Fun Plus Phoenix and Team WE aren't Gen G and EDG, or OG and EDG, not EDG. I'm looking at them right there. But they're not OG/Gen G slow. They're slow compared to not being psychopaths. Like
they're relatively slow.
they're faster than like any other team in the world. like we saw at Worlds, FunPlus Phoenix is faster than G2, and you'd say G2 is like the fastest team in Europe. But they look slow when they're playing teams like IG and Rogue Warriors and stuff like that are just attacking on respawn. Like they respawn and they shoot out a skill shot just in case someone's in the fountain, just to make sure. So I do have team.
I'd have WE for this.
Yeah, I do have team WE as well, but
they're a team.
They're
who are puzzle pieces.
You're never gonna let me live that down. I thought it was a great example, but you just tease me with that all the time.
Yep.
EDG versus top. I gotta go top. EDG. This is another proving ground, though. EDG.
Yep.
They gotta try and bounce back. This is a tough game to do it.
I love how we have like a lot of proving ground matches.
So many.
We kind of just go. Do we just go against the proving ground anyway? But it's like I said, man. We talked about like this.
Did we pick one of them
with the top 10 in the world? I told you like, oh, here's everyone talked about JDG versus top. Oh, that's gonna be a match of the week for sure. But I was like, and I told everyone then I was like, no, the gap between freaking top and the rest of the league is insane.
No, it's not top in the rest of the league. It's top in the rest of the world.
Yeah, well, I mean, most of the best teams in the world are also in China. So
okay, yeah, you win. You win.
Translates.
You win.
So if I'm picking top to smash JDG, the defending champions, I will definitely pick top to beat JDG. It's gonna require Jackie Love inting his mind out again in order for EDG to take a game.
And Jackie Love doesn't ent often. He gets a little IG back in his heart, you know. But he's missing home a little bit.
Paying some homage to the shy.
Yeah. But it's not too often. Mike, I have a fun question for you that I just thought of. What is a bigger gap? Top versus
top in China or C9 versus C9 in NA?
Top versus world versus C9 versus NA.
Top versus the world and C9 versus NA. I think right now C9 NA is.
I agree. Yeah, because we saw LGD. No team in NA is going to do what LGD did the top. That made them work that hard for those wins.
Here's the thing. LGD could do it. And the thing is, there are probably some teams, even like DRX, who might be able to do it too.
Mm-hmm. And RNG, possibly. Yep. Like there's so many. There are teams. There are teams that could make them work. I don't think they can win, but they can make them work.
But it's like name a team in North America. Like you had like Golden Guardians do it, because C9 basically drafted in a way that they had to.
Yeah,
they had to. Like if C9 probably drafted all aggression, they probably would have just killed them.
I don't see any team in North America in a even draft, like back to back, just gunning each other down for 40 minutes. There's no way. There was no way that would happen. C9 would stomp them. So yeah, that's a good. Yeah. You were correct.
It is a good comparison, though. I just think that when you're opening yourself up to the rest of the world,
it's a little bit higher expectations.
And that world includes the top 5 in China. That makes it a little difficult.
Mm-hmm. All right, we got the fun game of Sunning versus Dominion Gaming. That game will be a blast to watch, Ryan. I'm sure you're really looking forward to that one.
Oh, I know. I mean, between that and the next game, I know what day I'm skipping. I'm gonna be messaging you. I'm gonna be messaging you about these highlights or these games. Like I'm gonna be like, hey Ryan, do you want to check out the Sunning versus DMO highlights? I'm sure you're about to watch some amazing League of Legends. And you're gonna just be like, no. Oh yeah, it's gonna be amazing. Oh, Jesus Christ! I just saw the Sunday games.
All right, so FunPlus Phoenix versus E-Star. I think.
Why are those the games that end the week?
Oh man, that's lame. FunPlus Phoenix. I'm assuming down the line. Are we the same all the way down?
Yeah, Sunning, Fun
No,
Plus.
OMG and LNG
Yeah.
is what we're in RNG V5. Okay, so we do have like did we actually tie on LP because LPL is 14 games. It's very hard to tie and with this many good teams as well. It's very hard.
You remember we tied this past week.
We tied, but we had a lot. We
We
had four
yeah,
different picks, is what I meant.
we had four
I
different predictions,
and we tied.
and
Yeah.
one of them just didn't go well.
VG Gaming versus LNG. Who do you got? Because we both have Fun Plus, I'm assuming. I put you as Fun Plus.
Yeah, I do. Oh my god, if E-Star wins, Fun Plus, you're getting out of here.
And E-Star beat Fun Plus last in spring.
Yeah, I know.
Much better E-Star team, though.
Yep. Then we have LNG and VG. I mean, I don't know why I'm sitting there debating it. I already picked it, but
You could change, but I know you don't. You have Vici?
I have VG.
I also have Vici. I think they finally...
I would not be surprised if LNG wins this game.
I just can't trust... I'm telling you...
I don't trust Vici.
LNG has someone...
It's like Vici. They beat arguably one of the worst teams in the league.
Mm-hmm.
Really.
And LNG, on the contrary, has possibly the best 2 wins of any teams in any region, and I consider them trash. Beating FunPlus and RNG in the same week, 2-0.
Yep.
Both. They 2-0'd FunPlus, Phoenix, and RNG, 2 teams.
Ain't that just the kicker, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, but here's the thing, though. LNG isn't playing a top team.
That's true. And their Guardian Angel disappeared. I will hold that to my grave, that LNG, the luckiest 2 series of any team.
Yep. They went full Buster Douglas on freaking Mike Tyson, just out of nowhere.
They had every miracle worked for them at the exact moment they needed it to in both series. Yep. And they just were able, because they're pro players, they were able to handle like having an 8K gold lead. That's pretty much how it went, because they shouldn't have got it, but they got it. Rogue Warriors versus JDG. It's got to be JDG, right?
I mean, it better be for their sake.
You're right.
Oh my god! I just realized something. These are the 2 teams that I hated from last year. It was like Rogue Warriors were like the stars in spring of last year, where they were like, oh, they're big new kids on the block and they're gonna get something done, and then JDG was like the next team in the next year.
So you hate both.
They ruined and then they came in and they ruined Billy's chances at Worlds when they were actually a team I respected.
Yep.
They're a team that was worth it.
Oh man.
But they ruined it. They let friggin' IG go to Worlds.
I just had
They're inting like monsters.
Ryan.
They're like chimpanzees.
I just had like the biggest heart attack. It's all good, but I was like, did I check my microphone?
Oh, you're talking about for the cast?
Yeah.
I pulled up if it sounded like, I know when we were talking about 100 Thieves and everything at the very beginning, if it sounded like I was like slurring a bunch of my words and stumbling over them a little bit, it's because I pulled up the stream
and you were listening,
and I was checking it to make sure that the audio was going through. Good. So I was listening to myself while I was talking, and then I was hearing what I just said. I was hearing what I just said.
Yeah, it throws me off completely. I actually did that recently with my friend streaming RuneScape, and I was like listening to it, and I'm like talking. I'm like,
yeah. So I'm like, okay, if I can hear myself talk on your stream, I think we're good.
Yeah. If you could hear me in the I just realized I didn't check the microphone, and I was like, oh my god, it's 3 hours, almost 4 hours.
And by the way, I think I sounded pretty good.
When
I was listening to it.
Yeah.
So,
it's like I said, the mic it's not Blue Yeti, but it's not staticky, and that's all I care about.
Thank you. I'm glad, because this is actually the headset that I have is actually the Cloud9 version of the headset.
Yeah, like you said you had HyperX, and I'm like, my brother has HyperX. Yep. He doesn't have the Cloud9 version, but like he has the other one. Yeah. And I'm like, okay, it should be fine. Like this should be it was the laptop. That's spoiler if you're this far in, it was the laptop that was killing Ryan's voice the last time.
Which makes no sense, but whatever. Freaking desktop version of Discord was destroying the computer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 99% CPU use. Not good.
Yep, just for running Discord.
Yep, only Discord on the thing, and that's why he kept cutting in and out constantly, because the computer kept freezing. Basically, what that meant is that was not able to work. All right, but I think that should be all for LPL. I think so.
Yeah.
Let's move on
Now
to
we
the.
get, now we just have LCK. Thank God they don't start games on Monday. We'd be getting them in right as they start.
Yeah, they literally would be starting at 4 a.m., so we'd be 24 minutes from now.
Yes.
Yeah, LPL or LCK started out terrible. Me and Ryan started 0-4 on the first 2 days, because me and Ryan had the same picks the whole week. 0-4 first 2 days with Afrika beating Sandbox. We would have changed that one. We did not know Yamato Cannon was not there yet. Our bad. DRX over T1, that was just a good series, but we wanted that.
Yeah.
We both wanted that.
It's literally like, it's funny that 2 of the losses in like the first 3 days of play, I'm totally fine with. And it's both of them involve Dragon Eggs.
Team Dynamics on game 3, we didn't know much about. KT, we did know, and we had hope, and that failed us because it's KT. The roller coaster never ends.
That was our mistake.
Our
We
bad.
had faith.
Our bad. We were like, oh, they put together some good things. Oh, did they?
Oops. Turns out they still had some problems from last split that they did not correct.
SP, now known as SP, formerly known as APK. Prince.
APK Prince, now Soul Haiwan Prince.
Show
Prince.
beat Hamo Life. Hamo Life looked way worse than I expected. Viper and Griffin. Viper and Lehans. Looked exactly how I expected. Really, really good. The rest of the team, I was like, oh my god, this is like DMO on the other 3 players. Like, maybe not that bad. That was a little too harsh. I apologize. But it wasn't good,
Don't
though.
worry. Don't worry. We'll have words for KT and Hanwha, I'm sure.
Yeah, Hanwha, it was not good. It was not good at all, outside of Viper and Lehans literally trying their hearts out to win those games.
And then next up, Sandbox and Damwon.
Damwon, we both predicted Damwon, but that was our first win.
Damwon and thankfully we still picked them.
Yeah.
Even though we believed in Sandbox and thought Yamato would right the ship. Turns out they're still gonna have a captain.
The captain's not there. Yeah.
It's already capsized and Yamato's flying in.
He's on a lifeboat coming in. Like
he's got some cellophane and tape.
Oh.
He's gonna fix this boat.
Oh man. DRX took down Gen G, which, oh man, that was like, yes, they did it. They finally. I've wanted them to beat Gen G for so long. There have been so many times I'm like, DRX is better than Gen G. I can't put them there because they keep losing to Gen G, but I want them to be better than Gen G.
It's finally happened.
It was 2-1.
My predictions, they came true.
Yep.
They were right.
You were right. And
I picked it because of matchup, because even though I thought they were the better team, turns out just a better team.
Yep, I agree. I liked it. Afrika took down Dynamics, which we won. Then we won T1 over Hamo, which did take a game off T1. Let's be honest. It did happen. I don't know how, but it happened. That was the back door. That was the back door.
Yeah. I was going to say, is like, how much does that say about Hamo, and how much does that say about T1? Who knows?
The thing about T1 is I always scare for Like, I'm like, oh, T1 doesn't look that good, and then they don't, and then they win still.
Yeah.
Like, they still win.
They slow start.
Yeah. Gen G took down KT 2-1. They lost the first game. Gen G has a terrible first game record. They had it in spring and they have it here. It's like which
they
like
also
makes
have a terrible playoff record.
What I was about to explain that. I'll be like, Gen G is a terrible best of 1 team because they download their opponent, but then they don't for best of 5s. Like, it makes no sense.
I don't know what happened. It's like they suck as a best of 1, they're good at best of 3s, and then they suck in best of 5s.
It makes no sense. They're great in best of 3s. Let's be honest. They're really good in best of 3s.
They were number 1. They were first in the league.
Yep.
Even though I called it from the very beginning that they looked shaky as hell and they were not that good by the time playoffs started, even though they finished first.
Gen G.
I called that in spring.
Gen
before
G.
Playoffs.
I don't know how they made it out of, like, what happened in that best of 1 that was at The MSC. How do they have that happen? Don't know. But
I don't know.
they went back to what I expected when it went to playoffs.
They did what we said. And they origined their way to wins.
Well, that's what I'm bringing it up. Is that I'm gonna be honest, guys. I've always been my thought has always been. I'm sorry because if you're just tuning into the LCK part of this podcast and none of the others, because this is gonna be some things that you're not gonna like me to say. I've always been the thing that, like, even when it was announced that World's 4 teams were going to Europe, I'm like, Europe's only 2 teams. Korea's got the better teams. Korea does not. Top down to bottom, Korea is worse than EU. 100% in my mind. From the top to the bottom. I really feel like EU's better. I did not like.
I think an argument could be made for Dragon X.
Dragon X. Okay. But you're only making the argument for Dragon X. You're no longer making the argument for Dragon X T1 and Gen G.
No, well here's the thing though, and I'll say this right now, straight up. Maybe a little early to tell with some teams. I think, especially with who they beat, I think Dragon X definitely.
Yes.
You can make an argument just because they beat T1 and Gen G.
Okay.
And they looked good, and they have a good play style. It works well. They have good matchups, just in every lane. But the other argument I could say you could make is Damwon and Afrika.
Ooh, Afrika.
I think that
I'm not on sold on Afrika yet, man. Or Damwon.
Dude, it's hilarious. I think you and I had talked about this before LCK even started because we were talking about the old support for Mystic.
Yeah.
Ben. And you said you hated Ben. And you were glad to get him out of China. And then he joins up with Mystic on Afrika, and then Mystic looks great again.
Oh no, it wasn't Mystic he was with. He was with Loken. He's with Loken. But then he came to now he looks good.
No, I mean no, when Mystic that was like years ago. Mystic was on WE with Ben.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I remember you saying that.
They used to be supports.
Yeah, I didn't like Ben with Loken at all. I thought Ben was really bad.
Yep. And yet here he is. Back with his best friend, Mystic.
Mystic's carrying Afrika, by the way.
Oh, I know.
Like Mystic is hard carrying Afrika.
Mystic is giga carry.
I don't have 100% faith in Afrika yet because of that. It's only Mystic to me. Like the others are just like.
No, I understand that, and that's why I look at like Afrika. Like, who do they beat? Oh, they beat freaking Sandbox
and
they beat Team Dynamics, and they lost a game to Team Dynamics too. So they're borderline. But I'd say they're as much on board as I would to say T1 right now, because they have a really strong AD carry, super strong carry presence from that lane, and it's possible that if they ramp and get better and reach their potential as a team, they can challenge.
Damn. Okay.
Damwon, I think, are like almost like it's a worse version of Dragon X now, as opposed to a worse version of Invictus. Though they're
still on the list.
Yeah, but I mean, you also look at who they beat. They also beat Sandbox, and then they beat Prince.
Yeah, that's why I'm not 100%. I'm not 100% sold on Damwon yet because I'm like.
But you can at least say that Damwon smashed them.
They smashed them. They absolutely smashed them.
They smashed them hard.
This is what I've been wanting from Damwon for a long time.
and if Damwon can keep up that level of consistency, and they could translate that to higher tier teams, if these are the warm up matches for Damwon, this could be a scary team.
You know that's not gonna happen. But I want it to happen, but like with Damwon, it's such a coin flip. It is such a coin flip for which Damwon we get.
Nothing is certain.
Yes.
Obviously.
Yes.
But it's possible. And that's why I think, and then you'll always have a team like Gen G. I mean, Gen G was able to origin themselves into wins versus Chinese.
That's my next question. Would you say Origin's better than Gen G?
G2 can't even do that. Would I say Gen G is better than G2 right now?
No. Would you say Origin is better than Gen G right now? Which one on the other very lame, boring ladder of the boring, we don't do anything but wait for other teams' mistakes ladder? Is Origin on the top now?
It's actually kind of funny that we say that. And I say, well, we've only seen Gen G in 2 series. It's like, no, we've actually seen 6 games
Mm-hmm.
already from Gen G,
Mm-hmm.
as opposed to Origin.
We've only seen 4 or 5, so it's
Yep.
about the same.
So yeah, so we've actually in 1 week we've already seen more of Gen G than
Yep.
we've seen of
Yep.
Origin.
Gen G's 3-3.
But the difference,
Origins 4-2.
though, to be fair, we
Four
also saw
or
Origin
3-2.
play against four against 5 different teams as
That is true.
opposed to Gen G playing against 2,
Mm-hmm.
and one of them was Dragon X, and they
Yeah.
still got a win against Dragon X.
There.
So
So you're still thinking Gen G is what
I
I'm
would
hearing.
say
But Origins closed the gap.
definitely Origin is close to the gap. I'm trying to like it's one of those things. I think I would actually favor Origin right
There you
now.
go. That's what I wanted to
Like
hear.
it would have to be like I feel like right now Gen G has to kind of scale up a little bit to get themselves back into form, like get like and like just in terms of their individual players. Whereas I think I'm looking at Origin, I'm seeing Alfari smurfing, Upset smurfing, Nuke Duck smurfing, Xerxes smurfing,
Mm-hmm.
Destiny he's there too.
Listen, man, he's from the OPL. He's got a big thing to climb. I
Oh,
love Destiny.
I know. But hey, he's not a liability.
He's not.
He acquits himself well as Upset's lane partner, and
Mm-hmm.
he's had good plays as well. And this team has great team fighting. They've beaten G2. They've beaten Fnatic. They're considered to be one of the better teams in Europe right now. I think that they probably are better than Gen G right now.
Damn, nice. That's what.
I think give them time just based on the sheer amount of pure individual talent on Gen G. Gen G is better than Origin down the line, but it's a matter of whether or not they can reach that potential as a team.
I don't want to
Or
ask because I want to know your top 10 still. I want to keep it like hidden. I'll just say it out loud. You don't have to answer.
okay,
If you have to take a top 3 between DRX, Gen G, and T1, or Mad Lions, G2, and Origin, which one are you taking to win? But don't answer because I feel like
you
that
said
would
wait,
spoil some stuff.
you said sorry, you said Dragon X, T1, and Gen G
Versus
versus.
G2, Mad Lions, and Origin.
Hmm,
Be-
let me see. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm doing math real quick.
no, no problem. But while you're doing that, damn
I,
one did
I
good
would
too.
say
Against us.
I would still say of those three, I would still take the Korean trio
Interesting.
right
Okay.
now.
Okay.
Right now. And I would say because I feel like T1 even historically has done well even against G2. G2's beaten them both times, but both series have been
That's so
close
close. So close.
at Worlds and at MSI. And I think Dragon X is just a really good team, really good matchup, and it's only gotten better than even what we saw in the midseason cup.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like this. I feel like that. So I feel like T1 could definitely handle themselves. Gen G probably can handle themselves, and Dragon X carries.
Okay.
Whereas G2 has looked shaky. Origin has looked good. Mad Lions have looked good, but all of them have had their moments of weakness, even in the same game. You know, like you talk about like these teams randomly losing to each other, and again, we haven't seen too much from them.
Yeah.
But we just saw a couple months ago these teams play against the best teams in their region and in China.
Okay. Yeah.
So we also had that. We also had the benefit of that.
Gotcha. Okay. So yeah, for the most part, since it is 4 a.m., let's.
Yeah.
Sorry for the LCK part of the podcast, but
Yeah.
like anything in particular you want to talk about for uh,
I would
the
say
teams
I
in
would,
general?
I said the only other thing I was going to mention is something I mentioned earlier is about Hanwha and KT.
Yes.
I think these two teams.
If you want to do our
Honestly,
thing, 2 most disappointing teams and 2 most impressive teams. This.
I would say two. I would say two most impressive teams. Obviously, I would say Dragon X without question,
Mhm.
and
Which one?
I would say probably Damwon,
Okay, I was
just
gonna go
because of how
Frika.
dominant they were in their wins. I think Afrika
I had
they had
lower
similar
expectations
opponents.
for Afrika, I think, so that made it
Yeah,
a little
that's
more
true.
impressive.
But it's like, but remember, I also kind of had low-ish expectations because you never know with Damwon.
Yeah.
But Damwon just looked really solid, really strong, and impressive, and that's scary.
Hmm. They're
It's
very
just a matter
scary
of whether
when
that.
when they're good. They're one of those teams that
But
could win worlds like,
yeah,
when they're
I would
on.
say, yeah, I would say disappointing teams. I mean, pretty much everyone else.
That's how I felt watching LCK. It's like there, I was just disappointed with watching
Yeah,
them. I was disappointed with T1. I was disappointed with Gen G. I was disappointed with Sandbox. I was disappointed with KT, Hanwha. Like there was so many teams. I'm like,
like everyone but
damn.
Princeton Dynamics because
Yeah.
they had everything. They had nothing to lose.
Yep. Agreed. Like
The
totally
fact that they got
neutralized.
wins is great.
Mm-hmm.
Good for
Yeah.
them.
The rest
But
of them, I was
I
just
feel
like,
like it
damn, you're
doesn't.
not playing well
But it's
at
like
all.
yeah, but it's like one of those things where it's like it is like a North American situation where you look at this and it's not like Europe where it's like oh well oh man these bottom teams are rising up to challenge the top teams. It's like no, I feel like these teams are just all bad.
Yeah.
And that's why I kind of want to get onto KT and Hanwha in particular because Sandbox it just feels like more of the same from spring, and we'll see if Yamato can right the ship. But KT and Hanwha both had similar deals where they basically kept they flip flopped their top side essentially in both games in their two different series.
Yes, because in the LCK we have 15 people on the roster for every team.
So, well, I mean, it was kind of we thought that we were just going to get Smeb and UCal starting for KT, and that would basically have like a swap between their solo lanes. But they had I can't remember I'm sorry,
So on.
I forgot their Solon. They had Solon in with UCal initially in their series versus Dynamics, and it's just like okay, but that game was almost entirely based on just Bono looking like absolute garbage.
The jungle's a problem with. I've talked about it in spring with KT, and they didn't change it.
Yeah, like literally messing up simple things, like doing a knock up and then flashing on Rek'Sai, and completely blowing a dive because of it. Like just basic things. It was terrible.
And their
And
backup's Malrong.
It's like how much of this is like. Then it's like I feel bad for UCal, and it's like oh he's doing okay, but it's like he wasn't doing much else better to help. And it's like well maybe this team just looks better with Kuro. And guess what? Next series they bring in Kuro, and they put in Speb in the top lane. But it's like they don't even look that much better. Like the only thing they did was get a win.
Mm-hmm.
They got one win versus Gen G, which is like cool, good. But then it's like how much of that is KT looking good, and how much of it is just Gen G being bad? So it's like LCK is just becoming almost like North America.
That's how I felt. That's what I mentioned when I said EU. I feel like EU is better because I compare LCK as the third region now. Like I compare more to NA than I compare them to EU. It's like
that's a sad thing.
That's
really
insult.
sad
I know I could get flamed for that, but like that's what I see when I'm watching these games.
But yeah, that's why I said it's not just results. It's literally watch the games.
Yep.
But it's the same thing with Hanwha. We said it. You mentioned earlier about Viper Lahens basically trying to 2v8, and they essentially swapped out their entire top side between the series.
They took out Kuve and they put Dudu in. I'm such a child. I'm such a child.
No, don't worry. They mentioned that on the cast too. Yeah. They said basically if he's Inti, he's Dudu.
But yeah, he was 1-9. He was 1-9.
Yeah, but if he's popping off, he's Dudu. But when he's popping off, he's Dududunga.
Yeah, exactly.
By Tactics commercial.
I love that commercial.
Yeah,
I wish we had commercials like that in America.
But and that one's even weirder to tell because in one game they beat Prince and then but lost the series. Lava and everyone in.
Yeah, Lava also like ended on Rumble. That was one of the worst performances I've ever seen a mid laner have. Not true, but it was a bad one. It was in that bad one.
Yeah. But then for the second series, and then they played against T1, and it's like, oh, they brought in the new lineup with Miro and everyone. They look better.
They did look better,
They
which
look
is
better.
funny because
They
I
got a-
didn't
they
I didn't
got a
know who they
win.
were.
They got-
I'm like, who
they-
are these people?
Yeah, they got to win. It's like they literally they pulled a freaking like Misfits Academy and they just brought in a bunch of
They
people.
brought in
to turn
CAD, the Canadian dollar.
Oh my god.
I thought that was a lesson
So
though. Atlas. They're like, yeah, it's the Canadian dollar in the jungle.
yeah, I mean the fact that this series was, you know, close. Like the fact that they even had a win
hmm
is both sad and telling. But again, it just feels like these teams, like Sandbox, obviously doesn't have anything together. I feel like they still have no idea how to play the game. They don't know how to play with each other. They make mistakes individually and as a team, and they just need a complete freaking whitewash blank slate to fix everything. Whereas Hanwha and KT feels like they have all the pieces that they want, but no idea of what exactly they want to do with them.
I agree with that.
It's sad because they have good pieces, but it's like some of these pieces end up suffering because no one knows how to play with each other, and that's again sad because this was a team that made playoffs. But who knows? I mean, they didn't start out hot in spring and then they made playoffs, so who knows? But I feel like this is something I mentioned to you, and this is something I really don't understand is for a team that historically, even just a few months ago, has had pretty sizable struggles in the jungle pool, and you go and you pick up Smeb at a free agency, you grab UCal, even though you had Kuro in the mid
Oh, I know you're
from
going.
Griffin. But so why exactly did they not grab Tarzan?
They have the
Uh,
money.
The guy's available.
Yeah,
The guy was on Griffin, who was relegated. The guy played with UCal. So unless it was like a weird money thing,
It
or
shouldn't be.
actual,
KT's got money compared to everyone else.
yeah,
It's not
or
like
they
it was
have-
like it was not
yeah.
like it was like Prince or Team Dynamics, like a new team coming in that might not have the money to play for it.
Yeah.
They're KT. They have the money.
Yeah. So unless it's like a freaking personal thing between Tarzan and UCal for some reason, which I don't get and I have no insight into, so maybe. But it's like it's not even a thing where it's like, oh well, he's going to join some nobody team, or maybe he was so hell bent on joining an LPL team or something that he didn't get an opportunity in time or something. Because it's not like this. Because again, this is a KT team that made playoffs with a freaking inting jungler, two inting junglers.
Two and Team Jungler. Hey, like I
Two
said,
inting junglers.
Malrang is got the biggest buff this offseason when Rift Herald was not able to be interrupted. I have never, if you're really deep into league stuff and you want to go deep, look at Jin Air Malrang for, I believe it was spring and summer last year, and he had the most Rift Heralds interrupted I've ever seen in my life. I remember 4 of them. And that is 4 too many for a pro player. It's bad. It's so bad. I can't believe the level of incompetence that I've seen from Malrang with the Rift Herald. But now he can't do that. But the rest of his play isn't really improving. And Bono, like we saw, missing very simple things like Rek'Sai knockups. Just not good whatsoever. Background?
Yeah. So, yeah, I have no idea why, because it feels like the simplest thing. Like even if you don't even have to pair, like if there was an issue, like there's not even a reason that you couldn't just pair
Work it out.
Tarzan and Kuro.
Yeah,
Tarzan, Kuro, and Smeb. That's a great top side.
it's fantastic.
You definitely pull that
playoff.
together.
That's playoff level topside.
Easily, and you still have aiming and Tucson.
Yeah, that's a good bot lane. Like that's a possible winner. That's a possible worlds team right there.
Yeah, exactly. So, I don't know. Again, it just feels like unless freaking there's some freaking nepotism in the background that's keeping Malrang and Bono on this team, I do not understand.
Mm-hmm.
I really, because it feels like that felt like the simplest fix in the off season. And the fact that Tarzan is pulling a Jackie Love and has no team
Yeah,
is insane to me.
it's quite crazy.
So, But that's all I had for them. I think Dragon X was a great surprise. I think they finally lived up to my expectations and my power rankings. I think T1 probably a slow start. I hope probably will build more than likely will build up. I think Genji probably the same, just maybe to a lesser extent. I think Afrika is going to have a lot to prove, and so does Damwon. And they both had some good warm-up games against teams that they should be beating. And I guess we'll just have to see how that translates to the higher tier teams once they face them.
Okay. So with that, let's go to our LCK predictions because it's past 4 a.m. now. I was just thinking, like, when I go back to work, because if work ever exists anymore, the world's kind of insane still.
Yeah.
But if I ever go back to work, we might need to do these podcasts at like 9 p.m. 8 p.m.
Yeah.
like much.
Hey man, I was ready at 9 p.m.
To be fair, yeah, and I had Clash at 9 p.m. today.
Mm-hmm.
But so that was my fault, and then it was your Discord, and then it was done, and then we started at midnight, like literally almost exactly at midnight, a 4-hour plus podcast.
I'm pretty sure it was like past midnight actually.
No, it was 11:59 according to my stats here. All right, so let's go. We got.
Well, speaking of, remember we talked about Afrika and Damwon wanted to prove against top teams. Yeah, we're not going to get any of that for the first day.
Yeah, well, the thing we are getting is two teams fighting, or 4 teams in 2 games fighting against each other in the same position as the other teams. So,
Fighting for relevancy.
The 2 teams that are new in Team Dynamics and Prince, they're not new. They were here for Spring Split, but they're still semi-new. Who do you got?
Well, they're not here. Well, they weren't here for spring. They came in through the promotion trip.
No, APK was here for spring.
No, I hate them though. Not really, but I actually do have Team Dynamics.
Me too. I thought I liked it. I liked what I saw a little bit with them. I was kind of happy. Also, Prince has Mickey as their mid laner.
Well, the thing is, I've warmed up to Kuzan.
Yeah,
Mickey actually proved himself.
Mickey didn't look bad. I will give Mickey.
It's funny.
that.
It's both mid laners that we weren't sold on.
Yeah, I not bad by both these teams in week 1, but I do like Team Dynamics better slightly.
Now, who's better, Jin Air Kuzan or Golden Guardians Mickey, or Excel Mickey?
Oof, I do not know on that one. I can't even answer. I'm too tired to think about that.
And then here comes FlyQuest Fly.
Yeah, I always, because when Fly was on, FlyQuest was the first year I started watching like NA, or maybe like the first year I've like fully started doing podcasting, I should say, for NA. And I'm like, this guy's actually good. Like, he sucked at FlyQuest. Like, he went back to.
I didn't get that. That was weird.
Like, he did it, like. Every time I see him on Korea, I'm like, oh, is that actually Fly? Like, did he actually get on a Korean team? And I'm like, oh, yeah, he did. Interesting.
It's kind of like whenever I see Flame.
Yeah.
Flame was like huge in Korea.
Mm-hmm.
Like before he came over to NA.
I love Flame Manny, part of that original Immortal team. Never forget.
Old school.
Those that Immortal team in Flash Wolves are my two loves in League. Okay. Look at you can click the LPL broadcast. It's live now. It just went live. KT versus Hama.
Yeah.
KT versus Hama live. You just
flamed
them both.
It's always live, and it's always live before.
Yeah.
An hour before it starts.
Yeah,
actually. So.
KT versus Hama live.
Anyway. Oh man.
You just flamed them both. You just flamed them both.
Yep. They're both just going to explode.
This is tough. This is tough. I'm gonna go Hama Life because I just trust Viper and Lahens more than anyone else on the Rift in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I actually went with KT.
Okay.
Even though that's a foolish mistake.
Yeah,
I know.
But like, who do you trust more than Viper and Lahens on the Rift here?
Oh, I don't trust anyone.
Yeah. Do you trust Viper and Lahens?
I trust Viper and Lahens.
There you go. That's why I picked them.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know. I look at KT and I'm just like, well, here's the thing. I trust Viper and Lahens, but I trust them less than I trust them less than I don't trust their entire top side.
Gotcha. That makes total sense. Their top sides are really bad.
Whereas KT, I feel like are a mess, but so they could sometimes do good things. And who knows? Maybe they'll actually have Smeb and UCal, and the team will actually play well, and Malrang will come in and carry. Who knows?
When has Malrang carried a game in his life in professional?
I don't know, but he's not going to do it on. He's not going to do it on the bench when freaking Bono's missing flash knockups.
You're right. But that's the worst part. It's like, that's your substitute. It's Malrang.
Hell yeah. They need to bring in the power.
All right.
Powered Malrang. But
DRX versus Sambo. We're moving on.
Trust me. No, trust me. I'm just like yawning. I don't want to hear about
it. DRX versus Sandbox DRX. I'm assuming you're DRX as well. Anything spicy?
Yep. Dragon X. If Sandbox wins this, I will be very confused.
You're throwing away everything. Damn
so
one.
I'm just like, nope. I'm like, nope. Freaking North America is better than everyone in Korea, and I'll fight anyone who tells me otherwise.
Damwon versus Gen G is a good one. This is two clashing styles here. Here
we go. It's Korean Mad Lions versus Korean Origin.
Does the team with, I always say they win, the aggressiveness. My only issue is Damwon makes a lot of mistakes, and Gen G is the best at capitalizing at mistakes.
So, what do you think? Unstoppable force or immovable object?
I got Gen G.
I have Damwon.
There you go. I like your pick better. I like Damwon better than Gen G. I think Gen G looked way too sloppy. They did look...
that they should have handled. And I think Damwon acquitted themselves well, and they're going to be hungry to prove that they're better. They're better than the teams they played.
Damwon is so coin flippy.
Oh, I know.
I know you know.
Of course it is.
But like, I'm just like, please give me one.
If you don't know that, then why are you here?
Yeah. yeah. If you're watching the LCK and you don't realize that Damwon is not it's coin flippy, you probably shouldn't be watching the LCK anymore. Afrika versus T1. Ooh, you mentioned earlier that Afrika could take T1. Are they ready?
I mean, if we're considering more proving Garen matches, but I think they don't, because you want to. So where's the main thing. Who did you say was carrying Afrika?
Mystic.
And who is going to be carrying T1?
Teddy in T1. Afrika does always beat T1.
Yeah, that's true. That's actually a classic.
That's a classic.
Damn. Yeah. but I will say that slow start T1, they maybe drop a game, but I feel like they'll probably just end up outclassing them by the end. They'll clean up some of their sloppiness from.
I was gonna pick Afrika until I realized T1 also plays Sandbox, so their entire program is going into Afrika, where Afrika plays Dragon X after this. So nice. they have that was the main reason. That was the main reason. I was literally going to pick the upset until I realized Afrika has to focus so hard on 2, where T1 just has to focus on 1. So I'm going T1. I could be wrong, but that was the main reasoning.
Hey, they want to prove themselves. Good luck.
We picked, like you said, I don't think we picked a team that we're like, they got to prove themselves. We're not picking them. You did Victory 5.
I picked Victory 5 over RNG.
That's the only one, though, Ryan. We've said that like 20. We've said that like 20 times.
I picked Damwon.
That is true. That is true. Okay, you got some more spice.
Yeah, I know I do. And now back to more of this.
Damwon or Dynamics versus Hama Life. Give me Dynamics, I guess.
I mean, if Prince can beat Hanwha, I think Dynamics can beat Hanwha.
Yeah. I agree.
Sure.
That's how bad I treat KT. I have Hanwha losing the team Dynamics but beating KT.
You gotta love how quickly we just jumped completely off of our freaking power rankings bandwagon from preseason.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's
Korea's
gone.
Like, nope. Bye.
Yeah. Well, that's what happens when you lose 5 of the first 6 games of the season with your predictions. You're like, I clearly didn't understand the meta correctly for this region.
Jeez. I'm looking forward to the next 4 games. There's only one of them that's even close.
Prince versus Gen G. Gen G should capitalize on that, I think.
Yeah. I mean, Gen G can beat Forget KT Bolster. Should be fine, right?
Yeah, yeah, should be. Uh,
KT versus Damwon.
KT versus Damwon. You gotta give me Damwon. Damwon's gonna stop KT.
Yes. Damwon. I'm picking Damwon over Genji. They better beat KT.
It would be very
It
would be very KT like to win.
He'd be very KT to win and be very Damwon to lose.
That's a trap game. That game's a trap game.
Every game with Damwon's a trap game.
That's
Every
also
game
true.
with KT's a trap game.
Also
Team
true.
CLG's a trap game.
I'm losing it.
Here's the close match.
Afrika versus Dragon X.
Oh wait, never mind.
No,
Both
it's
games
not.
are close.
Nah. Give me
The next
Dragon
one's
X.
Also close.
Dragon
Oh,
X
yeah.
all the way.
It'll be interesting. I mean, we get to see Dash versus Mystic.
That will be very interesting. And also, I'm assuming you're picking T1 over Sandbox. If Sandbox beats T1, holy shit. T1 has problems.
Is it T1?
Yeah.
Damn it, Strafe.
What they say.
I'm surprised I didn't notice that, man. I must be tired. If they have KT.
Nope, KT doesn't play 3 games, but it would be KT like to play 3 games.
KT versus Sandbox.
Yeah.
Well, thankfully I picked KT, which I hope counts for T4.
Shit, did I pick that as well? I must have. Oh man.
Freaking just absentmindedly picking teams.
When is that? Sunday, the 28th?
Yeah, it's the last game.
Yeah, I picked KT over Sandbox.
But to be fair, I feel like I picked it even. I would have picked KT over
Yeah,
Sandbox.
I would have as
they
well.
are right now.
I would have as well.
But now that I know it's T1, I'm even more confident.
Yep, me too. All right, so that
Ooh, that's weird.
That's
That's embarrassing.
that's LCK. We are gonna go. Do you want to see the
Oh man,
the fastest wild card of all time?
dude, we freaking blew through freaking Korea.
We
by
did.
Comparison.
Well, it's also almost 4:30 in the morning, so that's why we like. I said I'm apologizing to Korea because they got screwed by.
Hell yeah, dude. We've been going at this for freaking.
Yeah, it's been 4 hours and 14
Awesome.
minutes. It's a long podcast. Like I'm really hoping Valorant comes, so like it makes sense why I did this because I'm like this is like a living hell. No, I actually enjoy it a lot, but my voice
It's
hurts.
a living hell having to be stuck listening to me for 4 hours.
Yeah, my voice hurts
4
is
o'clock.
what I want to say.
It's 4 o'clock in the
My
morning.
voice, little like my throat, like right here. If you've seen me like touch it at all, is that it literally hurts right here when I talk. All right.
See, I try to talk soft because it's night. I don't want to be loud.
Well,
That's just natural.
I'm a loud
Just
person
natural.
in person, so no, not Split 2. Split 2 season. Here we go. Pain Gaming 5-1. Santos Esports 5-1. Oh, let's go down. Santos lost to Furia. I love Furia, but they changed their logo. Flamingo beat Vivo Kid. Pain Gaming beat Kaboom. Ents beat Prodigy,
Ents.
which doesn't make any sense to me.
No, they're not Ents anymore.
No, they're still Ents.
They won.
They're still Ents. it's Brazil. Flamingo versus Kaboom. Flamingo won. Santos versus Prodigy. Santos damn good. Except they lost to Furia. Pain Gaming beat Furia. Viva Kid beat Ents. And so the standings now, Pain and Santos are top at 3-1. Flamingo, Ents, and Kaboom at 3-3. That was 5-1. I said 3-1. Furia is 2-4 with a win against the best team. Vivo Kid's 2-4. And Prodigy is 1-5 at the bottom. It's only a 14 playoff, so I'm still rooting for Furia here, but I'm actually liking Santos popping off here. And Robo being on Pain Gaming. I like Robo. Robo and BRTT are on Pain Gaming. I expect this team to go to Worlds, personally. I shouldn't.
Will not be denied.
I should not know as much about Brazilian League as I do. Like I know too many.
You had an entire podcast dedicated to the regions.
Yeah,
So
but
it only makes sense that you would intimate knowledge of these players
yeah.
to some extent because you used to watch like every single game.
Yeah.
Nuts. I barely watch every single game of the freaking major regions these days.
I couldn't do it. I did it once, but I can never do this again. I was watching over 100 hours of League a week. I'm like, I can't do that. That is not healthy. It's too much. It's the 100 plus hours a week. That's more than working overtime for 8 hours a day. I was averaging like 16-hour weeks of league. I would literally wake up, go to work, watch league at work, go home, watch league on my lunch break, go back to work, watch league, leave work, go home and watch league, go do the podcast, go to bed, or no, finish the podcast, watch league, go to bed, wake up, watch more. I never stopped watching league. Pretty much. It was just my life, that split. There was such little time because I had to catch up constantly because the Wildcards only play on the weekends. So like the weekends had like 50 hours of league a day because they played on top of each other. It was so frustrating. Anyway,
that's not even counting freaking like NA and EU.
Yep, and then the best of threes in LPL and the best of threes.
They played 5 games apiece.
Oh, it was
on Saturday and Sunday.
Yep, it was a lot. Okay. LPL Vegas Squadron is 0-2, unfortunately.
Did you say LPL?
Did I say LPL? LCL.
Yeah.
It's close enough.
There you go. It's not close.
What, you mean the Russian league is as close to the skill level as the LPL? Crazy. Gambit 2-0. They had the first week. This Unicorns of Love beat Rocks. One Breath Gaming, which I do not know. They took the place of I'm assuming. No, they acquired M19. I didn't know M19 disbanded. Crow Crowd, they're the ones that took the place of Vivicious. So One Breath Gaming took down Vegas Squadron. Gambit took down Crow Crowd, which I love that logo, by the way. Dragon Army took down Elements. Unicorns of Love took down Crow Crowd. Elements took down Vegas Squadron. One Breath Gaming took down Dragon Army, which is the coolest name, by the way, for a team. I've always liked Dragon Army for the pure name and logo alone. Gambit versus Rocks. Look at that. That's a good. It could be a little better, the logo wise, but the name Dragon Army. You need more one dragon if you're in a Dragon Army.
I mean, there used to be a team in North America named Team Dragon Knights.
Yeah, but that's different.
Their logo was like a shield with a dragon in front of it.
Well, they have
it was a cool name, but the team was bad.
We'll talk about LA. I love All Knights, which is a team with a dragon and a shield. Basically the same thing. Yeah, Gambit looking good as always. They still got Diamond Procs. Like some of these
still
he's still playing. Like there are teams in these minor regions. You're like, holy shit! This guy is still playing.
Like BRTT.
Yeah, BRTT in Brazil. One Breath Gaming. I know Smurf. I don't know any of these other names. Boss, Ananasic, Nomads, Gadget, Santas, that's Unicorns of Love. You know them. Dragon Army.
Pineapple.
Pineapple. Kira's in the top lane for Elements.
Wait, Kira?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. You can tell I'm tired. I heard Kira, and for some reason I didn't think of the player Kira, that one that actually played mid lane. I thought of Lyra.
Oh. You're like,
I was like, what?
I forgot about Lyra. I used to flame Lyra all the time because he missed smites like crazy.
Whatever happened to Lyra?
I don't know. Mighty Dragon plays on Crow Crowd. He's not on Dragon Army. Are you serious? Like, get it together.
Oh man, whatever happened to Mighty Bear? There used to be a player named Mighty Bear.
You're past me.
Who was a jungler.
They got Mickey in there as their ADC, by the way, for Rocks.
Well, that's not confusing at all.
But yeah, there's not many players. I know Brazil a lot more than I know Russia, because Russia's not actually on the site, so I was only watching a few of those games, like whatever I found on YouTube. Let's see. LJL, Summer, hell yeah, let's go. V3, 4-0. This team is good. I like V3 a lot. They just had the unfortunate issue of running into Detonation Focus Me in the playoffs. Crested 3-1, Detonation Focus Me 3. Yeah.
It sounds like a common issue for Japanese teams.
Yeah, in Japan. Sengoku Gaming took a game off, or they beat them in the playoffs, but there was like the loser thing or whatever. Or did they beat them in playoffs? I don't even remember. I'm too tired. Burning Core, Axis and Rascal Jester, both at 0-4. Axis last split, like where they've like had something going last split. Yeah, Axis and Rascal 7-7, 6-8. The best I've ever seen these two teams. Like these two teams are the bottom of the barrel teams for LJL, which means like, if you think Immortals is bad, you know what I mean. Like if you're bottom of the barrel minor league, like we make fun of Immortals in them. Like, yeah, this is a team I could try out for. Let's just say that, and possibly make the roster. Axis and Rascal Jester both 0-4. That's kind of where they always are, and life is normal in the LJL, except for Detonation Focus maybe being tied for second. Possible that we don't get them at Worlds. I don't know, but we'll find out because they still the same. They still got Saros. They still got Eevee, the Narmane. They still got Steel, who's not a great jungler, to be honest. Utapon. They still got the whole squad. Oh, like you said, disgusting. Or like I said, disgusting. I know all this stuff. Look at that. You got all Knights right here. This is one of my favorite teams, actually, in the LA. All Knights, they got that dragon and a shield.
You see this PCS team or the Berjaya Dragons?
Where?
It looks almost like the All Knights logo.
The PC. I'm missing the.
It's a PCS team.
Oh. Real quick. Oh yeah, it does a little bit. But yeah, in the LOA, which we said they've changed the logo, which is so much. That's a clean logo. I like that logo a lot, actually. It's just good. Good on you. Because
good job.
We've seen teams in like LGD. You remember their logo last split? The Clippers logo. Yeah, I wouldn't respect LGD like I do today for that. Knights 2-0. Azul is 2-0. Ooh, I didn't even notice that. They were not good last split. Infinity 2-0. Isurus is 1-1. Isurus still has their players. I can't check it, so I'm fine. I'm not. X10 1-1. Furious 0-2. Man, they had such a good run. Was it last split or 2 splits ago? They made playoffs, but they've been trashed since, and they were always trashed before. Pixel 0-2, Rainbow 7 0-2. That is surprising as well, actually. All Knights beat Isurus. Those are usually the top two teams. You've heard of Isurus. You probably haven't heard of All Knights. Viewers in general, not just you. X10 versus Furious Gaming. Infinity over Pixel. I can't even remember that. Azul. Why are there UCH? Where's Azul's Esports? They don't have a C or an H in there. You know what? I'm just gonna roll with it.
It might be the Spanish spelling.
Yeah, it could be. They beat Rainbow 7. Isurus beat Pixel. They beat X10. Infinity beat Furious Gaming and All Knights. Okay, so All Knights had the face, or Rainbow 7 had to face the two teams that are undefeated, or 2 of the 3 teams that are undefeated. So that's fine. Rainbow 7 with the new logo, actually. It's not as good. Disappointing. Not terrible, but not great. OPL. All right, Mammoth still sucks. I think we've covered this every week. Mammoth sucks. 0-6. They might be the worst team in the world, by the way. Like, this might be literal the worst team in the world.
High praise.
Up there with Axis and Rascal Jester. Legacy 6-0. Chiefs 5-1. Avant 3-3. Direwolves 3-3. Order 3-3. Pentanet.gg 3-3. Gravatas 1-5. What the hell, Gravatas? Direwolves beat Gravatas. Chiefs beat Mammoth. Legacy beat Pentanet. Avant beat Order. Order beat Mammoth. Pentanet beat Gravatas. Legacy beat Avant. Chiefs beat Direwolves. Oh man, I picked the Direwolves, my thing, I realized. But everything's going according to plan here. The Legacy and Chiefs are the best two teams in the OPL. 6-0, 5-1. That was why I was so surprised that the Chiefs lost. They lost to Pentanet.gg in game 1, but like I was very surprised about that one. Like these two teams are the top two. The meat is here, and they're all 3-3, so it's perfect. And Gravatas is disappointing me. They should be in that meat section, but Mammoth is hot trash, like insane trash. That one I know I'm probably better than. I'm pumping myself up too much. All right, so we got PSG Talon, which has Hanabi on it. I call them winning this league, and Machi Esports, which is basically G-Rex from the LMS. They have PK still. They got Gemini, Mission, Bruce, Koala. Same exact team. J-Team, not the same exact team. They still got Rest in top, Hana in the jungle, Lil V in ADC. None of the obviously they don't have Fofo. Good riddance to him now in the mid lane, and they have Woody as their support, which is new. But for the first week, we had PSG took down Mochi, or is it Machi? Yeah, Machi Esports. J Team took down Alpha. Do you remember Alpha Esports, Ryan? They're still around.
Are you serious?
Yeah, Alpha made it to this region. Yeah, they the bottom of the barrel LMS team somehow got in here. Don't ask why.
Refuse to die.
All right, I'm just trying to keep you awake. PSG.
Oh no, I've been seriously just been listening the whole time.
Nova Esports is the former Mega, by the way, because they got Rocky and G4. You remember those two? That's on Nova Esports now.
They changed their logo.
Yeah, they did.
They're not an elephant anymore.
They're also a different team because Mega wasn't paying players, so they kind of disassembled.
Oh, good. Get him out of here.
There's so much corruption in these wildcard regions. You find out about that so often that
sure.
You didn't pay any players. Cool.
Like fucking Garena.
Mm-hmm.
The old GPL.
Mm-hmm. Machi versus Resurgence. Hong Kong Attitude beat Libya. AHQ beat.
Hong Kong Attitude still exists.
Yeah, there's an AHQ is here as well. They beat those dragons.
AHQ's whatever.
Nova
Hong Kong Attitude. God.
Nova beat Resurgence. J Team beat HKA. AHQ. That I completely messed up that. Resurgence beat BJD. PSG beat Liberia. Not Liberia. Liab. Liab. Machi beat BJD. Alpha beat Hong Kong Attitude. So let's see. Yeah, you got Honda beat. You got Candy. You remember Candy in the mid lane? I love Candy. Unified and Kai Wing. They got the good team. I love that. That was like the pieces of the LMS that were good. J Team, like we said, Machi still has the whole G-Rex team. It's still the exact same. HQ still has Zev in the top lane. They have Kongyu, Apex, Uniboy. I loved Uniboy. Waco in the support, and Ysera and support, or Ysera and support, and Waco as the top or the ADC. I'm just trying to look.
Still playing.
Who?
Ziv has been.
Yes, Ziv has been around for. He's been on H. He's like Diamond Prox. You know, he's just been there forever.
Yeah, at least Diamond Prox has played for different teams.
True.
He's actually been in the
Moonblack. You remember Moonblack? I loved Moon. He was on the team that got disqualified because they forgot to submit the paperwork.
Oh god.
The Dragon Gate. Dragon Gate was the team.
Oh no, not Dragon Gate. What is up with all these Dragon teams?
Dude, my brain. Can you imagine if I thought about things that weren't League of Legends? Like, it is disgusting how much I know here.
It's like literally all the free space in your brain is taken up by wildcard facts.
Dude, I know so much about the wildcard. You just have to watch 1 year of wildcards and you know all of it.
literally all of it's just filled with wildcard information and the ins and outs of Cho'Gath, Leona, and Nautilus.
Hey, Maokai's in there too.
There is no room for anything else.
Nothing else.
Maokai doesn't require thought.
No, that's Malphite.
Maokai requires even less because you have to click. You just click on people. Malphite, you at least have to aim your ultimate and then run at them.
True. Alright, so we're in TCL. This is like the slowest wildcard fight. I said it was the fastest.
It's because there's so many.
Hey, you want to know? Yeah, because they all started. They all started. We didn't get to skip like 5 of them. Back to Turkey. Turkey's a good wildcard. I can't pronounce it. I don't even care. BJK is 6-0.
Is it Besiktas? Are you talking about Besiktas?
Yeah. They're 6-0. They're finally stepping up. They were always that middle ground team in Turkey. They're finally stepping up. Dark Patch is 4-2. Esteban Wildcats 4-2. 1907 Fenerbahce is 3-3. They lost to 5 Ronin. 5 Ronins on a 3-game win streak, Ryan. This is one of the worst teams that came into the Turkey last split.
5 Ronin, man, they're going for the title.
Yeah, they're going. And Galacticos is 3-3. Galacticos was 3-1. Well, that's a little bold. Galacticos was 3-1. They're now back to 3-3. That's kind of
victory 5 Ronin.
That's kind of what I expected from Galacticos to go down after a 3-1 start. I was very shocked about that. Supermassive.
I was shocked and not.
Supermassive is 3-3 again after a 2-game win streak. Thank God. GS is 2-4. Royal Youth is 1-5. Royal Youth is not the same without Closer or Pilot and all that. It's the same thing as Mammoth. It's just not the same team. Which, to be fair, Royal Youth really burned me in the Worlds. Like, I thought that was the best wildcard team I've ever seen. And they kind of thought that as well, so they didn't try as hard as they should have. Team Aurora, they suck. They still have Black as their ADC, who I like. Unmanageable. What a name. Here's the mid laner. Unmanageable. Hey man, give it up for the wild cards.
I just saw one of the games from Turkey over the weekend on Saturday. It's like your nightmare. It was Besiktas versus Galatasaray.
I can't speak words, man.
It's like literally it's E versus G.
What happened? Why is Cerberus 4-0 and 2-0 in series, but 4-0? We have Overpowered Esports, who I don't know who they are. Actually, they're a new team. They're
overpowered.
Hang on, I gotta check this. Summer promotion. Overpowered took over from VTF. No, they were in a VCS Spring. They aren't new. But they were last place in VTS Spring. So I kind of forgot about them. QTV Gaming. I remember QTV.
Oh, you're a fraud. You're a fraud, Will.
QTV Gaming. I remember.
You don't know every wildcard team.
QTV was there when I was watching, and they were really bad. So no wonder why they're in the VCS B series. But Percent Esports, that's a cool logo. It's like a little bit of a stalker. I kind of like it, but it's just like neat. VTF. So Overpower beat VTF, and then Percent. Okay, that's fine. That's all I need to know. Now back to the story. Look at Overpower already coming out 1-0 at the gate, beating Sagan Buffalo. They're different now.
It's Saigon Buffalo.
Big Kuro's not on the team. Where's Big Kuro? You cannot. Zeros is on Evos now. Interesting. No. Where's Big Kuro? I have to find Big. Easy Love is on. Oh, they still have Jitsu. Okay. Percent. Big Kuro's on Percent. That's why they won. Dude, I love Big Girl. I was so scared there. So, Buffalo doesn't have anyone left. G2 can breathe a sigh of relief. Overpower, they took down Buffalo. Percent coming in strong with that Big Kuro. They took down Flash. Team Flash, by the way. The winners of the last split. 0-4. 0-2, but 0-4. Against a team coming in, so like a challenger team basically, and Cerberus, who's always been the worst team in VCS. They were like always that bottom tier team. And so Gigabyte Marines actually took down Evos. They're 1-0. There was a 2-1 though. Cerberus took down Team Flash and Team Secret, who honestly should probably have, now that I think about it, they should have Percent Esports as a logo, but Team Secret, it's still okay logo. It's an eyeball. Went 2-0 against Evos. So Evos and Flash, two of the good teams that we're kind of used to, at the bottom at the moment. And Buffalo, but they're a different team completely. Interesting. I gotta look into the VCS, you know? What happened did VCS have a spicy offseason that we didn't know about? I'm excited.
We were too concerned about North America.
Listen, apparently I love Wildcard League of Legends a little too much. But that is it.
They had to get their own podcast.
That is all the Wildcard podcast there. Let's bring over the spreadsheet. You haven't seen this in a while, but the spreadsheet is back where we're going to talk about our global top 10 before we end the podcast. I upload it and go to bed.
That's probably going to be me.
Yeah, we have
Get
25
off the podcast, brush my teeth, and go to bed.
we have 25 minutes until LPL starts today.
Yes.
So, Ryan, I've been waiting for this. Remember when I said in a few hours? It's almost been 5 hours since we last discussed, or we hinted at each other what our top predictions are going to be. So, it's been almost 5 hours since then. Have you changed anything?
I have not changed anything.
Okay.
I literally just picked up I had the piece of paper in front of me, and I just picked it up so I could look at it.
Oh, man. All right. So, we got JDG as my number 10 team. I'm starting out that hot.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
I've dropped them all the way to 10.
Because I was considering dropping them that low, but I didn't.
Where did you drop them?
And I dropped them low because I still had them at number 3, but I dropped them down to 6th.
All right, so you dropped them from 3 to 6. I dropped JDG from 2nd to 10th.
Good God!
Off of a
You
loss?
just gave up. You just gave up on them immediately.
It's not that I gave up.
It's like I lost to freaking RNG. Get out of here.
It's not that they lost. It's that every team. There are so many teams that impressed me this week that they just got blown by, completely. So we both have them. The lost RNG did hurt, but what hurt them more, like I just said, more teams showed up than I was expecting. So with that said, who is your number 10 team?
Here, my number 10. I'll be shocked if you have them on your top 10. I have Origin.
Ooh, I do not have them on my top 10. And new is going to be blue. So where's my blue? There. Because I feel like it's unfair to have like green, like they go up, but they're not. Yeah, they weren't there, you know?
Yeah, because they weren't ranked previously.
Yeah. So you're new. You have a new one with Origin as your top 10. Interesting.
Yep.
I do not have Origin on my list. I cannot put them on.
I mean, they literally took in the course of the past 2 weeks, they've taken down G2 and Fnatic, and Gen G, who was Gen G and IG, who were my previous number ones. IG, who I'm still kind of iffy about, because they showed me something, but it looks like they still have some problems. They
still look like IG.
They can either clean it up, or can Rookie just carry them completely?
They're not going to clean it up. They're IG.
So with the way that IG still hasn't really proven that much to me, and Gen G just kind of looked real shaky. OG was able to step up and fill that void. They were able to take down teams that were also in my top 10 last week, so they get the bump.
That is good. Origin is right up there with me though. They're hovering. That top 15 is getting filled, like compacted now. All right. So with
really
that,
packed.
With that being said,
so you're number 9 then, I guess.
My number 9 is a new team, Mad Lions.
Interesting, because I have Mad Lions at number 8.
Hell yeah, you believe more. I think we both saw enough from Mad Lions where I'm like, this team is for real. This team isn't just like a one season like miracle. This team is legit. And they play very aggressive. They are you could argue right now they're above IG in the aggressive like style. And
it's not just aggressive, but it's the fact that they're
clean. Yeah, they're not overly they're not stupid about it like IG is. So they're very clean about being aggressive, and that's what won IG Worlds. IG used to be clean every game pretty much, and not so much anymore.
Yep.
All right, I like that.
All right.
This is spicy. I like this a lot.
Here we go. My number 9 though is not a new team.
Not new. Okay.
Not new. It's Cloud9.
Wow. You dropped.
I dropped them down 1.
Okay.
Simply because so many teams had to get pushed into the top.
That's what I dropped JDG 8 because I've put so many extra teams in here, and so many teams.
JDG at 10. I thought you said you had JDG at 10.
Or 10. I dropped them 8 is what I meant.
Okay.
8 spots. I still have Cloud9 at 6, by the way.
But I mean, but notice this because now you have my bottom three of my top 10.
Mm-hmm.
Mad C9 OG. Look who's not there.
Yeah, I know.
And look who C9's above now in my rankings.
Fnatic.
Fnatic and G2.
You have G2 out of the top 10?
Yes.
Uh-uh.
I have
Ryan.
I have Mad and OG above them right now. G2 is my number 11.
You're crazy. Uh-uh.
I'm
Uh.
not. Uh-huh. I'm mad. I told you, man. I told you we were gonna be different.
Okay, we are definitely different.
That's why I said C9 went down in my rankings, but compared to who they were below the last time, they actually kind of went up.
Interesting. I'm stunned that you do not have G2 in your top 10 teams in the world. I get Fnatic. I don't have Fnatic. But, spoiler. But, so my number 8, I'm curious if you have them on your list.
I mean, here's the thing. I have OG as my 10th place team. They beat Fnatic in G2.
That is true.
Bye.
All right, my number 8, RNG.
Uh-huh. I think this is going to be the biggest difference. I think technically it is the biggest difference in terms of placement.
Where do you have RNG?
I have RNG number 3.
You are on the Betty hype train. I thought I was.
Fully.
Like that team's good. Team's very good.
I love how RNG basically jumped into the roster and knocked JDG down 3 spots.
Yeah, that's what happened.
Took their spot from my previous list.
I had RNG 10th and JDG 8, and I'm like, no, they beat JDG. They got to go above them. And I'm like, I'm gonna put Matt above JDG right now. I think that's fair. And damn, that's
yep. I mean, I believe it. I mean, you're talking about their RNG have kind of been one of those teams that have been hovering in my top 10 for a while.
Yeah, they've been in that top 15 pool.
And and it's like you have teams like G2 and Fnatic that were in my top 10 or Gen G that looked really shaky. And now it's like, okay, now these teams especially in China that are actually showing up and showing something to me, now they've shown enough to actually warrant a spot. And guess what? Some of these teams got to go.
Mm-hmm. They did
scoot it off somewhere. Now they're kind of they're occupying the ether that these teams were.
I can't believe you kicked G2 off. That stuns me.
I told you, man.
That's
I told you before the cast that
spice.
like if we get some EU viewers are gonna freaking kill me.
I don't agree with them, but I like it. I like the spice. What's your number 7 then?
My number 7 is T1.
Me too.
Really, we actually have one.
Yeah, we both dropped. I dropped them from 3rd to 7th. You dropped them from 2nd to 7th.
Second to 7th.
Yeah, I have C9 above T1. I thought that was spicy.
Really? Mm-hmm. Wait, you didn't say where you had C9.
I did.
Or at least I didn't hear it.
6th place. I kept them the same. I kept them in 6th. On my initial. Do you want to hear my initial one? I had him 4th, but I pulled it back.
Really? Are you serious?
Yeah.
You're gonna love my number 4 then.
All right. Well, we're not at number 4 yet.
So we both had number. Yeah, no, you both have T1.
Yeah, I think T1 very disappointing first week.
Yeah.
Losing Game Hollow Life was more disappointing than losing Dragon X for me, actually.
Yeah, because here's the thing. Again, this is a week 3 power ranking.
Mm-hmm.
T1 were kind of occupied that high spot for me, based on how they looked mostly in mid-season cup and everything like that, and how I kind of expected them to be.
Mm-hmm.
We saw them play, and they got beat.
Yep.
And then they look shaky.
Against Hollow Life.
So they drop.
Yep.
I expect them to bounce back. I have faith, and they still got to win at the very least.
Mm-hmm.
They still pull together. Like the 2 games they won were pretty.
From what I've seen from T1 and C9, I think C9 beats T1 in a best of 5 right now.
Oh boy, that's interesting.
Hey, Mister, I don't have G2 in my top 10.
Hey, here's the thing, though. Do you have C9 beating G2?
No, I do not.
But you have C9 beating T1, but not G2.
Yes.
Okay.
So since you did number 7, I'll do number 5. LGD.
Well, I mean, yeah, because okay, because you had mine because you already got my number 6.
Yeah, we already got your 6, and we already got my number 6 as well.
My number. You had LGD.
I moved LGD all the way up to number 5 for losing 0-2.
Really? Because
Yeah.
I moved them to number 4.
Damn, nice. We both, going 0-2, moved them all the way up to the top half of the power rankings. And we sound crazy, but like you said, results-based analysis is not good. Like, you have to watch the game. You watch that against top, and if you regard
It's
top
quality.
as high as we do, you're like, this team can beat top. Like, they could legitimately take a game off top. They didn't, but they could. They could have
About a
easily.
best of 5. It might have actually taken a game. Mm-hmm. And that's crazy because we're just talking about top.
So number 4, I have OMG because they took a game. No.
All right. So who do you have number 4? Is it G2?
No. You got to put number 5. Who do you have number 5?
Oh, that's right. Well, I have FPX.
Ooh, we have an FPX difference here. So you dropped FPX. I have FPX as my number 2 team right now because they kind of, like I said, that was the team. I'm like, what did you do? Like 5 hours ago, I don't know if you remember that. They didn't do much. They didn't do much. They were 4th, but JDG and T1 were above them. And they kind of fell, and the rest of the teams didn't get the bump that the others did. There's one that got really, really close. And I know they're your number 2. All right, so actually,
you probably guessed it by now. I hope so. At least.
Yeah. So my number 4 team is G2, which you do not have. So G2 actually went up in my power rankings.
It's like, by the way, never mind. That's the biggest difference.
Yeah, that's a good point.
4th versus not on the list.
Yeah, that's a good point. G2 went up in my list as well. I thought they recovered, and JDG and T1 looked so bad that I didn't think G2 recovered enough to pass Fun Plus Phoenix. But there was a team that I thought recovered a lot that we both know that they succeeded. They finally got the pass. They finally got the B where I always wanted them to be. But that Gen G barrier was holding them back this whole time. I got number 3 at Dragon X. You got number 2.
Number 2, Dragon X.
Yep.
They earned it, man.
They earned
it. I had them ranked pretty highly already.
Yeah,
I had them ranked above.
I had them
Gen
9. You had them 5.
But here's the thing. Hey, just like everything else, you beat the teams who are around you. You acquit yourself well internationally, you get the spot. Mm-hmm. Dragon X was probably the most exciting team to not make knockout stage at the Mid-Season Cup.
Agreed.
They come into the start of the season, they beat Gen G and T1.
Yep, that's all I needed to see. Once I saw that, I'm like, they're going right up to the top there.
Yep, there you go.
I love this team. I've always loved this team with Chovy. I think it's fantastic.
This team has serious star potential. It's hilarious that it's a team with Dorian in it.
Mm-hmm. Don't diss Dorian like that.
Hey man. Everyone has a chance.
Yeah, they
have a chance to prove themselves.
And then our number 1.
Sword was the problem.
Sword was the problem for sure. Number 1 has stayed the same. It is still top esports for both of us.
Yeah.
Nothing has changed. They did lose the game to OMG. That should take a point off them, to be honest.
but then they also gave us one of the best series of the year so far.
Mm-hmm. The best series of the year. I don't think there's a series close to it at the moment.
That's true. Well, I mean, people probably say like top versus JDG in the finals was pretty good.
Well, I'm talking about summer split. I'm talking summer split.
Yeah. If you're talking about like regular season, then yeah.
Yeah. Just summer split even. It was so good. There was a playoff level series.
Yeah. Like top esports is the best team, but the funny thing is, this is what I kind of mean about comparing top to the rest of the world. The gap is kind of closing, and some of these teams could actually have some proving grounds.
I do want to make
LGD challenge them. RNG I think is better than LGD. They have a chance to prove it.
Yeah, that's what I'm really.
And then you have Dragon X. Freaking, they look better and better. It seems like every time we see them play, they look better and better. And they're beating down the people that were like the barriers to their success in Korea. Mm-hmm. If they could take them down, and they could just only get better from here, they could, like, you were talking about a world finals between Dragon X and Top Esports. That'd be insane.
That'd be such a good finals.
Too bad Victory 5 is gonna win.
Yeah, we forgot Victory 5. Victory 5 just assume Victory 5 on top of the list.
Yeah, but I'll say this though. Obviously, there's a lot of honorable mentions. None of them are gonna be an A. But honorable mentions include
I was
G2,
so close until this
include
week.
obviously, I will say G2, Damwon,
Yes, Damwon is
Victory
skyrocketing on that
5.
thing. Victory
And
5.
I say, yeah, I say G2, Damwon, and Victory 5 are my two biggest honorable mentions.
If I had to do an
and Invictus
honorable,
as well.
if I had to do honorable mentions, it's from Korea. It's only Damwon. From China, it is Invictus, and East or not Easter. Victory 5.
Victory 5. You
Victory 5.
fool.
Victory 5. From the LEC, Origin is right there, and that's it. It was going to be. I even mentioned it earlier, like last week.
Fnatic.
Oh, and Fnatic. Sorry, and Fnatic. So there's two from that's top 5. That's top 15 right there, and
Yeah, one Korea, 2 from China, 2 from Europe. That's 5. Then none from North America.
yeah, there.
I think, yeah,
EG and
yeah,
Team Liquid were there until this week, and then I'm like, well, EG doesn't belong
Yep.
there because C9 just obliterated them. That's what it looks like when a real team faces EG, not an NA team. And then EG goes and beats Team Liquid. I'm like, well, shit, Team Liquid doesn't deserve it either. Like if Team Liquid would have beat EG today, I would be like, oh, maybe they're like 16th, 17th. I wouldn't have put them top 15, but
yeah. Here's a question though: if C9 versus Team Liquid Friday night, if Liquid beats C9, does Team Liquid get a bump in your ratings, or does C9 get a drop?
does Team Liquid get a bump, as in
Or does
bumped,
C9
or
get, or
as
does C9
in
drop?
C9 will
Like,
drop?
do they get?
Team Liquid will not go in top 10, if that's what you're asking. They will
Okay.
not. They will not be close to top 10 yet.
I just meant like more so like a consideration sort of thing.
They might
Like
hit
would
top
T,
50.
like would T, that's to say, like would T1 hit honorable mentions? Would it be a better chance of T1 hitting honorable mentions or C9 dropping out of top 5 or top 10, or I guess top 6? Because you were considering him top 4, so if you split the difference,
No. C9 would be closer to, would easily stay in top. They won't drop out top 10 if they lose to Team Liquid.
Okay.
They won't. Team Liquid
That's
won't even get in top 15 unless some of these teams really throw.
Yeah.
Unless Team Liquid blows out
I just love how
Cloud9.
in all these world's rankings you consistently rank C9 higher than me.
Yeah, I think
This is
C9 is damn good. Like, I know we're not supposed to get hyped about NA. If this C9 team falls flat on its face at Worlds, I will never trust a single NA team for the rest of my life, because this C9 team is the best team I've seen. Like I said, I have them as a possible World semifinalist at level of good. I don't think they're as good as top. I'm gonna be
C9
honest.
versus Cloud9 versus Victory 5.
I don't think it's fair to say they'll beat top. I don't think they'll even get close to being top. They could, but they could.
That's okay. Victory 5 will beat top.
Yeah, but that's the thing.
Victory 5 beats top in the semifinals.
C9,
Cloud9.
like C9, I have more faith in C9 beating top than I do T1 right now. After seeing T1 against Hollow Life.
Yeah.
That's what I thought was spicy. I thought I had spice with that.
Yeah.
But then you go over here and put G2 out of top 10. You took all my spice.
Yeah, I told you, man. I told you I had some interesting stuff.
Yeah. I had a feeling we'd both put LGD up really high. That series sold them for me completely.
Watch them fall flat on their face.
They will. They will.
It's like, surprise!
We suck. Like, it just mentally broke them. They were all like so
again.
hyped for it. Oh,
We were
man.
so close. We were so close. Now it's ruined.
Yeah,
Let's change everything.
I don't think there's any of outside of those 15 teams. It's going to take a lot for other teams to. So we might have a rotating list, but it's only going to be rotating between those 15 teams really unless EDG or Team WE maybe pull something out like the KT maybe if they get their shit together.
I don't even know about that.
Rogue.
I think Afrika.
If
Afrika is like a borderline.
You want to know a team that could
on
make it? Rogue. If they win their games this week.
Yep, that's true.
The Rogue can jump in.
Hey, remember Afrika has a proving test.
Afrika.
If they 2-0, they're going top 10.
Yeah, I
now.
agree with that. Especially Mystic will go into like my top 5 best ACs right now, like top 3 maybe. Even if he's the MVP of all those like 8 games in a row, yeah, he's top 3.
I mean, think about who he's facing.
Yeah.
He's going against Deft and Teddy.
Pretty good.
That's massive.
Yeah.
If they win.
Yeah, so Afrika and Rogue are the ones that aren't in the top 15 at the moment, but could easily shoot up the top 10. Outside of that,
Yeah,
there's not many teams.
They're the borderline.
There's not
Yeah,
many
it's 'cause
teams between 15 and like 47 that are going to shoot into the top 10. Like they're going to have to do a lot of work. But okay, I think that's it. Let's end it before it hits 5 hours. We're 4 hours, 56
it's almost there.
minutes.
We just gotta wait 4 more
No,
minutes.
no way. I gotta go to bed if it's 5 a.m.
I'm gonna yell at you and say that AP Cho'Gath is the way again.
No,
And
no,
we'll get another
don't
2
start it.
hours.
We're ending the podcast. Thank you so much for watching. If you watch all 5 hours, holy shit, that's crazy. But even if you just
You guys
watched
are the
a
real
little,
deal.
even if you just watched one of them, I appreciate it. That's all I do it for. I like talking League of Legends. If you could imagine someone who knows all that little details about Wildcards likes to talk League of Legends, yeah, I do. But thank you guys for watching. We will see you next week on Sunday for maybe more spice. I like that spice. Look at this right here. That is so much spice. You think our predictions might be bland, or mine specifically can be bland at times, just because I don't feel that upset. It happens. But like I think we both were pretty spicy with this, so I'm excited about that. Anyway, that's all.
Like, thank you, Europe, for being a freaking hot mess.
Yeah.
So that gives me room to be insane.
Thank you guys for watching, and we'll see you next week. Bye.